just ignore that and let's go with the 48. That's bullshit. That's a hand wave dismissal. That's a baseless assertion.
Okay,
Sure.
so there's two ways to get to Manhattan. You could take the subway or you could drive there. And here we are arguing about whether you can drive there and like, do you have enough gas?
No,
Blah blah blah. I'm
I'm
like,
not
still, you can
arguing.
still take the subway.
I'm not arguing. I'm not concerned with getting a vertical. I'm not concerned with that at all. I already know that they're getting elevation angles when they're using the sextant and lining up with using the horizon to get a horizontal. I already know that. You're saying, well, instead of that, let's imagine some other scenario in which they're not doing that. How about no?
So you're rejecting one of the two options about how to get that 48.
No, you're rejecting the fact that you can't use one of the options if the Earth is curved.
So let's
Yes,
just
you
say I
can.
concede that and say I don't think that's true. But even if I conceded that and said fine, we won't use that. Now what?
What do you mean? Fine, we won't use that.
I mean, what if I concede and say, okay, fine, you're right. We can't get a horizontal elevation angle.
No, but we do.
Right, but
That's the point. We
saying we
do.
don't, yeah, but I'm saying the
We
ultimate goal is that green 48, and we could ignore
Yeah,
all
but
the
here we
complications.
go red herring away from the
No, that's
point.
not a red herring. That's the
It
main
is a red
goal, is to
herring
get the
because you're
48.
like, let's deal with the 48, which has nothing to do with the 42.
It's 90 minus 42.
Okay, which you couldn't get if the Earth was curved.
Why not?
How do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved? Here we go again.
I don't know. Fine,
And-
you're right. Okay, let's ignore that.
See what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's not a red
So-
herring.
You lose.
Okay,
You lose.
So in the
You lose.
image you posted, the orange line is the angle to the horizon. Okay, and the
So?
angle between the horizon and the star is 43 degrees. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So what we do is we apply dip
Wait,
correction.
no, incorrect. 42 degrees.
No,
He
in
said
purple.
between the yellow line
Yeah,
and the
42
orange line.
degrees. What are you talking about?
No, between the yellow line and the orange line. In purple, it's next to the vertical line.
Yeah, that's the
The big purple 43.
okay. Oh, okay. So the 43 is also the elevation angle, Matthew. That's fucking crazy.
No, the 43 is the angle you get between the horizon and the star.
With the sextant. That's what you read off the sextant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
40, 43.
That's the elevation. That's the elevation
No,
angle we're talking.
no.
Look at it in blue. Elevation angle is from the horizontal
No,
line
we're talking
and
about
the
purple right
yeah, I know. So when you make the correction, okay, all you're doing is correcting for your height of eye above
Yeah.
sea level.
Yeah.
So this is still an elevation angle with a horizontal line and a
Mhm.
measure of the star's height above this horizontal line, which if it was curved, there would be no elevation angle.
Well, we're not claiming that horizontal line is curved.
Well, I mean, shit sucks for you because you need the separation between the star and the ground position on the Earth. But if the Earth is curved, back to what I was reading before, how do you get a star's angular elevation, separation, that degree, the purple, the blue, whichever you want? How do you get that above the Earth if the Earth is curved? Was
Because
the question.
with your sextant, as when you get done with using your sextant, you get the purple 43. Okay? After that, you apply dip correction, which gives you the actual angle of 42.
Yeah, dip correction, height of eye. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. Sea level,
Yes,
which is also, you know what sea level is, right?
it's an
So
altitude.
they're talking about the water on the earth. So you're going to use the water on the earth to get yourself an elevation angle off of that water. Now, if that water was curving, you would not have an elevation angle.
But it's not best to
Well,
it's
well,
not best to define the horizontal in
well,
terms
yeah,
of the
yeah, I just
water
read
you're
it
on.
right here. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is
Right.
called a dip or an
And then
adjustment for your height of eye. So when you tell me it's not best to define it that way,
it's just a confusing way to word it. That's the
no,
problem. It's a confusing way
says
to word
you,
it.
but you don't says you, but all you have is a diagram. All I have is fundamentals, and I'm reading from celestial astrolabesailing.com in
Right.
celestial
And
navigation. Where are you
would
pulling from?
would a tangent line to sea level be
You have
horizontal?
a tangent line because you think that lines are curved because of refraction. You don't
No.
have a
Tangent
tangent line.
tangent lines are always straight. You can get
No,
tangent
yeah, but
lines off
you
of
don't
Earth's
have a tangent
surface.
line. You
Why not?
listen, Matthew. Tell him why you don't have a tangent to the horizon.
You can make a tangent to any curve. What are you talking about?
No, 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 Matthew. Tell him why, if you by necessity have to be observing the horizon, that it's not a straight line. Tell him why.
What are you
I,
talking about?
I dare you.
Every angle, I mean, every line is a straight line. I don't know
Oh,
what you're
okay. So
referencing.
then that means that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet then?
Oh, you're talking about distance away, right?
No, yeah, most definitely. Because we're talking about that line tangent, which is a distance between you and the ground that is supposed to be the sphere, right? So tangent to tangent point, which would be a distance from you to the tangent point, right?
No.
What? Okay.
The
So
tangent isn't a
let
point.
me go to
Tangent is a direction.
washington.edu. Hold on. Hold on. Now we got it like Jesus Christ. I feel like motherfucking the Big Show with I don't know Rey Mysterio and I don't know who the fuck else. Give me a second. Distance to horizon formula. Hmm.
But
University of Washington.
we don't care about the
No,
distance to
yeah,
the horizon.
I don't need you to interrupt Matthew's point because I'm gonna have to defeat his point. Then we'll get back to you talking about we don't need to use the verbiage that is actually accurate, but
It
you think it's not. So
it is
I'm
accurate. You're
sorry,
just
I said we need to deal
interpreting
with Matthew, and I interpret. That's a silly way of thinking. I mean, because um, if we're talking about what's that word that we're always using? Um, what's the word that we're always using? Fuck it, forget it. Anyway, Matthew, how far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask how far away is the horizon. We start by making the simplifying assumption that the earth is a sphere with radius r. The line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle of radius r representing the earth. You just said no.
So the say that again, say that last sentence again. The line is what?
Tangent to a circle. Now, that tangent point is going to be the distance between the observer to the tangent point.
The tangent point is where the observer is. It's at your feet.
No, the
It's
tangent
where the touches this circle.
the tangent point is where the line touches the circle, which is not where it's at. Not at your feet.
Where is it then?
I just told you. When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with radius r. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle, aka
Okay.
tangent
Okay.
point of radius r.
Okay. I got it now.
Yeah, you said no before.
Yeah. So there's a point. There's so yeah,
Okay,
a
so
tangent point. So yes, there's
unless
a tangent point.
there's refraction, in which case what the fuck the other guy is saying is incorrect then. Because you don't have a tangent to a tangent point, do you?
A tangent to a tangent point. So
You
a
just
distance.
understood it. You can't ununderstand it that fast.
Y- a tangent
Does he have
point.
a straight line of sight to the tangent point or not?
Yes, you can have a straight line to the tangent point, and it's 1.2.
Okay, so that yes, okay, great. So except that's not the case because according to you, there's refraction.
Typically, it depends on weather and temperature, that type of
So
stuff.
then you don't have a tangent or straight line of sight to the tangent point.
It's harder to calculate, but there are some
Not
standard
calculate. Do you
calculations.
see it? Yes or no?
You can see it, and then you can make some corrections.
So
Sure.
in the Black Swan, is the horizon 1 mile away from the observer, or is it beyond that?
In the Black Swan, it's beyond that.
Right. So it's not a tangent to the tangent point
No,
in
not
that
in that
case.
image. It's not right.
Right. And where's that? Oh, that's looking across the water. Now you said you would never make measurements to the measurements to the horizon in that way because there's always refraction. Funny enough, that's exactly where we use the sextant at, on the surface of the water
Right.
or above. Hmm,
Yep. So
that's
what?
pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's what the dip angle correction comes in. You can
No, the
apply some
dip angle
sampling.
correction has nothing to do with refraction. It's completely non sequitur. The dip
Yeah,
angle correction is just the height of eye correction for how high you are above the sea level, which I just read out the definition. Back to the other guy now, who says he doesn't like that verbiage because it's confusing.
Yeah. So see, all this arguing
Back
we're
to
doing,
the other
that's
guy,
why
I
we say we
mean,
can
because
just ignore
he
all
wanted
this.
to get in there where he
right.
said the verbiage was confusing for saying that the height of eye correction is just a correction for your height above the sea level, which is a flat baseline.
Alright, so you see how I have my guy on the boat, correct?
No, hold on.
Okay, I see him.
Okay, so I have my guy on the boat,
Yep.
and the white line is a tangent line to the curved surface. You see how it diverges and gets closer, and then it touches, and then it diverges again. So this is the
Oh,
tangent.
this is completely non sequitur what we were talking about.
It's not
It it
because
it
if
is because in this
if
case,
the
when you're
observer,
using in this case, when you're using the horizon to get a horizontal,
when did I use the horizon? How is this using the horizon?
when we're looking through the horizon mirror of a sextant.
Where do you see that in this picture?
Well, I don't know. I thought we were talking about celestial navigation and using
All right,
a
and
sextant to get an elevation angle above sea level. That's what we were talking about when we were talking about elevation
right.
angles.
Okay,
We weren't talking about this.
and when your observer is at sea level, if the guy's head was right here, then this line would be to his horizon. because his horizon would also be
Not,
right there.
not horizon. Excuse me. What do you, does that look like a horizon? That sounds pretty not
Because
accurate. That
when
line would be
when
to
you're
the
at
that line. Again, I don't know if you keep forgetting what I'm reading. That line would be to the sea level, which is actually a straight line. That's what level means.
okay,
I just read it.
do you
Because
see how
if you're gonna, because remember you were talking about correcting using dip correction. Yeah, if you did that, then you would have that point on a horizontal line, sea level.
yeah, so do you see how the blue line curves, but the white line stays straight because the white line is a tangent
I
line.
can clearly see that. I can clearly see that. But
Right. So
again,
this
what does that have to do with anything?
if you keep interrupting, you won't learn.
I mean,
If
I'm just interrupting because
because
this is a far cry from where we began.
when when you are at sea level, your horizon your
That's not a
horizon will be.
horizon. That's not a
Are
horizon.
you going to let me finish my
That's not
sentence?
a horizon. The horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. Why do you keep see when I was using
Because
language
you're not
that
letting
made
me.
sense, you said it was confusing.
Do you know what?
You're using language that's confusing because what you're showing right now is not a horizon. Clearly.
Okay. I think we need a refresher on what tangent lines are then.
I know what a tangent line is.
Okay. So then you'll understand this. You have 2 points on a curve, right? And you draw a line, a secant line through the 2 points on the curve,
So a
right?
chord.
It's called a secant line, right?
Thought it was called a chord.
If it's a
On a
circle or sphere,
circle.
then it's a chord. But if it's just
Yeah,
any
Yeah.
generic line,
Yeah, I thought it was a fucking chord. Thank you,
yeah.
Matthew.
But let's say they get closer, right? If they get closer, this tangent line matches better with the curve. If they get even closer, the tangent line or the secant line, sorry, gets closer to the curve. And if they touch, once they're at the same point, that is when you are getting your tangent line. But it also works the same. If your observer is up here, right? You can find the tangent line to the curve that
Right. You
goes.
can't do that. That's exactly what I was talking about. You know
Hold on,
why?
hold
Because you
on.
don't have a straight, no, not hold on, but this is exact. See, what you did was ignore what I said, which is why,
How?
which is why I'm interrupting you. Because all you tried to do is go in a roundabout way and basically undermine what I was just pointing out. Because now it appears like, no, see, here you go, removing shit again. Go back to where you were. You see that line right there? That line of sight to that tangent point? You don't have that because apparently refraction exists. Terrestrial refraction. So I don't know why you keep trying to point something out that doesn't exist in your globe faith.
Okay, and that's
You're just gonna dismiss.
what what I'm trying
You're just
to
gonna dismiss it,
explain.
right?
What
You're
I
just
was
gonna dismiss
trying,
it.
I'm not dismissing it.
I hear what you're
I'm
trying
giving
to
you the
explain.
explanation that you're
I
asking
hear what
for,
you're
but
trying
you're
to
not
explain,
letting
but
me do it because every
because
time
there's a
I say at
roadblock.
least one sentence, you start interrupting. I don't think I've completed a single sentence so far.
Because there's a roadblock, dog. You keep
It's
trying
not
to.
a robot. I'm
It's a
trying to
roadblock
explain.
because
I'm trying to explain to you
you have a
what the
premise that
sea level
Matthew
thing means.
disagrees with. You have a premise that Matthew disagrees with. That was
If
the
Matthew
entire
disagrees,
purpose. That was the entire purpose of me going through what I just went through with Matthew.
I bet you $100 that if Matthew had any quabbles with what I was just saying, he would have spoken and said no.
Matthew,
So he's right. You
who's
can
right?
make tangents. Seafoam is
Oh,
right. You can make
not
tangents to
we're not
shapes.
talking about making tangents. We're talking about having a line of sight to the tangent point in
Right.
reality.
And
Right.
and when
But
your head,
Matthew
hold on,
doesn't
hold
but
on, hold on,
Matthew
hold on, hold
doesn't
on, hold
agree
on,
with that.
hold on,
Matthew
hold
doesn't
on,
agree with that.
hold on. If
Sorry,
you're
Matthew doesn't
what
agree with that.
if your
You
head,
keep on
what
trying to.
if you're observing from the surface, then your observation point will be from the tangent point. Therefore,
Anyway,
your
anyway,
horizon will be equal to your horizontal.
this is not how you where are you getting an angle from? Where's the when does using the sextant to get an angle come into play in all of this?
Because
So you got to go back to your
you
tangent, right?
seem because you seem confused when it says bringing it down to sea level. When it
I'm
says
not I'm not confused. You're
yes, you
confused.
are. If you weren't,
I'm not confused.
if you
You're
weren't,
confused.
if you weren't confused, you wouldn't be arguing with me about my point. If you weren't confused,
So
No,
Elijah is
I'm
sea level
no,
and elevation or direction?
I'm actually not confused because I read
then what are
out
you arguing?
I read out what I understood and you said, "Well, that's confusing language." So maybe you're confused about what the words are saying. We're talking about the Socratic method. So we need to use words in terms the way that they're defined to be having the same communication and conversation. And so anyway, I know you want to skip past the point where you actually talk about having the observer observe,
What
which
does
would
the
be
green
that
line
tangent,
represent?
it represents a vertical, but you're interrupting again
Mm,
because back to the point of where it completely fucks your entire argument, which is why you're running away from it so hard. You keep saying that we're going to have a correction of height of eye. But
mhm.
the problem with that is on your globe, you don't have that. That line to that circle or that line to the curved surface of the sphere, you don't have that because of refraction.
And there's formulas you can use to correct for refraction. There's dip
No,
angle
no,
formula. No,
no,
no, no.
no, no, no,
Yes,
no, no,
there
no,
is.
no, no, nope, nope, nope,
There's
nope, nope, nope,
dip angle
nope. The
corrections,
dip
and there's
angle
refraction
correction.
corrections.
No, the dip angle correction or with the refraction tables, that has nothing to do with terrestrial refraction, which is what I'm talking about. That
What
is
is
a lie.
terrestrial refraction?
Oh my God, Matthew. Oh my God. Exactly what we're talking about. So you're confused because you're talking about the refraction that
Of
they
the
account
atmosphere.
for. You're talking you're talking about the refraction that they account for in the refraction tables, which has nothing to do with the point that I just put to you about lines being curved.
Look, the point of those tables is that no matter how it's working, whether it's refraction or curve or whatever, who cares? The point is that those tables work. That based on elevation, you
No, that's
use the
completely
sextant.
non sequitur to his diagram trying to get a tangent to a tangent point, and him saying the dip correction is correcting for the fact that you wouldn't actually be getting a tangent line to a tangent point. No, it's not.
The goal is to find out the horizontal, and so if you
I
just
I know, which is completely non sequitur. Like you guys, what you're saying and what he's saying is completely non sequitur to the point that I'm making right now. He just drew a line to a curved point. You don't have that. because of refraction. He responded, well, they account for that. No, they don't. The refraction they're talking about has nothing to do with the refraction that you guys have claimed in the Black Swan, in any observation to the horizon. If I could draw diagrams out, I'd be able to show you that, but I can't right now. But
So
you should just get what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, Matthew. You know that the height of eye correction has nothing to do with accounting for the fact that the horizon in you guys' eyes is bending the tangent line to the tangent point.
So you're right.
The height of eye correction has nothing to do with that.
I
And
don't know
he's saying it does have something to do with that.
Alright, I'm gonna post it
how
in
they.
chat.
Yeah, I
Watch,
don't know how
watch,
they come up
look
with those
very
dip angle
closely.
corrections. I don't know
Well,
what
Look,
they
look, see,
look,
so
look very
Matthew did.
closely.
So you said Matthew wouldn't disagree with you. Right here is a fundamental disagreement.
No, I'm
Okay,
saying I don't know where they come up with that.
I want you
Yeah,
to look in chat.
that's the
Tell me,
concession that I'm looking for.
tell me what I posted in chat. I really want you to tell me what I posted in chat. I posted two formulas, one for refraction and one for dip. You do both. You do
Seafoam, could I
both.
ask a quick question tangentially? What was the app that you were using to draw? That was pretty cool.
It's
Excuse me.
called Sketchbook.
Sketchbook. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Autodesk Sketchbook.
Yeah,
But
those
anyway,
formulas do use both. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but what does
yeah.
this have to do with? Because if you use any of these on the Black Swan horizon, you wouldn't fucking get beyond 10 miles. I give you the like. Tell me you would. Go ahead, Matthew. Tell me you would.
Yeah, you're right. On the Black Swan, it wouldn't
Yeah,
work.
I fucking thought so. So it's non sequitur.
Right, because this is a general formula. This is not a formula that
Oh
takes in,
my god.
this is not a formula
Which-
that
So it's
that
non
takes,
sequitur to what you would be seeing in reality then.
it is a general formula that doesn't take into account humidity and temperature, but on a general level, it works good enough.
No, not good enough because you don't have a line of sight to a tangent point. And that's second of all a red herring away from the fact that none of this has to do with height of eye correction.
Okay, what is the second image I posted? What does that say on it?
Determining dip using feet. 0.97 times square root of height of eye.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
what
Height
is
of
the
eye
difference? What is the
above the sea level. What does that have to do with a tangent to a tangent point on a curved surface?
because the point of tangency changes depending on how high you are above the surface.
Yo, but I don't even know how that's sequitur to what I just said.
It is the answer to your question.
Which was
That
what?
is how it is.
What was my question?
How does the height of eye affect the point of tangency?
No, I did not. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. The height of eye correction has nothing to do with the point of tangency because, according to y'all, there's extreme amounts of refraction going on.
There's not extreme amount of refraction. With the black swan image, yes, there's extreme amount of refraction.
When is the
But on
horizon? What are you? Oh my
but
god!
on a normal day, on a normal day, the cotangent 7.31 example accounts for refraction.
No, that's not true. Because on a normal day, I was just at the beach and I was just looking at Jersey Shore from Coney Island, and there was definitely supposed to be a horizon in front of me, and there wasn't.
Right, and maybe that day refraction was a little high.
Oh, okay. But anyway, the bottom line is this right here has nothing to do with terrestrial refraction.
What is terrestrial refraction? I have to know.
7/6R.
7/6R. I've never heard of that in my life.
Okay, that's the refraction that you're not understanding that I've been talking about this entire time. You know, the one that bends the tangent line of sight that you keep saying you have a line of sight to the curve. No, you don't, because Matthew and every other glober has been saying no. There's refraction, and that line is bent. That's 7/6R refraction.
Right. What we're trying to say is the
Oh, now here we go.
line,
Here we go with the divergence away from, again, the devastating point that I'm making
the
about you not having a line of sight because of your paradigm.
the line that the light takes. Yes, it is curved, but at the point where it meets my eye, the tangent of that curve to where it meets my eye is the apparent position of the horizon. We're
Are you
not
trying to
we're
tell
not
me that curved line is technically my straight line of sight? Is that what you're saying?
the curved line of the light hits your eye at a certain angle, and that
So
certain and that certain angle is where you perceive the horizon.
right, so you don't have a straight line of sight to the
Okay.
curve like in your diagram
Okay,
then.
I'm gonna have to pull out the drawings again because you're not understanding.
No, you shouldn't. The
No, no,
perceived horizon has nothing to do with the real horizon. The real reason why you can't see anymore on a globe is different than perception.
no, we're talking about celestial navigation, which then turned into him saying, "Well, the dip corrects." It's a clusterfuck on his part because he's talking about a tangent plane from where he's standing, but in order to get that, he first observed the horizon to the horizon. Well, he first observed the horizon, which was a tangent line to a tangent point on the sphere, which they don't have because the straight lines are curved.
All right.
And why are we citing chords which don't happen in real life? I mean,
All
all this paper stuff is different than real life.
right. So
Can you-
do you see the dark blue line, right? You see the dark blue line? The dark blue line represents the path that
No,
the
I
light.
don't. Not yet. It's still loading.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Tell me when you see it.
Um, Let me try to. Yep, you're gonna have to load up again because it's not coming up.
It's your end, see if I'm wait,
Oh, there it is. Damn,
I'm
that's
popped up
crazy.
the last
Oh.
second.
Well, it only came up when you closed it out. There you go. Yeah. What about that?
So that blue line is showing you. It's basically showing you the angle that you see
That's not an
to the
angle.
horizon. It shows the path that the light takes to the horizon, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to draw your zenith in here. Relative to your zenith,
That's not an angle right there.
or whoops,
I
relative
wish
to your
it was.
zenith,
No, no,
that's
no,
an
no, no,
angle.
no, no. Hold on. No, 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 no. Let's no. Do the little angle tool.
I don't have an angle tool.
Oh, I thought that thing did show angles. That
I
right
can,
there.
I
That
can
that
like,
that other thing. Yeah,
this,
that right there.
this is just a ruler.
No, the thing you just showed before.
What thing?
Okay. The
This?
circle thing? The other thing with the angle That was that right there.
This is just a circle.
Oh, okay. That right there isn't an angle, though. By the way,
No, the tangent line to the point where it
that's
meets our eye compared to the zenith makes an angle.
yeah, but you just made that white line up.
It's a
You
tangent.
your
It's a tangent line.
but your claim in reality is that I mean, because this is another red herring. It's like you're all over the place. Like, what was the purpose of you showing me the blue line then? What's that?
That's the blue line right here. This
Yeah,
shows
is that your line of sight?
this is our line of sight to the apparent horizon with refraction.
Mm,
Okay, hey, I can't listen to that bullshit ever. Okay, Seafoam, I like you a lot. Apparent isn't what we're talking about on a real world. And refraction is something that you're absolutely assuming, assigning, and go ahead, plug in your numbers. Make up the word gradient on top of it. Plug in your numbers. I have plenty
Right.
of examples of exceeding any of your predictions of light under any conditions because we've already done it. I can show
And
you.
yet
I can show you.
celestial navigation still works assuming a globe.
Well, go ahead
no, it
and measure the
doesn't.
sky. I'm
No, it
measuring
doesn't.
right where you can stand, dude. I'm showing you
No, it
right where
doesn't.
you can fucking stand.
Well, anyway, yeah. Let's I guess
Basically, what you have here is because light bends downward, the
no, it
angle to
doesn't.
the yes it does.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, you are just saying that.
You
It's
don't have
crazy.
no. I understand what you're trying to say. Like, if you were to go from a vacuum, like for instance, the examples you use, the sun going from a presupposed vacuum, um, into the thickest layer, well, the thinnest layer of the atmosphere to the thickest layer of the atmosphere, then it'd be curved down. But what you have, right, is a light on the surface and it's traveling along, for all intents and purposes, let's say the same altitude. There's no reason for it to bend down.
It bends down because the air has a
Because you
higher
say so.
pressure. The air has a higher pressure lower to the ground than it does
Yeah.
higher.
So okay, but you're traversing the same amount of pressure along the surface. You're not traversing a greater amount.
Yeah, but the pressure determines the refractive index of the air. And the higher the refractive index, the more the light bends.
So what's up with this picture that Dan the Waterman is showing? That looks like a very fucking straight line to me.
Which I got over, days, nights, warm, cold. I mean, you're pretending that there's all these factors, but I'm asking you, please show me that. Show me how you can say, yeah, it's going to be different tomorrow because the weather's different tomorrow, and show me different results because we're obtaining line of sight over and over again, and we're not playing with like a few inches here and a few feet there. We're just not seeing shit. Like
Yeah,
I'm
Matthew, that's light going from one medium to another. Try
Well,
again.
it's the same medium. It's a reflective.
No,
If you watch
no,
the
it's
whole
not.
video,
No, it's not. Put it inside.
different densities of the same medium.
No, it's going through that barrier right there. I know you can see that that's a rectangular shape, unless you're going to sit here and try to lie and say that the light is not passing through that boundary from the air initially.
Yeah. So once it's inside the rectangular shape, you can see that it bends inside the
Yeah,
rectangular
but not once it's in. It's going from the light source through the rectangle and then it's bending. I'd like to see you do that with that little light source already inside. Thank you very much.
and it's
Okay,
still
but
not it's still
once
not practical application in real world. It's only application in your hands.
once the light exits from the air into, there's going to be a small bit of refraction,
Yeah, we
yes,
don't.
from the air go between the light in the
You're,
air to
you're
the prism.
asserting that,
But
but we don't know that. You can't validate that in any way.
the light is in the prism, it's only going through the prism, and the prism has a gradient of different densities of the same material.
Excuse
Once
me?
it's in,
I didn't hear the beginning part of that. Did the beginning part skip the part where it was going from one medium to another, meaning from outside the prism to through the boundary layer into the prism? Did you skip past that? Like you tried to skip past
no,
the tangent to the
No, he
tangent point?
mentioned it. He said there's minimal refraction at that point, and that doesn't matter anyway. The question is what happens once it's inside the prism.
No, that's not what. No, what? Let's see that happening from inside. Like, I don't know, for example, just go ahead to the bottom of a pool and then shine your light in there.
The same thing would happen there because a
Do you
laser
have an
uses glass.
example? Do you have an example of inside the pool already? Because
someone's trying to call me.
the laser isn't inside the glass.
Yeah. So the question is what happens once it's traveling through the medium. That's what
That's
we're trying to figure out.
not what happened. That's not the question though. The question is, can you do it when it's already inside the medium? Instead of asserting what would happen once it's inside the medium. Because refraction, real refraction, Snell's law is from one medium to another. Looks like the light is going from one medium to another to me.
Or the same medium of different densities. That's the other time refraction happens.
Yeah, except that's the one that we're not able to establish right now. Now, that's what
You
he's
think it doesn't
asserting.
happen?
Well, you're asserting it. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what I think. You're simply baselessly asserting it. And then you're giving a non sequitur video of somebody literally bringing it from from the air to inside the prism or whatever that is.
Right. So some kind of refraction happens at that boundary. Then the question is, after it crosses that boundary, does it continue to curve? Yes or no? And it seems
The
like the
point
answer
is, in
does.
order to have refraction, the light has to pass through one boundary to go to the other anyway. So you said, well, it would happen without the boundary. And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, prove it. And then all you did was ask me, so do I think it doesn't happen? I don't know. I'd like to see you prove it.
I posted a picture of a green line that's curving. That's a good enough proof.
Um, Again,
There are two different refractions happening as it goes
no,
from the air
no.
into the
Your
prism.
claim is that it can do it without that boundary. And I'm like, okay, prove that.
Yeah, so there are two different refractions happening. One is when the laser light goes from the air into that prism, and the second one is
Listen,
the
that's not
refraction that happens.
you're not satisfying my request. Do that without the boundary.
It's impossible because there's always going to be glass in front of any laser. So there's always going to be some boundary.
Hmm. It's
Remember,
interesting because these lasers that Dan keeps posting, they don't look curved at all to me.
right, because we're trying to, when we're talking about the atmosphere, we're only looking for the difference between 0.00 degree curve per mile and 0.01 degree curve per mile. So it's going to
Well,
look pretty close.
well, how much curvature is in how far is this, Dan? You want to take over this conversation?
Yeah, so it's 8 inches per
17,
mile squared. So for
17
1
miles.
mile, yeah, for 1 mile,
Isn't-
it's going to curve 8 inches, which is 0.01 degrees.
Well, 8 inches. Um, I would know.
Nobody's playing in
Eight,
degrees.
eight,
You know
eight
nobody's playing
inches.
in degrees. We're not measuring it in degrees. We're measuring it the way everyone else measures it, right?
Well. Here's the. Let's take a horizontal line, right? Because that would be the standard. Here we go again. A horizontal baseline, 8 inches from horizontal is 8 fucking inches, right, Matthew?
Right.
Right. So if something was 8 inches lower than the horizontal line, then it wouldn't intersect with that thing, right?
Right.
Right. So he has, what is this? Let us know, Dan.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Oh, this is taboo conspiracy, right?
No, this is stuff we did. This is 17 and 27 miles, respectively, both Salton Sea.
Right.
So, I mean, it's madly apparent that no matter what numbers they throw at us, we're not seeing that. You know, we have people at equal height on the other side shooting back the other direction, and we're achieving line of sight. The Earth does not deviate away from a straight tangent line, and I think we'd be healthy to discuss, you know, whether or not the laser's able of making a straight line. It's what we do know for sure, and this is what's super cool. Whatever's affecting the water, and however you're measuring it to the center of your Earth, is not what's happening with the light. So the fact that we have matching degrees of anything is totally sus. Totally suspect. Because we get the same achievement of line of sight at different distances with different light sources, day and night, over land, water, and ice, with different weather.
Well,
In other
Matthew
words,
once said, go ahead.
that's
I didn't
it.
know you.
No, that's it.
Matthew once said, there was no, there was no, observation, across. What'd you say, Matthew? Are you gonna truthfully,
Something I said tonight, or some. What are you referring to? I don't know what you mean.
remember when Gospel Bearer some time ago said that there's no observation that you would accept that would falsify the globe, and you said that's not true. And then he asked you, how about 200 miles or something like that? And you said, yeah, that would be crazy. And then he showed you an observation, and then you said, yeah, you're right. There's no observation that I would accept that would disprove the globe. You remember that conversation?
Yeah. Squinting at the vaguely, but basically the idea of squinting at the horizon with laser tests and long distance photography isn't going to convince me.
Right. So again, all of this that you're showing him, Dan, it means fuck all. It wouldn't matter if your laser test was 100 miles, because he still wouldn't agree.
Right.
But they don't have
Just so
evidence.
you know.
So that's the cool part. They're sticking to their guns, but they don't have evidence.
Right. All I'm saying is that all you would need is a refraction of 0.01 degrees instead of 0.00 degrees per mile.
Whatever that means to you, I have evidence of us changing the variables, yet the light's not changing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what's going on with your observations, so I don't have an explanation for it.
It's the sheer number. You know, we're up to 35 different observations, and we're getting the same results. And like I said, we're not even able to argue about a few inches or a few feet. In some cases, we're missing, you know, hundreds of feet of obstruction. You know, the preposterous idea that you would even still be talking about the apparent horizon as if that's relevant in real life to anything. We're talking about the shape of the ball, man.
Let me ask you this. Every time you try it, do you see the laser or only in certain weather conditions?
I've only been around. Well, no, we failed. Yeah, we failed. I mean, for different reasons, but we failed for smoke. once, regular weather, like foggy stuff, of course. And once, like rainy conditions, it was just the moisture in the air was too much. That was over ice. So, no, we don't nail it every time. But we can nail it in the same place the next time, proving that there was obstruction due to the weather condition.
Yeah, in those cases, I don't know what's going on.
You do know what's going on, Matthew. Give it up.
He kind of does. And here's the thing: you know what they're slipping in on us now? Gradient. I mean, it took us a long time to deal with refraction, and then they finally just, since nobody knows, they just throw in this standard. Well, I'm going to force them to do that with this gradient because they use the word gradient, and they don't even know if it's gradient temperatures, gradient pressures, gradient heights. They just go, it's a gradient, and it's like it's clever. But now they got to bust out their calculator, add gradient, whatever the fuck they want, call it a standard, throw it in. It still ain't there. Good luck. Still ain't there.
The military used different wavelengths of light and still hit the targets when they shouldn't have each and every time. So they proved that refraction didn't exist in the way that you guys argue for.
So all they got to do is go to any location they want, take any kind of little laser, not a complicated one, make a prediction as to what these effects will have on it, and do it, let's say, in summer and winter when it's 40 degrees difference, and see if there's a variation. Yeah, then try it one day and try doing it in the morning, the noon, and the night. And you'll find that morning and night you have much more clarity because there's much less difference between the ground temperature and the air temperature. And so, of course, there's potential for all these things. But
so what if we did it at the Thornton Bank wind farm? What would happen then?
you're asking what would happen if we did it there.
55 past the hour, I posted a picture.
Uh-huh.
So what if we went to the bottom of one of those windmills and then went to the shore and tried the laser test there?
I don't know. What would you think was going to happen?
I would think the laser wouldn't be visible because I can see the water blocking the bottom of those windmills.
It's funny you say that, but let's just take the first two on the left, okay? One is considerably lower than the other, representing distance. Do you have an estimation of that distance? Have you calculated the footage of drop between those 2 points for any reason?
I don't know the distance, but
okay. Now, with the assumption that it's massively far because we're dropped in many feet. You're talking what, 70, 80, 90 feet, something?
Oh, it says here 30 kilometers off the coast of Belgium.
No, the first one. The difference between the two on the left. In other words, one we see the stand, the other we don't. So the stand, how many feet you think? 50, 70, 100 feet? How many feet?
Non-zero.
It's entirely missing, right? So how many miles do you think you have to go to make that become missing? Now, just think about that. You're talking 90 fucking feet. Now, just imagine whatever it is, right? I'm going to tell you off the top of my head, it's going to be 15 miles, something like that, to have 90 feet. So the point is, they're not that far away, I promise you. And if they were, could you imagine the size of the propeller on the other one? How small it would be? Some 15 miles in the distance? So I promise you there's a problem with this that you're not understanding. And I can't exactly explain because I not only believe that the perspective makes things smaller in the distance, but I believe there's a magnification effect often on the horizon line. So you have both a subtraction of size and an increase of size. Very confusing.
So you're saying that there is some distance at which laser tests wouldn't work?
I didn't say that whatsoever. I was trying to explain. I don't know why you changed locations from somewhere you and I can go work to this, but across the ocean. across thousands of miles away, but that's okay. I was merely pointing out the problem with this is that your assumption is based on having no idea the distance between those objects. Yet I can tell you that there's at least 50 feet, if not more, missing from that in height. Do you understand that? That height had to go somewhere. You're saying it's the curvature of the Earth, so at what distance would that happen to lose that much height? It's not going to match.
No, you're right. I don't have those exact numbers, so
Right.
that would be something I'd have to.
But I know it won't match. I know it won't match, and I also know that to lose that much height, that propeller on the left would be extremely small. It would be small. It'd be smaller. Though for that. Listen, unless it's a curve, and if it was a curve, it would all happen locally. The curve happens locally, 3 and 4 miles away. It doesn't take all this distance stuff. So I'm not going to get caught on these windmills. I can tell something's wrong. My gut feeling is explaining it the way I have. Plus, we see so many examples of mirroring on the waterline, so many examples of strange effects on the waterline. I don't know how you could even care if you weren't working off the tops of these objects to figure out what's really going on, because the bottoms are always going to have problems.
Yeah, but you're doing it from the bottoms when you're doing these tests across the lake. So
we don't have a top and bottom. I'm not sure what you mean.
You're doing it nearer to the water, just like the bottom of these windmills is nearer to the water.
No, the only time, we walk down to the water too. I don't know what you mean when you say near to the water. Particularly if I do it over land or ice, I'm not near the water anymore. But when you mean near the surface, right? Near the surface. But the thing is we're achieving success at that point. So you keep saying you can't do it, and I keep going, I got 35 examples of it working.
What's the elevation, Matthew, of the camera?
I don't know any of that information, the distance or the elevation. The point is that I think that if
okay. I get what right. Because obviously this is affirming the consequent again. You're not trying to make an assertion that this is Earth curve blocking the windmills, or this is the horizon blocking the windmills, when of course it could be something else. And of course, your answer to that is, well, what could it be then? Confirming that you're affirming the consequent. But the bottom line is, we don't know where the horizon is anyway. Because if we're to assert that it's a geometric distance away, then if we had the elevation above the sea level here, or the ocean level, whatever, at the very least, I can guarantee you that the horizon, if it was anywhere close to sea level, would be well and supposedly in front of where that line is. Would Which would mean nothing to you, because again, there's no observation of the horizon that would really give you any definitive anything. However, you're doing just that to give you a what kind of answer about these windmills? A definitive conclusion?
well, I'm just asking questions about whether the laser tests work there. That's all.
Okay. Probably so.
I'm really shocked when I looked at Pontchartrain that nobody put a laser on top of one of the pylons for those power lines and just watched how many deviations there were as it went, across the same pylon, post, the same caissons all the way across. Or they're certainly the same height off the water. But the water should deviate, and the light shouldn't. So I'm surprised nobody's done a test, because we fought so hard. I'm fighting so hard now, not having a middle point, and it seems like those are all the way there. Boom, 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 boom. Could have shoot right through them.
Matthew, what civilian laser can shoot 50 miles?
Lots of them.
Yeah,
Well, then,
he's the expert on that type of stuff now.
if that's the case, then we definitely should get an observation of Chicago and Lake Michigan then, because that would be, I mean, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, but like you said, we go further, and it just gives them more shit to talk about in between.
Yeah, you're just gonna go, wow, I didn't know refraction could happen that far. That's crazy. That's all you'll say. Like, like, wow, look at how far the light is bending perfectly to reach your eyeball, is what you would say, right, Matthew?
It is.
We shot 35 miles with regular lasers, nothing too fancy. So I beg the entire scientific community to predict the bending of laser light and demonstrate that, and then show how other conditions, in particular our conditions, were cherry picked for perfect refraction, when in fact we were just cherry picked for clear, crisp, cold days usually, because that's when you could see the furthest. But we've done it when it was warm. We've done it in different places. I just don't think the fishbowl test is going to work in real life, because you cannot saturate the medium that much without rainfall, without real weather. The idea that there may be a gradient temperature between us is vastly assumed and can be assumed. So whatever value you want to put to that potential, go ahead and make a formula for it like you did with refraction. Add it in. I promise you we can exceed that as well. And we have already. So that's the good news. This has all been done already, repeatedly, over and over again. Land, water, ice, different lasers, infrared, mirrors. Line of sight is achievable in the distance. That's the result. So they have to argue, is it line of sight? And their only assumption is that light is curving. And
is Elijah got a problem? He's open miking while you're talking, Dan.
Sorry.
So that's it. Are we capable of making, we always talk like force the line. I kind of call it force the light. Are we proving anything? And the answer appears to be yes. We are proving that we're not seeing the effect of these different gradients and even pressures. I mean, when it gets real wet, yeah, in certain weather, yeah, but when there's no weather obstruction, they're going to have to make up these gradients and these variants and these ideas, but there's going to be a formula for it. They're going to have to write it up. They're going to say, in this temperature, in this moisture, which is average for this time of year, it will behave like this. Then we'll have to go back in 6 months and say, in this time of year, it should behave like that. And I don't think they're
actually. I don't think this is discussed within meteorology, and even if you have the exact same measurements for the conditions, it doesn't necessarily mean that the formation of the molecules is identical and evenly spread. So this is just kind of it's kind of a faulty reasoning, regardless, that we think that we can control this stuff.
Except remember that the whole thing should be out of sight to begin with. It shouldn't be there
Yeah.
to begin with. You know,
I mean,
and
it is like a large chunk of ignorance to think that, if you can do these tests and it's not working, and multiple different people can do these tests, it's not working consistently. There's no such thing as like a standard observation. It's just more of like, you build a model around what we casually see most of the time. But if you test something against that and it doesn't work, then clearly your model is wrong. So, sorry, guys.
it's just they see these skylines moving in height, so they know everything moves around, and then they're making a claim as if it's something. It's anything but something.
Well, even if we had all this like indisputable evidence, they would still say, just look at the sky. We use boats.
So
Like planes fly. They're just like, they don't
all right,
understand that when you're looking up at the sky, you're basically at the bottom of a pool, looking out of the water, pretending you think you know where everything is. Just because it's predictable doesn't mean it's the exact position or formation of whatever you're looking at.
so I'm talking to Bob the science guy earlier, and he's showing the moon. And I'm like, hey, how big are those features? And he points out a couple of things he knows. That's 100 kilometers across or something. And he goes, so what do you think about that? And I said, well, what I want to see now, because I doubt that we can see such clarity at that distance with the naked eye, is I'd like to see images from the moon back to Earth, because being 3.5 times larger, I should be able to identify things of known size. So if you just give me some of those known sizes on the moon, let me turn around and see Earth. Well, sure enough, there aren't very many pictures of Earth from the moon. And he's giving me shit about it, claiming that there's tons of them and I'm a pig, and he's not going to do my Google work looking it up. But I'm challenging him now. It's not that crazy to say, let's compare the two. Let's look Earth to the moon and moon to the Earth backward. And do we have the same field of views, basically. So I thought that was an interesting thing for me to ask is, let's compare looking 240,000 miles in both at two objects instead of one. So that's my challenge to him, is to come up with more pictures of the Earth from the moon, since only flat earthers think it's important, right?
That reminds me of Iru Landucci, because he first got interested in this topic about the Earth investigation when he was basically propositioned by like the History Channel or like National Geographic or something to make a sequence of footage from satellites. And so he tried to he looked everywhere for footage from satellites, and he couldn't find anything. And that was the beginning of his journey. There's just an underreporting of what we would expect if we were actually doing space travel. There's an underreporting of like different types of footages and things that would actually be more cohesive. But it seems like the kind of footage we get is the kind of footage that you would expect from like an agency that's only showing you so much, because that's to give us a little bit too much more would kind of like be spoiling the lie.
Well, I've been yelling and screaming and yelling and screaming. Congratulations, Globies. Here's the picture of Hubble from Earth that I've been asking for all these years. I got one fuzzy thing finally.
And Dan, I answered your question about the relative sizes of the Earth from the Moon and the Moon from Earth. I put some pictures right above yours.
When did we talk about it? No, you're talking about. I'm talking
Just
about
now.
features. I'm talking about features. You're talking about overall size. I'm talking about features. Like, say, if we can identify features with our bare eyes at 240,000 miles in one direction, I'd like to see why we don't see that from the other direction. Why don't we see anything from the moon that we recognize?
I mean, there's some clouds and large continents we could recognize.
Maybe. Do you have those pictures for me to review?
Oh, I posted some right above your Hubble thing.
And those are pictures of the Earth from the moon?
One is the picture from the Earth from the moon, and then at the same level, the moon from Earth, showing that the moon, how much bigger the Earth appears.
And you can identify anything on Earth there?
It looks like Australia in the bottom right.
But I can identify most of the things on the moon. They're clear.
Yeah, it's clear because there's no clouds in the moon.
I heard that story before. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it depends on how many clouds there are, but I think that's Australia in the bottom right of the first picture.
So, given the greater size and the brightness of it in the sky, if the moon's as bright as it is to us, there's a chance the Earth was pretty bright in the sky.
Yeah, it's brighter, much brighter than the moon.
Anyway, I'm looking for images of the moon of the Earth from the moon, and they're seemingly quite rare. Which is the same thing we've been asking for a long time. Given such a beautiful platform to shoot the Earth, you think we'd have a live cam there, and the idea that it would be expensive is preposterous. It's not expensive. The camera costs nothing.
Right, but wouldn't it be better to get a closer to get a better picture?
No, all you have is your million-mile away picture. I'm just saying, why not watch the Earth with a camera? That would be kind of like its point. It's a straight platform. It doesn't spin.
There are plenty of pictures of the Earth from like low Earth orbit. That's even closer, 200, 300, 400 miles away.
I guess you're not really paying attention to what I'm saying.
You want the whole Earth. You want to see the whole
I would
Earth.
like a live shot from the perfect platform that's within reach. Yeah. I know it's a lot to ask, but now this is the first time I'm asking for even stills. I'm just saying, hey, can I compare these beautiful moon we're seeing this week and why I would doubt that that's something, at all. And just in logic, I'd say, well, wow, I'd like to look at something else at 240,000 miles away. Too bad I don't have another big ball to look at 240,000 miles away.
I agree with you. It'd be cool.
That's the kind of lack of stuff that we go like, what the fuck do they do? What do they do when we're not? There's no lettuce coming out. They're not coming back with bales of hay and shit they're farming. They're not breeding rabbits or donkeys or anything. It's like, what are they getting done? And I ask for a simple PTZ camera to pan, tilt, or zoom, or God forbid, infrared, because half the time it's nighttime. And you guys think I'm a lunatic. I just want to see what's going on. It's weird. We get deemed a lunatic for asking some basic shit. Think about that. The space station goes day to night how many times a day? 6 times, 8 times, 9 times? I forget. But it goes day to night a bunch of times, right?
Yeah, every 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, and half the time it's blacked out when it could be infrareded up. It don't have to be blacked out. They used to run an infrared in the shuttle bay, and it was exciting as fuck. There was shit going on. And for me to have to mention it and think they didn't add it later and they're just going to go black? Yeah, once you go black, you never go back because they don't show us the space. They don't show us where they are. That sounds like a set. It sounds like a studio. It sounds like bullshit. It really does. You know, if they were better with the trickery, if they tracked something coming by, oh yeah, there's going to be something coming by. It's going to be closer than we've ever come to an object. It's within 35 miles and it's 70 miles below us, but we're going to track it and take some pictures. Or we're going to look at the moon today, you know, or we're going to try and look at an airplane uh, as it flies across the U.S. We're going to do anything that's not just sort of static cam, boring out shit. And to tell you the truth, I got a picture I could show you of LA from the ISS, and it's something we're familiar with, you and I.
Uh-huh.
And it's like something you and I are truly familiar with is what 36,000 feet looks like below us. We know that you can't really see cars. People are less than ants, and it's pretty hard to see. We can imagine, if we don't have experience, what twice that is, 72,000. And I suggest that the stuff that they're showing from space at 250 miles doesn't look any different than it would from 70. You know, I just don't believe that they're whipping out a camera to take a picture of LA with a 300 millimeter zoom or whatever, 300, whatever they call it, on a regular click camera, but they don't shoot anything else interesting. That surprises me a lot. So if I find this Los Angeles shot, too. Oh, I might have to just look it up again. Los Angeles space. Ask you if you think it looks accurate. Of course I can. So like I said, I can imagine what twice an airplane looks like. I have seen some kind of U2-ish kind of stuff. You know, most of the satellite stuff, what we've been called satellite stuff in aerial reconnaissance, has been U2 stuff. I don't think there's a big difference in clarity. Sure. ISS.
That's all they got, Dan. Belief. You don't have to worry about it too much. They know it's a belief. The honest ones do.
Dreamweavers. Hey, Don, did you put everybody to sleep? What's up, Dan?
Pretty sure I put everyone to sleep.
I
I would-
said Don. I said Don specifically, but I wasn't trying to insult you, Dan. But maybe what would you talk about? Did you say something?
Yeah, I was challenging mainstream science for a while. You missed it.
Honestly, I never. I never have a problem with that. You know that. I mean, what is mainstream science?
Oh, academic, regular, the people that print stuff, the people that end up teaching their isms.
Well, let me tell you something. Something I know about Don, because I think he does the same thing I do, which is on my phone I get stuff. I get suggestions from Google, like news articles, and a lot of those news articles are science. They're all actually science-based news articles, and so I'm inundated with those types of articles, and I see like this. I see stuff from all over the board. You know what I mean? And so that's why I ask you, like, what's mainstream science? Because almost, or most of those articles are always like fringe or contrary, or contrary to the mainstream claims, basically. Does that make sense? So it's like
First of all, you always make sense, but the answer is there consensus? Because I'd love to say, well, whatever consensus is, but now we'd have to argue about, is there really consensus?
Yeah. I'd say certainly not. I mean, in my opinion, I think that's one of the things that maybe you're not guilty of, but I think it's sort of misrepresented in this community is that, like, there is a consensus when I know you've heard this before, and it sounds like cliche or something, but that's kind of it's the exact opposite, really, in science, and it's usually people trying to go against whatever is the established idea. Like that's usually what drives people to study
Wow.
shit. Is they're trying to
nailed something, dude.
Yeah.
You just nailed something. You're right, but
Yeah.
you know where it fails? In the administration. Like, that's when it starts to be about money and shit. And that's when consensus decides, well, we're going to do it like this. And it's like, well, why? Well, because we're the board of directors. And the decisions become more financial than, let's say, beneficial. Well, than beneficial, like medicine. Seems like it's financially driven.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, actually, but there is that too, because like maybe it's like not a clear distinction, but like there's things like obviously cigarettes back in the day, climate change, the whole
an administrative problem, not a scientist problem, right? It's who's administering it, like the lead gasoline guy, right? The guy was heroic as a scientist, but the campaign, to keep it in service and not to realize, that lead could be dangerous was crazy.
Oh yeah, right. Are you talking about that dude? The dude who came out in then the 70s or whatever, right? Like he came out and basically campaigned about how that was dangerous. Yeah.
But I mean, he was totally heroic as a scientist working to come up with that product. It just turns out that it kind of killed people.
You want to hear something that's very similar? Yeah, go ahead.
No, you got it.
No, something very similar to that, and I keep going back and forth on this because sometimes I forget the details, and I watched something not that long ago, and I kind of was like, oh yeah, but with what's that called in the water? What do you call that? The shit that they put in water.
Fluoride.
What's that called again? Fluoride. Yeah, that's right. So That's actually it's a similar kind of story a little bit, although that hasn't been corrected yet. But yeah, I do know like there was a lady who campaigned and kind of was like arguing that she laid out the whole argument that the whole only reason they put the fluoride in the water is because chemical companies were lobbying to basically lobbied for that whole campaign to try and claim that it was helpful, and this and that, but really they just needed a place to put that chemical from the people who actually produce it or whatever, like from their waste, right? You know the story.
Yeah, it's a waste product of the aluminum industry.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but that's like factual stuff. Like no, and I keep forgetting about that type of shit because I could get into this argument sometimes, and uh, it's we pick sides and all that kind of shit. But the truth is, like that's very similar to that story where it's kind of settled. It's like a settled science, like a settled story, and how exactly why that's put into the water, and it has nothing to do with really healing or preventing. I mean, it might have it might have a little bit to do with preventing tooth decay and then your health, but it's really just because that's like unhealthy. So like even bacteria doesn't. It's like not good for even bacteria and shit like that. But the truth
So,
is, it's just shitty.
what do you think of people that think someone like the flat earthers are think everything's a conspiracy when there are conspiracies? So what do you think about the fact that they're calling us conspiracy theorists, adding the word theory in there, muddling it up, and how well that works? It works a lot, right? It's like, oh, they're just conspiracy theorists. And I used to not like that until I found out I probably was one.
All right. I mean, I've been a conspiracy theorist for 20 years now. Basically, I mean, by definition of the term. But regardless, I mean, actually, you're not going to like this, but 5 years ago, I had an opinion about the flat Earth community. I think Grimm had a similar, Mr. Grimm, he had a similar idea where, because neither of us believe flat Earth, but we're both also conspiracy theorists. And I was of the mind that, this was a psyop. And the only purpose I could come up with was the purpose of this psyop. It was to do exactly what you like you have conspiracy theorists, and then you have anti-vaxxer, right? And then you have flat earther, and it's kind of a way to like put people in a group where you can immediately write them off, or where other people can immediately write them off. You know what I mean?
Round them up,
Yeah.
If they put us together with anti-vaxxers, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. What does that have to do with me? That's weird. Getting
Yeah.
packaged
But
up.
obviously,
Getting packaged is weird.
we're gonna have differences of opinions about that because obviously we have two different ideas of that whole.
Are you all vaxxed up? Are you all vaxxed up?
That's what's funny is on paper. On paper, I am. I don't want to get into it, but short answer is no.
And yes.
I like this is the funny thing. I mean, I don't want to. We really probably couldn't get into this too much, but I'll just say this: that the funny thing. Or give me half a second. Hold on.
Mhm.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to help somebody with something. Hold on.
And I got to try and shut this cricket up. I got real live cricket.
You remember Men in Black? In Men in Black, he had that The gun, noisy cricket. Just reminded me of that. Hold on a second.
How are you doing? Hello.
Is that Chepa?
It is Chepper. Did you get my
Son of a
message?
bitch! I heard you. I saw that you messaged me. I didn't read it yet.
Reply to the fucking message.
Chepa, I have a history of you and your DMs, and I get scared to see what they say. But I trust you this time.
I say things that people will get offended about because they have a thin ego when it comes to their beliefs about the globe.
Hey, listen to me, Chepa. Do you not remember that you used to send pictures?
What type of pictures?
Come on, man.
That was to one person. That was to what's his
That was to
name?
me and Scott Veach and 2 other people, I think.
No, it wasn't.
Promise you it was. I promise you, Don. Who was it?
One time. No, they sent it around. There was one time where what's the cunt's name? It was like not Scotty. There was a real
Scott Veach.
dickhead. No, the other one. Real dickhead on the
On
he's
Treader.
a moderator on Gems.
Oh,
Troll.
yeah. I think. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Who is it? His name?
What's his name? Oh man, he's a cool dude though. But Lottie, you talking about Lottie?
Lobby, yeah, very Lottie, yeah, they were very total fuckwit. But yeah, we got in a big argument, and he just wouldn't shut up. And I was just going on about. I just went circular about this thing, and he could not understand it. Wouldn't concede that I was making sense about how I thought about the refraction and the distance and all this on the mountains, seeing so far, and all this just across the mountain range. And they're all at the same elevation, the hills, and you can see so far. But anyway, he wouldn't accept it. No, everyone was just bagging me out. He wouldn't accept it. And he banned me. So because I couldn't talk, he muted me first, and then he banned me. He muted me, so I couldn't talk. So I sent him a picture of my dick because he's a fuckwit. And then he banned me. So then I got back on the server a few times.
Your dick is a fuckwit? Whoa.
No, he's a fuckwit. He's an idiot. He has no brain. He's a dick for brains.
Yeah.
Well, Kosh is still fond of that moment, so. Well, I'll have to
No, I had Kaiser Cube. I got a picture. I got a very unsettling picture for you, Champa, and I was so afraid to open your DMs. I gave Kaiser Cube my email and password and had him sign in, and just to make sure that it wasn't like bad. And then he opened the picture, or he opened the message you sent him, and it was another unsettling picture. And thank God I didn't see that second one. But I got one. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I trust you now, Chep, and I'll check them. Okay.
Are you going to send me those documents, please?
Is that what you need? Yeah, from the sure. Yeah, I will.
I want all the calculations right, just so you can plug it all in with the latitude. And I want to do Eratosthenes with the height of the sun. Can we change the height on it to the height of the moon or something like that?
Absolutely.
Because we're going to calculate the height as well. We're going to have a midpoint. We're going to calculate and triangulate multiple.
Absolutely, Chep. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I could do. But give me a second to do that, or give me a couple minutes to do that.
Yeah. I just need your basic spreadsheet so I can input the data when we get it.
I got you.
And then we can do it later. You know what I mean? Like we can build the model later. We just need to get the people, get the data, get it full moon, next full moon.
Absolutely. You know, I think that is a useless test. You know that, but right? I've told you that a long time ago about the moon version of it. Yeah.
Let's say the moon is over Vietnam. If you Philippines, Australia, Vietnam, China, America, Hawaii, you might have all these different points, and they're all like different angles, sort of thing. So you can see if there's different variants of stuff going on. So there might be a curve there, or there's a refraction. Or look, there's a lack of refraction. Look how straight it is. Blah blah blah. You could get different sorts of things, and you could calculate it to a different height and say, look, that's how high it is. That's how high the sun is. Oh, they cross over. So it's like two different things could happen, and you could. Anyway, you could elucidate things from the results. Multiple things could happen. Interesting thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, I don't find it useful, but
well, it's interesting. Are you in at least to take a measurement with
Yeah, I'll do it. I told you that a long time ago. I'd do that, but I do it. Yeah.
You know how to get a flat surface, right? With a large level, you get a flat surface on sand, and then you bash in your and plumb that.
Why are you doing it? Why are you doing it on sand?
Or dirt that's level and flat, hard surface. What you do, you put your star picket in the ground, bash that with a hammer, check it 90 degrees, see if it's level that way, and then go 90 degrees from that, check it, and see if it's level the other way, and then you know that it's level straight up and down. You just keep it there. You do some things with it, or whatever, and then you just check it again the day before the moon, and then all check it at the same time. The full moon is at a certain time when it's overhead at a certain place, and then you all check it, and you take your measurement, and you take what the angle it is from north. So you draw a line directly down from north, from the shadow, or south, depending on which side of it you are.
Okay, hold on. You got to stop you. What time? Okay, because like the subsolar point or the local solar noon is the time that you take the moon, or the local solar noon is the time you take the sun. No. So the only question is.
Let me just say. When you mark the end of the shadow, the point of the end of the shadow from the moonlight, mark the end of that point, and you just draw a line directly south or directly north, right? So you draw this line down, and then you measure the distance, or the side distance, directly perpendicular from that line to the star picket, the point that the shadows cast from.
Okay, but at what time? Like, what point in time are you taking this measurement? That's my question.
Noon. Vietnam time, if it's overhead at Vietnam or somewhere that's close, that you get and then you get like the Pacific Rim. You got all these locations around it, and you can get a good triangulation on the moon.
Well, hold on. So let's say you're in Perth. That's just for shits and giggles. What time would you take the measurement?
I don't know. It'd probably be like.
I mean, is there a specific time? Like, is there a specific thing that you're waiting for, or is it any random time?
Maybe it's 11. Maybe it's 11 o'clock. It might be 12 o'clock in Vietnam, because it's a little bit east of it.
What's the point? What's the point of doing it when it's in Vietnam? So are you saying that the moon has to be directly north of you?
No, I'm just saying that's one point we could measure.
You're always fucking eating, dude. You chew with your mouth. I know you chew with your mouth wide open.
Shut up, bitch.
I'm just saying, it's easy to tell, man. But so that's the question.
I'm better than you. I've been fasting. Do you know how many kilos I lost?
Yeah.
I was 92 kilos, which is like 205 pounds or something, down to 170. So 35 pounds, 16 kilos I lost.
All right, you're actually a good-looking guy, man. I've only ever seen you below the waist, but above the waist is actually nice. Yeah.
I used to have like a big pot belly sort of thing.
Okay, yeah.
Now I don't have a grab.
Oh wow, you have like a 6-pack. You have like an 8-pack almost.
Yeah, up here.
You're a good-looking guy, man.
So now I'm gonna get into all the body weight sort of stuff, because chin-ups are so fucking easy, and it's like, what the fuck? And I've got so much energy to just ride bikes up hills with no fucking worries.
You just eat nonstop now. Just eat nonstop. Looks like you don't do laundry.
Steak, egg, or salmon. The salmon's ready. I do laundry. This is just the fucking cover for the couch and a few pillows and stuff, and that's my jacket. When it gets cold, I'll put that on. Actually, I've got the fire on, and not to waste the fire, you should just put it on low, and then just wear a jacket anyway. Stay warm.
Is it cold right now?
Yeah. It's like it's the start of spring, so you're getting some like end of winter sort of rains where it gets really cold overnight sort of thing. So cold rainy day, and then cold overnight, and it's a change of weather, and then get like a return of winter until October.
Yeah, I gotta help somebody with something real quick, Chad. But let me remind you, my family lives there in Perth, and yeah,
No,
I'm
they
still
don't.
down. We should. Yes,
No,
they
they don't.
do. What are you talking about? No, they don't.
No,
What the
they
fuck are you
don't.
talking about? No, they don't.
Depends on
My
your.
brother just. You're fucking
No,
crazy, dude.
it's an
My
illusion.
brother.
You think, oh yeah, I just telling you this. You're like, oh yeah, but I'm going to Perth, and you're it's like, oh, you never showed up. I was like, oh, you go, blah blah. You're a bullshitter. But do this measurement, right? You can at least do that. Take a picture of it. Take a video of the measurement with your voice in the background. This is what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. This is how I set it up. And then you show how level it is on 90 degrees, 90 degrees.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna have to sit down with you and really try to understand what the hell is the point, because I still don't get it. Like, especially when you say like the time.
This is the star picket in the ground, right? 90 degrees here, right? Or like directly on. Check 90 degrees here, straight up and down. Okay, that's good there. Check here. Oh, 90 degrees this way, up and down. So you've got two
I know how to
axes.
do the test, man. Yeah.
Yeah. The ground has to be
Tell me about
flat.
the moon. Tell me about the moon. Where's the moon in reference to you in Perth? Let's say you're in Perth. Where's the moon in reference to you?
What?
Directly north or what?
The moon would be west or north.
So what does that matter? I don't. That's what I don't get. Is like what does that matter? I don't know.
West and north.
Well, here's what I'll do. I'll send you the documents.
Comes from the north and then goes over and sits in the west.
Right, of course. I know where. Okay, never mind. Listen, I'm going to send you the documents you said, the spreadsheets, all that kind of stuff, and we'll have to go into this later because I always.
Everything sets in the west. I see Sirius this way through the trees. Lyra, this comes through here, the moon. Or
yeah. Okay. All right, man.
Aquarius stationed above, and it's doing this at the moment. Well, it's got Saturn and Aquarius. That was interesting.
Let me ask you. Were you there earlier for the conversation they were having about the celestial navigation?
Not really.
You know what? Hold up a second. Let's change tunes a little bit. All right, let's change tunes a little bit. I actually was thinking about this a little bit earlier. My girlfriend brought this up to me, but you know, like have you heard about those fires, the forest fires in Maui? Oh, Dan left. I wanted to ask Dan about it. You were talking about this boring shit. You put Dan to sleep.
What shit?
But yeah, never mind. But you know about the forest fires in Hawaii? You heard about this?
Yeah, I heard about them. Whatever. And in Canada, they're just like fires because they want to fuck people over, make them move back into communities instead of live rural. All these homesteaders and stuff.
My girlfriend, she said something similar actually to me today. She said that they just want to buy up the land or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Something like digital cities or something like that. But you know what else she brought up? She brought up fucking
UN smart cities, 15 minutes. Yep.
15 minutes cities. Tell me about that in a second. But she brought up directed energy weapons. I was like, babe, I've been in a flat Earth community for 5 years. I know what directed energy weapons are. But no, tell me about 15. What are 15-minute cities or whatever?
Where you live in your apartment, a little tiny bug hole. They'll give you. You can only go 15 minutes anywhere out of there. You only be walking or cycling or something like that. And everything will be convenient. All this automated AI, all this shit. You go into the thing. You'll go into the thing. I went to the movies, right, where there was like they had the rumbling seat and all that, the Mario thing. And as you're going in, you just get the popcorn off the shelf. You get any sort of snack or drink or whatever, and you don't pay for it. It's like it's part of the thing, and it's like, and then at the end, it's just
Right.
like it all comes up on the screen, and it's got you there and everything, and then it's like, oh, this much money. So you're just like, oh, okay, and you scan the card. There's no person there, nothing.
Right.
A real weird experience.
No.
Then there's this-
Yeah, I get the idea.
Yeah. No,
Is there
there's-
more to it?
what? What's more to what?
No, because I know no, because like okay,
What are you on about? More to the that measurement? No. Oh look, the sun is.
hold on, I got my cat.
Sunset.
My cat, and give me a second.
Just,
All right, I got chores to do. I'm doing chores. I'm up my cat in. No, but
that's
anytime.
not sunset, but the sun is shining right through that. Just below the patio, and just through the doorway. It's a glint of light.
Hey, do you guys think that's the only reason they're doing the digital cities?
To kill themselves and everybody else. You will have nothing and be happy.
Wait, hold on. Who was that? Carl Schwab or whatever that guy said that?
You will own nothing and be happy. Everything will be shared. Nothing you use will be your own. Everything will be in a communal capacity. Nothing will be needed. You'll never need to own or have anything. Everything will be facilitized and provided, and nothing will be free.
So I've seen a couple things recently about the digital cities where it's more controlled than we think. Like everything's going to be.
This is a tracking device, this Black Mirror. It doesn't even work well as a GPS. It's a shit phone, so cheap. I don't even, prepaid run out, I don't fucking care. It's a work phone. They can call me on a fucking piece of shit.
But
Wait,
no,
hold up. Is
there
that
was
what Black Mirror means?
It's a Black Mirror, yeah, it's correct.
I just got that.
Really? Are you fucking serious? Fuck, dude, how
I just got
fucking-
that. I didn't get
How
it.
how far off is your fucking mind? Where is it? In the fucking toilet? In the trash? What the fuck is wrong with people with their mind? Just you watch.
I guess I didn't really think about it. I don't know.
Fuck, man.
Seen it. I love that
How
show.
many-
I just
how many
never, I
times
never,
have you-
I
how
just
many
never,
times
I
have you
never
watched
got
it?
it.
They've got the phones, and the phones are part of the first series, and they looking at the Black Mirrors. And it's all leading up to that. It's all to do about the Black Mirror.
I didn't
Right,
even,
but-
no, I didn't. I guess I don't know. Scarlett.
Yeah, no, I seen an article where there was someone already in a smart city, China, and an audio came across and it said something that was outside of the rules or whatever, and it shut down their phone, and their phone was connected to their smart devices in their home and everything else, and they didn't even have access to their home.
Yeah, she's talking about the social credit system they got out there.
Yes.
I couldn't get into an area because they.
Is that real? Is that a real thing, or
There's a fire there. What?
it's
yeah,
a what?
Is what?
Is that a real thing going on?
What real thing?
Where they're blocking people from getting in their own homes or controlling anything unless they're connected. And if they get denied,
It's going to be a wild world. They have to chip you and everything, and the chip will be flawless. It won't fail. You'll always have to have it. It'll be embedded into the bone, sort of thing. I don't know. I'll drill it in. I got to go. This is like the AI. I could go on forever about it, and I know I'll bore you. And I guess to this point, and you call me conspiracy theory and blah blah. And I don't like those loops of conversations. I know where this.
Come in here more often, though, dude. You gotta come in here more often, Shep. Man, I never see you anymore, man. But this
No
is a good
worries.
time. This is a good conversation.
Yeah,
think
good
I
chat.
don't consider them conspiracy theories, especially
The
what
conspiracy
went
facts,
through
really. Seems documented
in
through.
2020, but they're not conspiracy theories. I'm just reaching out to see if anyone else are seeing these things going on.
Yeah, this is going on out there in China. Basically, they want them to keep a certain
Vibes.
credit score, and if they go below the credit score, they could be jailed. They won't
Yeah,
even get employment. Just like
goodbye,
just a
everybody.
whole system they trying to
Bye-bye.
like.
Goodbye.
All right, bro. Bye, bro. Oh, there's a video about it on TikTok, but I don't really know. I was just watching it too.
Yeah.
I just had the video.
Sorry, guys. There's some.
All right, back. Oh, let the Shep leave.
Check out the moon. What's up? You're not by yourself. Help is on the way. Flat Earth and Associates will be there in a flash. Call this number. rider.
How you doing, Denmark?
All right, just looking at the moon.
Our router's getting him some. I'm on like a 10-second delay here.
You're on something.
I'm going to drop and come back in. How am I doing now?
Oh, you're doing good. You were doing all right before. Just had a little noise in with it too, like a whistle.
I was making some herb tea.
Okay, it's a good whistle. But the moon looks like it's blown up, or just a little bigger, I'd say.
I know what's going on. I know what happened. I had the YouTube page open at the same time as the Discord.
Oh, okay. I was like, you sound good to me. I mean,
What were you saying about the moon?
well, it just looks swole. Looks big as hell.
Blue moon?
Well, it's whitish. You
It
know,
was a
slightly.
blue.
You what?
It was a blue moon. It was 2 full moons in month of August, which is pretty rare. It happens every couple years.
Yeah, but why do they call that a full moon when it's little as hell? And right now it looks like it's way bigger than a full moon. That doesn't. I don't know. It don't make no sense.
I can't see it where I'm at. Oh no, I can see it.
Yeah, it's to the opposite side. It usually is. It's to the west.
A waning blue moon.
See how big it is, though? So is that what they call waning when it's real huge like that, bigger? And
Waning is waning
the
is
other
when it's
moon getting small.
waning is when it's going from full to new. It's getting smaller. It's phase anyway.
Yeah, well, on during harvest time, it looks super fucking huge and orange, and right now it looks super huge and like white or whitish blue. You know, bending a little bit, even a little gray.
Huh? Been watching a lot of videos on that Maui fire. I saw a really good one yesterday. Is this guy California, he was he like goes around and examines trees that have been in fires like the Maui fire and stuff, and had about an hour and a half talk with a lady that lives over there in the Big Island, and he was saying how having trees standing, maybe dead and you know, most of it burned up, but even having the trunks standing, wood not being burnt up when everything, even metal, is burnt right, right next to it, just doesn't make any sense at all. And talked about those Santa Rosa fires and the Paradise fire. Showed how they were all the same kind of thing, where you have wood trees standing right next to houses that have burnt down to complete ash, but they're still wood. Trees are made out of wood, and it's unreasonable to think that wood, which burns at a very a much lower temperature than the metal bars and houses and stuff, just doesn't make much sense. Thinks it's all being microwaved. I don't really understand, the whole thing with microwaving and how it even works, but pretty scary to think that someone might be microwaving you.
Or a fire NATO.
What's that?
Or a fire NATO.
Fire and NATO?
Fire NATO. A tornado? A fire NATO.
Fire NATO.
Yeah, new shit. I'm just saying, like, tornado, tsunami equals fire, water, wind, fire everywhere. That's weird. So piles of water come in. It's gonna keep burning. That's weird. So salt water must be the new fuel. Just throw a little salt water on it, it'll keep burning.
You talking about when salt water on fire?
Huh? Oh, that doesn't make it burn a lot hotter and burn metal? Damn.
I don't know. Does it? I've never.
I'm thinking it does. In Maui, it does. I mean, sun's burning up all that metal. Blame it on the rain. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you have a big storm, you're surrounded by water, so you burn up. Makes sense, right? No.
A fire could burn on an island that was surrounded by salt water. I mean, there's nothing normal about that.
Well, there's something normal about not using that salt water to have like a hydro pump ready that's set up right in the water, just aimed at the thing instead of like a fire hydrant. You'd have like a pump ready. You hit the switch and the pump comes on, and you just shoot the water where you need to. What the fuck? You're just never-ending water everywhere right there.
I thought the same thing. You're surrounded by water there. Yeah, it seems like you could get a giant pump that could wash that whole city down. If you had this super huge pump.
Even strategically place a couple of them, not just one super one. You can have a couple different ones.
They just took all the fighting age males, and then they all just went pee. They could probably put out the fire. I do that all the time when I'm camping. I play fireman. When it's time to put the fire out, I just pee on it.
Side to side motion.
Yeah. I mean, Dude, my stream is I'm like sawing logs in half sometimes. It's crazy. I feel like if everybody had pitched in, that probably wouldn't have gone down like that. I know if I was there, I would have done my part.
I know that's what I'm saying. I'd have been peeing all over the red cars and the green cars and the orange
Yep.
shirt.
I would have taken a bunch of methylene blue so that my urine would be basically like a turquoise blue type color, and that would have acted as like a fire retardant, and yeah, dude, we would have just fire retarded into the whole area.
Might have had some roasted weenies while you were at it.
Mm.
No, I would have just painted it blue, painted my whole body blue. No, it's really messed up what they did out there. I wasn't even too sure how I felt about making jokes, but honestly,
Well,
we gotta just start making fun of these people who are doing this to us. Like, oh no, you're gonna laser beam us again? Oh no, like
yeah,
we just need to make
Biden
fun of these people.
Biden tweeted that he was laser focused on sending aid to Hawaii.
No, he did not.
He did. I mean,
No, he did not.
unless somebody made like a fake account, like I read it off the tweeter.
Hold on. Biden tweet laser focus. No way he said that. We're laser focused on getting aid to What?
There you go. That's your treat for today.
Oh my god.
Laser focused and microwave hot.
Yo, that is. Yo. That's awesome.
Is that
What a dude. Honestly, he's way better than Trump. Biden is so much funnier than Trump. Holy shit. He's just like
he pulled off some
senile
doctor.
says.
He's like a savant, Dr. Evil. Oh shit over here. That's pretty good.
4 more years. 4 more years.
Oh man. Wow. What a time to be alive. He said it.
He didn't even ask if it was too soon.
That would be like George Bush tweeting out like we're gonna take out Al Qaeda like a controlled demolition or something. I don't even I don't even know what to say. This is so I can't even think of the right equivalent. Like I would be like Obama being like, yeah, we just flew a plane into Osama bin Laden's house or something. I don't know. That's crazy.
If they took Osama bin Laden out with a plane, that'd be hilarious.
Dude, shit. Biden, you play too much, fool. Shit.
Uh-oh. Get ready.
Bro, I was born ready, dude. I'm like laser focused right now. Laser focused on these Maui fires. I'm riding with Biden right now, dude. Laser focused on getting $700 to all the families to kind of just like undo the tragedy.
You mean they're going to give them a couple coupon?
Oh, they're going to be getting. Well, they get the $700, right? Because we know that POTUS is laser focused on that. But I do think that they get. I do think they get some coupons to the Big Kahuna Burger. I think that's like a chain of restaurants out there in Hawaii. So they'll, you know, they donated a bunch of coupons.
So it's focused, right?
Laser focus, dude. Laser focus. You can't just have normal focus when it comes to these wildfires out here. You got to have laser like focus. You got to direct all your energy towards the
Yeah.
issue, right? Direct all your energy like a weapon at the problems in the
Immense,
world.
exponential, immense focus.
Immense focus, dude. Like you're drawing on the power of the sun or like the power of a hurricane, and then you're directing that energy like that laser focus like a weapon, and you just attack the problems. You know, what is the problem? Okay, I'm going to attack it like a laser.
We're going to magnificently magnify the focus of the laser focus to be laserly focused.
Bro, what if Hawaii just had a bunch of mirrors and they could have just basically bounced the lasers back, kind of like a Uno reverse card? That might have been interesting.
Oh, yeah. Be like, Skip, you draw too, mofo. No, I do always wonder that. Like, where's the the mirror type painting and coating and stuff? You know?
Maybe just like put some glitter in the paint, mix a little bit of glitter in, or like cut up some tinfoil confetti or something. I don't know, something reflective in there. I wonder if wearing a tinfoil hat would have helped.
That's what I was going to say. I wonder if tinfoil would have did the trick like it does on the landers. I mean, it works for space, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah. Why
gravity.
not?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's so true. Oh man, I didn't even think about
Yeah.
that.
Yep. So everybody just go buy candies with little tin foils around them and use the foil. You'd be safe. Foil candy for the win. Yeah, and it works on Medusa. You know, you get the mirror shield. Yeah.
That's not what happened.
No.
No, the guy that killed Medusa, he just couldn't keep his eyes off of her huge knockers, and that's why he didn't get. That's why he didn't get turned into whatever, dude. He never made eye contact with her, so he was able to just take care of business, and everybody else. Yeah, dude. Everybody else. She was like, "My eyes are up here," and he's like, "Nope, nice try, bitch."
But that's been the solution the whole time. Just look at the tits.
Yep. Just don't look. Don't. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You look her in the eyes, you turn to stone.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you got a foot fetish, you're doing good, right? Like, I'm just being stupid. I don't know.
Isn't that true for all women though? Like, you just never make eye contact. Just always just look at the boobs.
I stare directly in between their eyes at the space just between the eyebrows.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, that way you never have to look them in the eyes, and they can't tell that you're not looking in the eyes. But I do that to men and women.
Do you ever have staring contests with other people?
Ooh, dude, I live in Los Angeles, so if you make eye contact with somebody else, they are going to do this like really autistic thing where they like look away and like pull out their phone to like look at the screen for no reason or something. Like people don't like making eye contact with other people in a hyper socialized, over sexualized culture.
Isn't that strange?
Dude, it's because the eyes are like the window to the soul, and everybody who lives in a city just knows like their soul is not doing so great. So they want to draw the blinds. They don't want other people looking in, see what's going on.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I live in a city, so like
cities are nasty places to live. I lived in London. Well, I still kind of live in London, but yeah, I lived there full time for about, I'd say, 10 years, and it's
that's awesome. Do you speak Arabic?
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, nice. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Salam alaikum. Well, I lived in Saudi Arabia, so actually I learned a bit of Arabic in Saudi Arabia.
Ah, Jaid.
But I don't remember most of it.
No, yeah, I was just making fun of the fact that London has fallen.
To be honest, it's nowhere near as bad as the doomsayers say, but it's still pretty bad.
London Bridge has fallen down.
Yeah, what's up with that song? Was there ever like a historical event where the London Bridge like fell?
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Huh. Yeah, that was like a song we would sing when I was in kindergarten. What a strange song.
What, London Bridge has fallen down?
Well, I bet you I bet you in Iraq and Afghanistan they were probably singing, the World Trade Center's fallen down. They had their own version.
My fair buildings.
My fair jihad.
Do you reckon they entered? Do you reckon they had a verse about dancing Jewish people?
My fair buildings.
The dancers. Yeah, I mean the Israeli dance moves are really good. I mean, if you're ever interested in like learning some, just Google dancing Israelis.
Ooh.
They're real
All
good.
their passports won't burn up, won't burn up, won't burn up. All our passports fireproof.
Mowitz is dancing around, dancing.
All our motors stay intact, hitting the ground, hitting the
Demark,
ground.
your voice is like too low to actually have pitches.
Well, I bet Demok would be a fucking wicked Mongolian throat singer. Have you tried yet?
Oh, what?
Mongolian throat singing. Look it up, dude. I think you actually would have like a natural talent for it. And I'm not messing around. I'm being 100% serious.
Yeah, but I like words. Do they use words?
Kind of, dude. They like. Okay, here. Let me see if I can do it. They like go. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh. I don't know how to do it, dude. I can't.
Oh, like
Stop.
okay, I like that kind. That's not bad. That's
Oh
not bad.
yeah,
It's kind of like a
they
Native
get real low though,
American.
like
Yeah.
real low,
Yeah.
real. Yeah.
Like a Native American chant. I like that shit.
Yeah, give it a try, dude. Appropriate that shit, bro. Tell me how it tastes. Yeah, I'm gonna go appropriate some culture later today, dude. It's gonna be tight.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go and appropriate your
So
money later.
hard. So hard. Laser focus. So hard.
Oh yeah, everybody should just start using that term. That they're laser focused.
I'd be nervous if I lived on an island and couldn't put out a fire, though. That would just make me feel weird. I'd be like, aren't we safe in like certain types of fires? Like, I mean, a direct fire in your home or some shit like that. Okay, yeah, you got to get to the water and put it on there to put it out. Yeah, I understand. But like, to not have, like, we have hydrants here where a truck can pull up and have water ready to have pressure to, like, and they don't have a fucking pump set out like a tube in the water with a pump where they can just man it and be like, shh. That's weird. Go man pump 12. Get man pump 7. Man pump 8. You know, in each different little vicinity or area, like we have our water towers or whatever here. Why wouldn't they have a big pump up in the air to where if something happens within that little circle area, you just can fucking douse it down? Do I need to be the designer for island fires?
Yeah, sounds like it.
I mean, the designer to put out the fire. I think I said that. That sounded weird. Not to design the fire, but to put up some pumps in
You can
strategic
do
areas.
both.
Do both. No, but think about that. If I'm just thinking about that, like, okay, fire, island, pump of water, water everywhere around. What if it took me 3 seconds to think about it? Why wouldn't they have thought about it already living on the fucking island? Because they probably thought they'd never have a big fire on an island surrounded by water.
Oh, I just saw something really disturbing. We're gonna change the subject here real quick. Anybody seen the new Android robot from Tesla? I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Oh, you mean the guy?
Is it just me, or does this robot walk kind of like he might be a community leader, or like a rocket scientist, or possibly even some sort of like high-end sneaker connoisseur? Just check it out.
I think it's a guy.
Do you ever
Are they just
No,
putting
that's
people
a
in robot
robot.
costumes?
That's a rubbit, dude. That's a rubbit. Check it out.
does the bot have like a bicycle stealing mode?
Bro, I would not be surprised if that robot has my bicycle, honestly. Check it out. It walks like it's looking to steal some bikes. Oh, you know what? I got, dude. I just read the comment section. I think it's CGI. I don't have my glasses on this morning.
And he calls it the Optimus? What the hell? The walking Optimus robot. A couple of them look like people in suits, I ain't even gonna lie. And don't you got a program to do everything? Like, what are they gonna do after they're done doing what they do? So you give it a task, right? Walk down the block, and then what? Like, how many tasks can it do in a row?
We've been watching people put their names on the Walk of Fame for many years now. So, what did you mean about what you just said?
I don't know. I didn't say anything about the Walk of Fame or the sidewalk where they put your name. Like, what are you talking about? I said the robots from Tesla.
Sorry, my mistake.
I know Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin got their name on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
They are the actors of the century, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many other astronauts got their name on the Walk of Fame? How many other military people got their name on the Walk of Fame? Pretty weird, right? I don't
Isn't there
know if you
meant to
know.
be 26 people that have walked on the moon, and only, 3 have got their name on the Walk of Fame? What is that? What is it with that, the devil?
Oh, don't pay attention. Don't look over here. Look the other way. Look, Superman. Was I
Hey,
mean,
you
it's
guys
just
know
funny,
there's going to
right?
be a debate tonight on proof.
A debate on what?
On proof.
Like just like what the standard of evidence, or
Yeah, what is proof?
Proof
who's
of what?
who's going to be debating?
Flatzoid and Bev.
Aren't they both
That
in the
sounds
same?
riveting.
I was gonna say that.
It sure does.
Riveting. I'll be sure to mark that for my calendar.
Must see TV.
Indeed.
I want to know which one's going to prove their point.
Yeah.
Huh?
Funny, dude. Well, maybe some people, that's like, I don't know, maybe that's somebody's idea of a good time. What do I know?
We put a tea bag of that in some hot water.
But it seems simple, right? But if I was to ask you guys what is proof to you, what would you say?
I'd say that everybody has their own standard of evidence. And like, there's a hierarchies within each of those. So like, my 100% highest standard of evidence would be me witnessing it with my own eyes, being able to observe it, measure it, touch it, chew it up, tell you how it tastes, that type of thing.
In
My
other words,
lowest,
manipulate yourself for yourself. Yeah.
yes, yeah, lowest standard of evidence would just be like a picture, like, boom, bitch, it's a ball. Here's my picture, or
I don't
whatever.
want to see that picture. I don't want to see balls and pictures.
Dude, yeah, I hear that.
Can there be proof? Can there be 100% proof?
Of what?
Anything.
Thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, but some people say no, there can't be.
Yeah, those people are not worth your time. Definitely not worth like putting aside hours to debate somebody like that. I mean, you might as well literally just use a stapler to attach your scrotum to your penis. I think that's a better use of time.
You know what, man? I was literally talking about this yesterday with Elisha on this channel. I was saying, like, I don't know if you've noticed or not, because you're not around that much, but I've taken a massive step back from debating these globers and just pouring my energy into debating these idiots, right? And I've just used this energy to massively improve my life in every area. And I realized, wow, they just sap your energy. They're just not worth it.
That's the name
Absolutely.
of that's the name of their game.
Psychic
Energy
vampires.
vampires.
I think we said at the same time.
Whoa, we said at the same
Deja
time,
vu.
dude. Let's fucking go, bro.
Holy shit.
Oh, man, that was
Wait a sec, you guys. Wait a sec. Who's remote viewing right now? Who's the real psychic vampire? What the fuck?
Yeah, you guys better have Michael Jackson knife fight it right now.
Flappers, what I was saying is, like, I think that everyone here should also take this on board. Like, if there's elements of your life that you're not happy with, whether it's finance, whether it's dating, whether you don't like how your body looks, like it doesn't matter what it is, your health, whatever it is. If you're not happy with everything in your life, then focus on doing that instead of debating globers, because they will debate you endlessly forever, and you'll still be unhappy with whatever it was you're unhappy with. You know, just put your energy into that, and then come here when you're either, you know, the time's wasted anyway, like you're driving or whatever, or everything in your life is as you want it. You know, because otherwise, you're just going to waste your time on these people.
Couldn't agree with you more.
I do agree. Go ahead.
No, you're good, bro.
I was just going to say I agree, at least for me to a certain extent, but arguing here with these winners that believe in the globe actually brought me my wife and my upcoming child and brand new life. But that's not to say it's going to happen to everybody. But what I am going to say is that people should always take care of number one first, even if all these things hadn't come from, you know, like my life's good, right? Like you said, crypto. So I can take my free time and I can sit here and not let the dummies get to me, because it's to me, it's just funny to me. But there was a time when, yeah, it was sapping a lot of energy, and it was a different story. I would, you know, wake up with like anger in my heart, wanting to, you know, get back at someone for something they said fucking a week ago, all this nonsense. And yeah. So if you have things in your life that you need to deal with those. It'll actually make this experience here more rewarding, because I get way less triggered now that I've taken care of a lot of things in my life. You know what I mean? So instead of like taking anything personally, it's less than water off a duck's back at this point. But like I said, it's because I did find I found time to fix things in my life, and I did so. And then when I come here, I feel like it's less time wasted, because they'll want to sap your energy. Whether or not they're doing that doesn't matter. Their goal is to take all of your creative, basically love energy, right? Your positive, good energy, and squander it here arguing with them on the internet. Thanks.
Yeah, selflessness to energy that is always given. It's a hard one to comprehend, but it's a simple one to understand.
Yep. And to what Crypto said too, if you feel like this is a thing that, like, you know, you're passionate about, and you're arguing with folks every day and this and that, but it doesn't feel right, you know, do take a break.
Yeah. Also, just like a quick little, I don't know, a little mantra you can use. Don't try to make sense out of nonsense. You're already losing if you're doing that shit. Just
For sure.
anytime you hear some nonsense, don't try to make sense out of it. Don't try to argue with that person. Just say, okay,
If
all
you're
right, buddy.
if you're already offended, they've already won.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Offense is taken, not given, right?
Correct.
Oh man, I'm doing some major adulting this morning. We got up early to go to Costco to buy our gasoline. Because you know what? Shit is expensive.
Under 5?
Oh man. Oh, we're under 5. 483, baby. Let's go. And this is
Man,
the
that's a
cheap.
bargain.
This is the cheap gas. Yeah, dude. It's like the fucking line into Disneyland out here, though. Jeez Louise, dude. Everybody and their moms is trying to get that 483. That sweet 483.
That's crazy, because it's 365 where I'm at right now is 365, and you know, nobody's going nuts. But if it goes above that, it's like, oh shit.
Well, 365 is that a little higher than it's been, though, isn't it? I think it's been creeping up.
Yeah, it's been creeping.
Even in the cheap zones.
Just for reality here in Australia, here we are currently at about $2.10, so we're looking at around about $8.40 plus the interest of 26%. I know, it's shocking, dude.
$8.40 for
They're crying
pint?
for $4 a gallon. They have no clue.
Yeah, I know, dude. They got no idea. We're talking ladies here. We're like,
Dude, it cost me so much money when I was in Canada to drive around. It's like, man.
It differentiates between $1.90 to $1.30 here in Australia over the month. It's just crazy. Up and down like a yo-yo.
We're like $1.85 up here, a liter.
That's like it's not reasonable, but that's better than what we're getting. So
Better than you
semi-true.
guys, yeah.
Yeah, you're awesome, man. You're doing all right.
Imagine paying $1 like these guys are and complaining. Yeah,
I know. Yeah, they got it tough.
poor guys. Yeah.
Hey, George, did you have a different handle before?
Yeah, one big pond, man. Yeah,
Oh, it was a one big
like
pond. Hey,
I've
what's
been
up?
trying to. I've been trying to change it back, man, but I don't know why. Discord won't let me. Yeah. I've sent them like 6, 7, 8 emails now. Like what's going on? I send them screenshots and everything. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think they like me. They don't want me to change my name back to One Big Pond for some reason, and it's crazy, man.
Yeah, anyway, been a while since I heard you. Nice to know you're around.
Yeah, thank you, man. Hey, it's good to be a mod on your channel, man. Even though we don't get much action over there, it's nice. I respect you, man, and I love you. Love you all.
So let me ask you guys a question. It's been going around for a while, a couple of days. North, south, east, west. Cardinal directions, on a map. Is north and south perpendicular?
Depends on which way you're facing and what time of the year you're talking about.
So perpendicular changes on time of the year?
It changes to the reality of the orbs that are above us, for sure, the sun and the moon.
How so?
Well, in summer here it's to the right, and in the winter it's to the left. So that's a perpendicular that never changes, but my reality.
Are they straight lines?
A straight line of vision, yes. A straight line of movement, no.
What do you mean?
Well, they move. I'm not trying to complicate the conversation here, dude. In summer, it's all the way to the right. We're looking at around about 90 degrees in southeast, and in the summer, it's all the way to the south, and we're looking at almost 120, 118. I think I got up to. Looking at it in the southern in the northern hemisphere, looking to the south.
I'm having a hard time understanding it. If north and south are perpendicular, first of all, you say they're perpendicular, right? East, west,
I never
north,
said
south?
that. No, that were your words. I never said that. I never said anything about perpendicular.
So they're not perpendicular.
They are perpendicular to my vision of the day, but not to the yearly conversation that you're talking about now.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So north, south, east, west, perpendicularity changes. Well, first of all, you say it's not perpendicular. So how could it change if it's not perpendicular to begin with?
That is the mystery of the world, and none of us can answer that with any real logic to what you're trying to ask here, SE. So my perpendicular to the moon today was at around about 98% east. Yeah, but that'll change tomorrow. It might be around about 94%. It changes around about 2%, but it does jump every week around about 5% each jump. And then we've got a representation of around about 90 degrees all over for the month of the moon. But if we talk about the sun, we're talking around about 160 degrees That's all I've measured, but I'm sure there's a little bit more. I think it goes up to about 180, but, please carry on about your perpendicular.
What the hell has that got to do with north, south, east, and west?
That's what I'm
Being like a
thinking. Yeah.
cross that a cross that you set on the ground. So if I set a cross on the ground,
I'm not trying to
north, south,
convert it
east, and
then.
west, I got a cross on the ground. North, south, east, west. A cross on the ground. What the hell does the moon and the sun have to do with that?
I understood the perpendicular to the vision, so if I misunderstood that, my apologies there. Dom?
I understand north, south, east, west as east and west are circle routes. North is towards the center, and south is away from the center in straight lines.
So which of the straight lines in the perpendicular, northwest or east-south, make a circle?
So, like, if I might just make this point here, guys.
Which no, I would say none of them are perpendicular. There's like, you know what I'm saying?
So there's no perpendicular in
I don't think
the
so.
cardinal.
No.
I'm not sure platypus
So you're saying
understands what perpendicular actually means, but can
90-degree
you explain to
angle.
him
A
there?
90-degree angle. A perpendicular means that when the two lines that we're describing, so let's say northwest, when those two intersect, you get a 90-degree angle.
There's
That's what
no
perpendicular means.
perpendicular in north and west, dude. So please look up the definition and come back to us and talk to us then.
Okay.
So none of them are perpendicular. You're saying platypus.
Nah, I don't think so. But I mean, I don't even know what perpendicular means, so you probably shouldn't ask me.
Well, we all know. Come on, we all know what perpendicular means.
I thought I did.
Hey, I'm not trying to be a smartass here, dude. Like, you're talking about north and east, and then you're talking about perpendicular. Do you know what perpendicular means? Like, seriously, dude. I'm not trying to be comical here.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I don't think you heard what I said earlier, so it's fine. You can rewind it if you need clarification. I don't really care what you think. But to answer SE's question, yeah, I don't even. I'm not
That's
even
quite
because like
obvious with the disrespect you've shown so far. So please carry on.
all right, man. Anyways, if east and west are just circles, like if you follow east on a compass and we live on a circle, you're just going to start where you ended up. But if you go north, you're going to end up in the middle, right? And then once you cross the middle, you start going south. Your direction is now south once you're on the other side of middle. So I don't really see how there could be too much perpendicular stuff going on.
So you're envisioning a particular place that you're on when you say that? You're envisioning something?
Yeah. I've created an imaginary world in my mind where we live on a plane. Anytime you're traveling north, it means you're facing the center of this circle. Anytime you're traveling south, it means you're facing away from the center and going in a straight line. Following east and west will take you in circle routes.
Gotcha.
Like I'm with you here, Platypus, and I'm listening intently. But can you just explain that to me? Because I'm quite simple, and I like a little bit of logic. How that circular route will come to become a pizza vision of a circular plane.
Well, that's just how you guys do your AE map, right? And your
Said it's an
UN
imaginary.
map.
It's in my mind. I don't know if I can explain it any better than I just did. To be fair.
I hear you, Platypus. I have a question. When you're traveling east, are you traveling in a straight line?
This is going to get into the whole like straight curve.
Yeah, exactly.
We're getting into the whole.
Don't interrupt, bro. Don't interrupt when you're interrupting when everyone's talking, bro. Platypus was talking. Please be respectful, right? When somebody starts talking, let him finish, and you'll go next, bro.
I'll just
Please
keep
go
it short.
on, platypus.
We're getting into the is it straight or is it curved territory, and I would say, big picture, it's a circle. But if I point in a direction to you, like, I'm not gonna like arch my arm and make my arm, half a circle. I'm just gonna point my arm straight out and point towards east. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and you're going to be traveling in a straight line with your arm pointing east. You're going to be always going in a straight line.
For the first like 2 feet, let's say. I don't know. Depends on how big the circle is. I guess we don't really know,
And
huh?
the question after that would be: would you be traveling north or south after you move off your easterly direction?
You're not moving away from it. We're saying you're traveling constantly east.
Wouldn't you have to hit south then?
Why would you hit south? You're going east.
Okay, so east goes on forever then. So we do have outer ponds. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a question.
I'm asking a simple question as well.
So your question is, if there's an outer pond, what does that have to do? I don't know if there's an outer pond. I mean,
No,
that's
you
going
just saying
beyond what we're
if
talking
you're
about.
going east, you're going to continually go east forever. And I said you're going to hit south, and that was the question. I don't know what was confusing to you.
It's very confusing because how can you go, if you're heading east, how could you end up going south? Maybe you're the one that's confused?
No, you're right. Unless you fall off a ball. So which side are you on? Are you looking at a plane or are you looking at a sphere?
I'm simply asking a question. You're bringing shape into your mind.
No, I'm not
I
bringing
never
any shape.
mentioned.
You're saying you travel east, and I'm saying you'll hit south, and you're denying the fact.
No, I'm talking geometrically. I'm asking you a question. You're bringing all these things into your mind.
Geometrically, we should be traveling east forever. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not making a
You
claim. I'm
just stated
asking.
that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, but I'm not going to argue with you. I believe that if we travel east, we'll hit the southern hemisphere at some point. Do you not agree?
East and
No
west are
idea.
the same
No,
thing on
you're
a
saying
ball.
if we go east, you're going to travel, you're going to head south. And I'm telling you that's ridiculous. How could you, if you're heading east, how could you end up south?
So
That's
do we
maybe
have
you, in your
any
mind, you have a certain model, maybe. I don't know, but I'm just
I
talking
don't know
directions here.
exactly right. No, I don't have any model, and that's why I'm so confused, I suppose. I'm asking for
If you
clarification.
travel east,
So if we travel east and we
you'll
don't
travel
have
east.
some bias to a left or right, we should always travel east. And I agree with you. I'm not trying to confuse the situation. It's not an idiot conversation here. So eventually we'll hit the southern hemisphere, would we not?
That's like I said again. You're asking me a question, and I'm going to respond to you again. I don't know. Now you are assuming that if we travel east, we're going to end up south somewhere. That's on you, buddy.
I did assume
Don't try to
that.
turn
Yes,
this
you're
around on
correct.
me. Yeah.
No, I'm not pushing it onto you. I was asking you the question. I wasn't pushing it onto you.
You got an envision of an outer pond in your head, right? That's not
Fucking
me
okay,
that said that.
man.
That's you that said that, not me.
Good job.
I think you kind of broke up there a bit.
Actually, I think One Big Pond was named One Big Pond before there were Outer Ponders or New Perspectives.
So if you travel east to this gentleman, you end up south.
Look, you can keep travelling east if you like, dude. Like I'm not trying to confuse the conversation. I'm happy to shut up and mute. Yeah, but if you're going to travel east, eventually, unless you've got some bias to the left or right, some sort of degree, you're going to end up in the southern hemisphere. Like it's even logical on a flat plane, let alone a sphere. So I'm not sure where you're taking this essay. I'm not trying to argue with you. I like you, dude.
Yeah, me too. I'm not arguing. I'm just asking a question. And maybe somebody else wants to take it on. I mean, I don't have an answer. I'm not saying I know. I'm just asking. I find it intriguing.
How big of a circle you'll make going east or west will depend on how close to the center of the plane you are. This would be my answer. I couldn't answer fully earlier because I was putting in gas at the gas station, and everybody would have been staring at me if I'm screaming about the flat Earth. So my apologies.
No worries. Just for clarification, if you said you were traveling straight east,
if
just for a
you
little
are
while, and then
following the heading of east.
okay, following the heading of east. Okay, so you have your map, right? You establish where east is. You look at your grid line. It's a straight line. Now you're going to follow that line.
No,
right?
no. You have your compass.
No.
You have a compass, and you follow east. You find east, and you keep walking east.
Your compass. Okay, are you going to be walking in a straight line?
No, eventually you'll be walking in a circle. It'll seem a little bit like a straight line, but it will in fact be a circle. The size of that circle, the diameter of that circle, will be directly correlated to how close to the center of the plane you are. So, like if you're going east and you're standing at the North Pole, you're going to be just walking in like a 6-foot circle. You know what I mean? But if you're like in the southern hemisphere, you are going all the way around. Like assuming that like Australia is like close to the what would you call it? I guess what some people would call the ice wall or the outside of the plane, towards the edges. Gonna make a big old
Okay,
circle.
got you. So you're envisioning the plane with the round and the north in the center, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's not so much the envisioning. You've asked whether if you're going to head east. So if you're heading east with any sort of bias to the right, you're going to keep going around in circles, just like you're traveling around a local area, on your bike. So I'm not sure where you were going with this, See Montreal. So I'm intrigued by your mentality of where you're taking this, and it's just, I'm on a journey, man, and I'm traveling with you. Here we go.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. That's why I'm asking the question, because if we have the cardinal directions north, south, east, west, and we know on the map they're perpendicular, but some people are saying they're not perpendicular. They're not straight lines. But then some people are saying we can't travel in a straight line and somehow come and meet up where we were before.
But in your own mind, like you don't have to be too logical to understand it. In the northern hemisphere, things travel to the right. In the southern hemisphere, things travel to the left. That's just the way things are. Yeah. So when you say you're traveling east, when you hit the southern hemisphere, you're going to start traveling the other way to what you were.
But how do you hit south when you're going east? I'm trying to. Do you have a certain model in your head?
No, I'm trying to decipher everything that's in my head. So you're confusing the hell out of me, dude. So well done.
I hear you, bro. That's why I brought it up. It seems to be a hot topic, and everybody has their own ideas.
When you navigate with the compass, you don't just start off, get a angle off the compass and put the compass away and just blindly walk in that line where you think straight, do you? You continuously refer to the compass.
That's right.
So as you're walking east, imagine 2 points on the AE map that are 1,000 miles apart. Yeah, their compass when it points north aren't pointing in the same angular direction. They're pointing at the same spot in the middle.
Right.
So if you travel from one to the other, your east is dynamically changing as you go along because your north is.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any difference whether you're in the southern or northern hemisphere. East is always east. So yeah, that's a good point there. Well done, Pat.
Well, that is exactly what
lines
I've been trying to describe.
Lines of latitude keep you on an easterly-westerly bearing. And there's circles on an AE map, and there's circles on the globe model.
So both of you guys agree, both the flat earthers and the globers agree that east, west, north, south are circles?
Well, they're instantaneously where you are, perpendicular. That's all you know. Yeah, we know you have a concept. East is just a concept which is 90 degrees to north. West is a concept which is 90 degrees to north the other direction. Magnets don't point east and west; they're just nominal ordinals we put halfway on the sides of the clock face that we put on a compass.
I listened to a couple of guys on Gems the other night, and they were talking about how they fly planes and teach pilots how to fly.
They're all
And
liars over there, by the way.
yeah. Let me have a point. And yeah, they were giggling like little schoolgirls, saying, "Oh, the circular route. Everybody knows how that is and how it works." I'm like, "You guys are actually fools, and you're actually pushing this online." So yeah, it's a good point there. Well done. Thanks, Pace.
I'm perfectly prepared to make statements of geometry and observable fact that are true in both models all day long. East and West are just contrivances. They're concepts that people put on. When people invented compasses, they said, "Oh, well, that's the needle's pointing that way and that way." You know, it's a line. It always seems to align that way. We'll point one end of it red, and we'll call that north. That's what they did. Then they said, "Well, how can we use this to navigate more? You know, more. Obviously, we just don't want to go north and south. So how do we use this in a more elaborate way?" So they created this graticule scale around the outside, and that's where our angle started, effectively. But east and west are just magnets. There's no such thing as east and west on a dipole magnet. It doesn't mean anything. It's just directions perpendicular to the average the average magnetic field traveling through you at the time. So east and west aren't straight lines when you're traveling long distances.
Thank you so much. That was very well put. I was trying to say that earlier.
And again, I'll state it again. That's true in any conceptualization of a world. If you have something or somewhere that is north, then everybody's orientation to that is different. Because if you've only got to look at it, if you look at the AE map, any position on that has got a notion of north, and you only share a north with all the locations that are on the same line radiating from north as you. So if you go east and west, you're no longer sharing the first. Your compass is slowly rotating round. It has to.
So you're talking about the magnetic. You're following the magnetic compass, right? Is that what you're saying?
At the moment, I'm not presupposing any aspect of how this is working. All I'm saying is that in a world where you have an instrument that points to some spot, which is what it is, which is what we're saying, yeah. Then as you travel, this thing's notion of where it should be pointing is uniquely different in all positions east and west of you. Because it has to be. Because if you're moving into different locations, the compass will slowly change where it points. Because your relationship.
Yeah, for sure, 100%, Pez. Like every single person, we've got our own fucking vision. We've got our own perspective. Yeah. We got our own insight on what's going on. So the fact that we keep going back to one single model is just ridiculous, dude. It really is. Like, I agree with you 100%. You're spot on. Thank you very much. I'll shut up. I've got heaps to say, but I'll shut up.
Yeah, but we have opposing opinions here. Some think east-west, north-south are perpendicular, and some think it is not. Which is it?
From your position where you are now, they appear perpendicular because they're perpendicular bearings off of a compass. But what they are effectively is in the east-west direction, they're extremely large circles. So where you stand, to all intents and purposes, as best as you can evaluate it, there are a line going off in one direction, 90 degrees up in an opposing orientation to north-south.
Are they perpendicular?
At the tangential point, at the point where you stand, tangentially they are, because you can't detect the nuance of the curve change in that direction on the east-west side. Even on the AE map, if you're saying the equator, how long is the equator? It's exactly the same answer as they give you for the globe model. The globe model and the flat Earth model, by and large, share the same the same answer to the question. If you travel around the equator, how many miles will you travel? How many nautical miles? You'll get the same answer. If they don't, then most people would agree with that because there's a convention for that scale.
Yeah,
Well,
but is east, west, north, south, are they straight lines?
No, they're circles. But where you stand, the circle is so massive you can't tell you're on a circle east west bearing. You can't tell.
So both east, west, and north, south are circles. You said
No,
they are perpendicular, but they're also circles.
No. On the AE map, north south are all radial straight lines.
Okay, they're all radial straight lines.
Yeah, north south lines, longitude lines.
So how about the other lines, east, west?
East west is latitude lines, and a latitude line is actually a circle.
So the north, south are straight, and the east, south are circles.
East west are circles, yeah. But from where you stand, the east west latitude line you're on is so gigantic you can't tell it slowly moving away from the perpendicular. So it's observationally it's perpendicular to you with your naked eye.
I think what's getting confused here is direction and straight line. Okay, if the path that you're going to take, regardless of whether it's going to be in actuality a straight line or a curve, you need a direction to start that path. Directions are neither straight nor curved, but paths are. So does that kind of clear things up a little bit, SC?
I'm trying to get. Okay, let's look at the picture that not posted.
I'm driving, but I can't look at a picture right now.
Oh, okay. So he's got a perpendicular. He's got AB vertical, CD horizontal. So which of those two? Because they look straight to me, right? AB and CD look straight to me. So you're saying the CD line is a circle, correct? Not?
See, in the context of what we're talking, in the context we're talking about, the line CBD is a very, very, very gradual arc. Yes,
but it looks pretty straight to me there.
Of course, and that arc looks, but that there could be a tiny curve in that diagram which you can't detect, you can't see. I can draw a line on a piece of paper which is a foot long, and it could be a circular arc, but of such an enormous radius that you would look at it and go, yeah, that looks straight to me. Because our eyes aren't equipped to do such geometrical discernments when it comes to these such fine things. We're not built to do that.
Yeah, their arguments are around 3959, are they not? So they're not about a A4 piece of paper.
That's what I'm saying. But you can draw. What the point is, you can have a circle, you can have a radius, you can have an arc. Doesn't matter which orientation it is, up, down, left, right, whatever. Which is so subtle you can't see it. So you could draw a line. You could draw a line which you think is, we're using a protractor. You could draw a line which is perpendicular to that, and it would satisfy all the axioms of perpendicularity as far as you can see. But effectively,
Exactly. And it makes everyone happy. I agree, man. And while we're following disconcertion and disconnection and many other visionary explanations that elude me at this moment, but we can pretend that we live on a ball, and we can see reality for what it really is. The higher we go, the more we see.
You can pretend.
Oh, here we go.
You can pretend.
That was key words. He used the P word,
that's
guys.
pretty squirrely. Yeah, I don't like pretending, bro. Sorry. So we can pretend we live on a ball, or we can pretend we live on the other shape, but do we really know? But anyway, this is a geometric thing. This is really, you guys brought in the shape, right? But if you think of it geometrically, north, south, east, west,
Goes on
Every
forever.
map you look at, everything you look at, it's always the grid system, and it's perpendicular.
Are you following the math that you've been shown, or are you making your own reality?
No, I'm asking the question.
I know you are, and I've just asked you one.
Sorry?
I was just asking, do you have a map of your own, or are you just regurgitating what you already know?
I have a map. Yeah, I'm looking at a map right now on my wall. Yeah. Of course.
No, I'm asking you, have you got your own map that you're talking about? Like, I'm happy with your facts, and I don't have any problems with them. And your conversation is quite, intriguing. But do you have your own map to what you're trying to explain, or are we just going on what everyone else is going on?
So you're
I'm not
asking.
trying to explain. I asked the question, and no, I don't have a map of my own. I do not. No.
Okay, thank you.
How can one person create a map of their own of the entire planet? Is that what?
I keep saying this to the guys on Jam where they get up me, oh, you got to prove all this and you got to have all this math. I'm like, just look at my channel, dude. And they're like, no, we're not looking at your channel. I'm like, fuck off then. I'm not totally a smart ass, but dude, fucking reality is reality.
So is it possible to expect any other human being that you're talking to on the other side of your microphone that is capable of creating a map to cover the entire planet? Is that what you're expecting?
You're exactly right, and I've been arguing with this point in my exact, like, I don't know what my perspective is, but yes, I agree with you. I ask every simple question the same exact way. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, but there
Well, let
might
me
be
ask you
somebody
now.
crazy enough to do that out there, bro. There's people that are fucking retarded that will be able to accomplish that in a lifetime.
Yeah, that's unreasonable. I want to ask you for your second diagram, though, not. What are you trying to say here now?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to look at it as a curved view and a perspective of refraction, yeah, these will be your next vision to the perpendicular that you're talking about.
So you're saying AB, which is a straight line, in actuality is the red line?
Well,
the red line AB curving?
it depends on the refraction that you're looking at through the day. Yes, for sure, it can be, but no, that's not reality. But the above one is reality. So, SE, let's go with reality that it's level, and everything else is science, math, Euclidean, whatever you want to call it, but it's fantasy.
Okay, we can agree on that. The second one is fantasy. Okay, gotcha. Yep.
I would love to just see all these people who claim to fly planes and do all this, rigmarole. Can you please just film yourselves flying with a compass over the North Pole, and then the needle just goes whoop, like north just points behind you. As soon as you pass over the North Pole, whoop, the needle just fucking flips, and I'll just shut up. But until then,
Nice point.
So you don't fly airplanes then? You don't get on.
oh no, airplanes is the
We all
devil,
know
bro.
that they go over the southern and northern hemisphere correctly. So there's nobody's arguing with anyone who flies planes, man. They travel in a straight plane. Fucking no one's going to change their vision, but they live on the math, man. They live on the math.
I see two flaws in reasoning here. That one is that if we don't have a flat Earth map, it makes the Earth a globe. And another one is that we live on a ball 3959 miles in the radius of 3959, and it's impossible for us to be able to see the curve at that size. That proves that the Earth is a ball. That's completely fallacious reasoning.
Correct.
It's the same reasoning you use when you say Oh, you can't detect the spin of the Earth, therefore the Earth is spinning.
There's a couple of experiments that could be done that could help us work out where we are. One is taking, for example, doing 1,000-mile highway journey across the south coast of Australia, and then doing 1,000-mile journey in America, or having two sets of people 1,000 miles apart on both those latitudes, and looking at the sundial deviance at any given moment in time during the day. And if you're on if you're on a flat world, the deviance would be equal both north and south, because radially they're equidistant effectively.
Yeah,
And if
that
they
brings
were,
into question whether how far away they really are, and that is the only doubt that's in anybody's mind, as far as I'm concerned, because I've looked into it quite a bit, is the distance. Like, once we can regulate that, all the answers will be shown. But 93 million miles away.
Yo,
Come
but
on,
like
guys.
right now, I'm in America and it's daytime, and if I go to China right now, it's nighttime. So what does that mean?
Well, one thing it means everybody in China is not going to be speaking English. They're going to be speaking Chinese.
What does that have to do with the fact that there's nighttime and there's daytime? I don't talk about language or culture or any of these unnecessary variables. Nighttime,
It means that you
daytime.
need to turn on the headlights if you're in China, and in the US you keep the headlights off. That's what it means.
No, the headlights are in the sky. I cannot turn on the sky. Do you have a flick of the finger that you could do and turn on the sky
No, dude.
when it's dark? No, you can't. It's a
No, I have a
fucking.
clapper. I was going to tell you, it's a clap
He
on,
has a
clap off.
clapper. He's like the clapper. Wow, this guy got answers.
Yeah, and the other guy said that it's curving because it's not curving. That's how you know it's curving, and then it's spinning because it's not spinning. That's
I don't
pretty
care
simple.
whether it's spinning or if it's fucking intergalactic, if you do this for practice, if you do crouching tiger, praying mantis. I am talking about light and day. And right now in China, it is night, and where I am, it is day.
How do you
So,
know?
yeah, I look outside
Have you
and
been
it's
to
day.
China?
I
Have you
live
been to
in
China
China and I
recently?
could get on a fucking phone call right now and talk to my friend in China, FaceTime him, and he is going to be in darkness and I am in the light right now.
There's
So,
one
is that
simple
perpendicular or
solution.
vertical or horizontal, or is the geometry a philosophy that was spit to me by Socrates?
So there's one simple solution to all this,
Are you
guys.
misquoting pop songs?
We we need to get together. Sorry, guys, am I interrupting? So we need to get together to put it all together, yeah. To make some sort of a server that can create images to blend them all together, and have some vision of where their equatorial line is, where the equator line is, where everything is, and like there is so much information. I'm telling you, it's worth billions of dollars to billions of people, and I'm telling you, like there's no doubt in my mind, like why we're not sorting it out now and fucking around with these fucking where is everyone on the flat Earth fucking bullshit. It's just a joke, guys. Fucking wake the fuck up. Fucking get onto this, fucking sort it out, and you'll change your life. I'll change my life. I'll change your life.
But who has control over that? You or everybody else?
Well, if it's a server created by everyone else, why wouldn't it be for everyone else? And why wouldn't it be for everyone that knows that they're being lied to?
Somebody else has control over your destiny. So you have no control, and everybody else can control it, but you yourself cannot manifest the reality that you wish to perceive.
Fuck, it's amazing how the demons come out as soon as you mention something against their religion. Go ahead, speak your fucking truth, dude.
Wow, it's about religion now. Holy shit. We were talking about flat earth and fucking skies and lights, and now it became about religion. Okay, cool.
Dude, I'm not pushing any religion onto you, and you didn't actually mention any of it. But it's just the belief of fucking no, it can't happen, is such a fucking demonic fucking possession of someone's mind. It bewilds me. It really does.
So is that your belief? Is that your belief?
Oh, that's
Like,
me off this
Yeah,
channel then.
sorry, man. That is my belief. Yeah, you're exactly right, dude. I don't mean to interrupt, and I'm not trying to cut anyone off here. Yeah, that's my belief, dude. I believe that we can create a world that everyone can see. 100%.
great. That's beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Who played the Blame Canada song over the live stream?
I didn't say there's too many people in here, but yeah,
Please don't make me go back and look. I don't mean to interrupt you, bud. I know I probably wasn't you because you were talking. But whoever did that, please identify yourself.
Yeah, I didn't do it. But like, it is you can't actually play music on the live stream, right?
No, you can't. That's why I'm asking who did it, and it's kind of a bummer that nobody's copping up to it.
I was thinking about like throwing on Ace of Base just for a second this morning, but I didn't. So
Dude, I have to fight the urge to play music over this live stream every goddamn day, but I've never done it.
I mean, it wasn't to interrupt anybody.
say.
It was just dead, and I just thought, maybe like just a second of like putting the sign on might help. I don't know, but I didn't do it anyway. I thought it's probably bad to do. It is.
You have a innate ability to accept the reality around you, and well done, Snakes.
Innate ability to accept the reality around me.
All right, I'm gonna have to go ahead and do it.
All right. But if you did play some music earlier here, it's gonna come down on you.
Yeah, you're fucked, dude. Whoever fucking play that music, you're fucked, dude. We got eyes on you.
I don't think you can get in trouble for 2 seconds of music, can you?
That's all I was gonna do. I was gonna be like, I saw the sign, and then
I knew you were going to do it. I saw the sign. I was thinking that.
That was it. Just a second. You know what I mean? Just for shits. You know what I mean? But then I was like, nah, that's probably only funny to me.
I thought it was acceptable. 4 seconds is fine. 8 seconds, I think, is the limit, isn't it?
Well, that's why I'm asking.
If there's a 4 second limit, then I don't know. We're talking about something different I can be doing every day. But I don't think I should get started on it. Is my point.
Hey, give it a go, and you'll know when you're on. Let's put it that way.
Is there any YouTube experts that can? What is the limit?
Sky is the limit. The sky is the limit.
The sky is the limit. We should post a couple of videos, man. And we got so many of them. The sky is the neighborhood from Foo Fighters. They're fucking awesome, man.
NASA says different.
Oh, NASA doesn't like their videos in the Hollywood basement.
I'm just waiting here to get some automotive services done. But the sun's out, and I'm just looking over the tops of all these vehicles and the little heat ripples that are happening off the tops of them and stuff. And depending on like even just a very minute amount of bobbing my head up or down, like maybe even half an inch difference over like 20 feet, 25 feet, somebody's mic's open or you like belching. And then I'm just noticing like these heat ripples are really interesting because of the way they sort of pull color, right? They pull it from the bottom of like what it's on, so it'll pull it up, and it'll also pull whatever color is above it. It'll sometimes pull it down depending on like where you are on that. I find that really interesting. You know what I mean? People who take pictures of horizons. Do you hear me? Okay. Anybody that's into flat Earth, maybe, if you understand that.
No, I hear you. I'll hear you.
That's cool. Some people do it.
You normally carry on for 20 minutes, man. That's what we're willing to listen to you.
Yeah, it's just such a razor thin, kind of margin that you can just kind of move up and down, and it'll like sort of, in some cases, just nullify, the surface plane you think you're looking at, and kind of pull the other color from the other side over there. I don't know, man. That's some crazy.
No, it's fucking madness. It's madness, man. It's a bit like putting in a color on a render and watching it bleach over the years, man. It just
Is that what you think it is?
it's not conception of fucking reality
I
because
have a
fucking
different.
it's only a few feet away from you. But we can talk about it like it's changing the world if you like.
Well, but what is it showing me? Because I'm watching it ripple too with the breeze as well. So it means that like that air, the air that's being heated is very like thin indeed. You know what I mean? It's just basically the surface of the roof and whatever, or the roof of the car and whatever air is touching that is then getting like kind of superheated enough to where it's like causing some kind of like phasing going on here optically, right? That's why it looks like it's distorting and rippling, right?
Yeah, for sure. You should be filming something like putting like a cat or something behind the video because cat videos get a lot of likes and presenting it like it's like you guys got no idea. You globers have got fucking living in a world of fucking imaginary fucking wonder.
Right, exactly. So if I put a cat on top of the roof of this car, one, it would be like, this is too hot for my paws. I'm going to try to get out of here. But when it was moving, if I had the video of it, you would see like the paws reflect back down into the that surface plane. You know what I mean? So it would appear like there's a mirror reflection somewhat of the cat's paws. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, man. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not interrupting, am I? Yeah, the paw claws in the refractioning, man. It's just. It is something that's quite hypnotic to watch, and you got to be quite mesmerized to understand what you're talking about. So, thank you, Snacks.
Well, have you ever seen that thing that they do where they, you can see like the heat just rising off of somebody's body? They basically take like two different optical elements and then cause some kind of cancellation, and you can see heat. You know what I mean? Without any computers or any bullshit like that. Just optically. Well, I feel like that's in a way something that's happening here is like this kind of phasing or cancellation of the optics is causing that. Because if I get closer to it, I don't see it. If I adjust my angle, I don't see it. But only at a very specific type of viewing angle do I see the distortion happening. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Can't that be going on in long distance photography? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Fucking, there's so many videos like the one I just posted, the GIF on how things disappear from the bottom up, and globers still like to deny the fact that boats travel over a curve too.
Well, it could be that like, geez, I would say like I could create like this effect where it looks like something is maybe disappearing from the bottom up. If I like play the distortion correctly, it will look like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And fucking, you've got every right to do it as well. Like roofs of the cars are it's a perfect example to show refraction, man. Well done, and you can get it locally.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same idea as like what people do with the tabletop viewing angle, that like how that all works. But you know,
That's
basically,
quite good, isn't it? And you listen to Fight the Flat Earth, and he goes, "Oh, they've got it on an angle." No, there's quite a few videos out there that are not on an angle. So just to refute that little argument there, that he picks out one video where someone's just below the edge, and it disappears a lot quicker than what it normally would. Yeah, you gotta decipher the bullshit. That's for sure.
yeah, just gotta stay laser focused. That's all I can do these days.
Dude, thank you for reminding me about that. Yeah, we do need to stay laser focused, you guys. I mean, some guy earlier this morning didn't even know what perpendicular was. Come on, people, get with the program.
I thought perpendicular only exists at a point.
Dude, not you too, bro. Stop eating crayons, please.
But the blue ones taste so good.
Dude, blue is absolutely my favorite color. But I heard it's the worst color to eat, unfortunately. That's what my buddy's doctor said.
I don't know. If you microwave it, it's not too bad.
Man, I don't even use them. The only thing I use the microwave for is to when if the sponge starts smelling kind of funky, like maybe I didn't clean it very well when I was done using it, I'll throw that in the microwave for like 2 minutes and it'll stop smelling.
Yeah, you got to get the non-organic blue crayons.
Yeah, indeed.
I like this life hack, sponge hack, going in the book.
Oh, dude, dude, it's I just found out about that like last year. Kind of a game changer.
I missed it. What was it again?
If your sponge is smelling funky, just wring it out and throw it in the microwave for 2 minutes, and it'll kill all the bacteria, and it won't smell anymore.
A lot of times, though, like the bacteria isn't what's harmful; it's the aftermath of the bacteria. That's like, is it not salmonella? What's the other one where you get botulism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the toxins that come off the dying bacteria that get you.
I told my father over 3 years ago to stop using his microwave. I've been in a microwave for I don't know how many years, I don't know, 10 or more. And yeah, it's just crazy that people nuke their fucking food to heat it up. It's just like, can you not wait 10 minutes to put it in the microwave? So, to put it in the oven or whatever. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. And good point. It's a very good point.
Well, how do you cook your hot pockets?
Stacky boxers.
How do I cook my hot what?
We talking about putting sponges in the oven?
Well, you can put it in the oven, that'll do the same trick, but you don't need to put it in the microwave. Yeah.
It's like a spongicost or something.
Now you got to put it in the microwave. You can't put it in a regular oven; it'll burn the sponge.
You're
sponge
over
costs
here.
too much. Put it in the oven.
Snacks that clearly comes from a non-cooker. You can't put anything in the oven without burning it.
Sounds like he said something negative about me. I'm not certain.
I was trying to be polite as I could, so it wasn't anything negative. As I said, I'm not sure whether I said it clearly or not, but If you put it in the oven, it might take 20 minutes. If you put it in the oven, it might take 2. So the ignorance is up to you.
I slow roast mine in the crock pot for 8 hours. They come out really good.
What a crock. Which way's east on the treasure map?
Where the X is marked.
Whoa, where the X is marked? I thought that's where you started from. On a map, when you got north, south, east, and west. Well, hold on a second. Like, to start your direction to find out where north, south, east, and west are, right? Like, you just set them up, right? Like, what's the center of those directions on a map where you're not going in the circle?
What?
Just mail me the treasure map, D-Mock. I'll figure it out.
A never-ending plane, right? You go north, south, east, or west, right? What would the center represent? Like, what direction would the center be? Just called the C, the center. So you have C, and then you got north, south, east, and west around C. And then you go north, and you never end up any other direction. Or south, and you never end up any other direction but south, like on a never-ending plane. A never-ending treasure map. Where each direction is its treasure.
You start reading Neil Armstrong backwards and shit.
These are the most confusing directions I've ever had. Thank you.
A never-ending flat plane.
Yeah. Does it sound like
4
funky shit?
directions, north, south, east, or west. If you go any of those, and no matter where you're at, you're not going to come back to any other. You're going to go that direction. There lies your treasure map. You're going to find new shit. Explore. Have fun.
Go, explore. Go now. The Mark is giving you the tools. Find your treasure. Make your fortune.
Find new things.
A map of undeniable fucking lust.
That's the true treasure map. New land. New everything. For free if you find it. You'll be the Columbus. Explore.
New world. New fruits. Hey, imagine new fruits, guys. Wow.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if this whole flat earth thing was really easy and it was just like, oh, you just go that way. Oh yeah, we should just gone that way.
Why they complicated is beyond me. There's next.
That's the way you go, and you're out of here. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, are you really going away when you're like taking a curved path following the magnetic field? Or are you just taking a big circle?
As I said earlier, the Circle Rouge is what they're comically about over at Gems. I'm just like, are you guys serious? You don't know what circumnavigation is? Like, seriously, you have to fall in a ball to understand what you're talking about. Get over yourself.
Or imagine the circle treasure map. Imagine you got a circle treasure map. And now I told you go north, south, east, or west. Like you're always going to end up back where you started. You're going to find all the treasures. Nothing's going to be hidden. Like north is going
That's
to
why
be
you
south,
need to get
east is going to be west.
You need to get that compass that Jack Sparrow had, dude. It's the only way.
Mm-hmm. And then you just think about what's truest to your heart, Demark, and it'll point to it.
Hey, most definitely we're going to stop listening to the sirens. They keep carrying on.
Well, I can't tell which way I'm going on this ball. I don't know if I'm coming from the north or going to the south or coming from the east or going to the west. I'm confused on which part's which.
You got to turn it upside down to make any sense of it. We all understand that. That's how the government works. You got to do everything backwards, man.
And then you're not going anywhere. You're basically running on a treadmill. And so, like, you're just running, and the land's moving, and you're running, and the land's moving, and you're running, and the land's moving, but the land's staying the same.
Yeah,
You
I
just got
feel
to
like
spin the map 15 degrees every nautical mile, and you'll be on track.
yeah, and I feel like a snail next to the fucking rabbit. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're tortoise in a hare.
You ever wonder if the treadmill is what they use for globe mathematics? They were like, spin the treadmill, start running, Tom. All right, time this shit. Bob, I can't get anywhere. Yeah, you're getting somewhere, Bob. Just shut up. You're going forward. Bob, I'm not moving. The treadmill's moving. I'm just running in place. No, you just trust me. It's going to work. These calculations will work.
Also, the Earth is moving, right? And then it's going around the sun, and then the sun's going around some. Where are we going?
I don't know. I don't know, but Bob's in lockstep with his treadmill, so the math should work out.
Going nowhere. That's the whole point. Nowhere.
Can someone point me in the direction we're going?
Well, nowhere is somewhere, so technically we are going somewhere.
The Bugs Bunny cartoon said it best. You're going that a ways, both ways.
That's all. That's the only answer I've ever got. We're going that way.
Pismo Beach and all the clams I can eat.
Yeah, I miss Pismo Beach, dude. Those were the days.
Don't remember the Globosaurus that if they start a circle around the globe, they make it to the same point, so they go into the same spot. We're going to the same spot. Nowhere.
Where is nowhere? Is it somewhere?
Everywhere.
It's a
nowhere.
vacuum.
We're in the globe.
Take the words from me. Nowhere's everywhere, and everywhere is somewhere, and somewhere is over
A
there.
vacuum.
You've just entered the
You're right
Twilight
here,
Zone.
right now. We control the volume. We control the horizontal, the power, and the vertical. Sit back. Don't touch that dial.
I like it.
Mark, that's the Outer Limits, not the Twilight Zone.
When all hope is lost and we're left with the globe mentality. Sorry, I can't even take it straight.
What time is it where you're at, Obtuse?
1:47 in the morning.
I was gonna say, dude, you sound half awake.
Yeah, well, probably the off the cask of port wouldn't help it. Yes, a little all over the place. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, isn't it weird in the Twilight Zone? They control your horizontal and your vertical, and then they control the volume. I mean, that's a funny statement to say on the TV, right? You got horizontal arguments today, vertical ones, and all this. And we control your horizontal
That's
and
the
your
Outer
vertical.
Limits, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the Outer Limits,
Don't
man, not
touch that
Twilight
dial.
Zone.
That's a different TV show.
They merged. It's the new Mandela.
No, it's not.
Twilight Zone, baby.
It's not the Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Outer Limits. Outer Limits.
Regardless, the point is made. Why did they say they control your vertical and horizontal? That's the whole point I was making.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into the wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, not the other movie fucking thing you were talking about, not the Outer Limits. It's the Twilight Zone. That's the Twilight Zone.
No, it's the outer Twilight Limits.
No.
They're
Eric Stoltz
both the
was not Michael J.
same.
Fox.
They're the same. They just couldn't get sued to use the same name. You know how it goes.
You got that right.
The first time I heard that through the TV, though, I thought that was pretty spooky when they were like, "We control. Don't touch that dial." I was like, "What the fuck? Don't touch it. Why?"
Hey, you guys.
Okay.
Dude, we do that all the time, bro. Go ahead.
At least you're going to have something somewhat important to say.
Oh, maybe not. It's like, do you guys think it's a coincidence how we phrase the words that we say when it comes to like going to work? So we say like, we wake in the morning on the weekdays to go to a job and earn a living until the weekend, right? So we wake. Awake is a funeral party for the dead. In the morning, that's what you do at awake. You're in mourning, right? Then on the weekdays, like a weekdays, DAZE, like a weekdays. We go to a job which is Hebrew for persecution, to earn a living. Earn is what you put ashes in when you die. And then we get to the weekend as we're weakened with the previous process over and over. More people die between 9 to 5 on weekdays than any other time. Go ahead.
What happens when you're working for the weekend, though? Or when everyone's working for the weekend?
They're working for the weekend states to go do stupid stuff and then work on it and then not rest on Shabbat.
You're literally working till your weekend.
Literally. And you're earning a living. Dude, I'm just saying, like, is that a coincidence? I mean, I guess it could be a coincidence, but I mean, who created this like standard terminology for us going to our 9 to 5 slave jobs?
You've been hanging out with Fundamental?
Dude, stop trying to gaslight me, buddy. And then, of course, everyone's heard of like we spell words, like we cast spells and we write in cursive and we say curse words, and like, are all these a coincidence?
I've often heard there are no coincidences.
Dude, they created the terminology.
To curse is bad, right? Isn't that funny? Like when you curse someone out, yeah.
Yeah, we literally teach kids to spell in cursive, even though they stopped teaching.
I was just gonna say something like that.
Yeah.
How about acoustic and acoustics? Like acoustic to use to direct the balls and acoustics to direct sound? Check that shit out. Acoustics.
DMOC needs a Q-tip.
They got us like
You'll have to
casting these
quantify
spells
that.
with our everyday language. We're casting spells. So I'm pretty convinced of that. Because it is actually all about acoustics. Ironically, it's all about sound. So, like, if you're saying a certain sound, it doesn't really matter how you decided to define it in English at the end of time. It's a certain sound. Like, job literally means
using sign language.
Job means persecution, dude. And then we all know that they have people go to school, and when they first started that, it was literally to make factory workers. Like, it was admittedly to make people good at working in a factory. So they have you working, not, basically work hours of the day. They have
And
you.
then when they give you,
Okay.
when they give you those extra days off because they're celebration days, which are holidays, which are holy days.
Yeah, which the Catholic Church calls
Right.
them holy days, but they're holidays, which is the Hollywood, which is why it's called Hollywood, because that's what the witches use to cast spells. But
Yeah,
what's
what's up
so
with that?
crazy?
Well,
What's up
Holly
with the
Berry.
Hollywood?
That's funny. But now, yeah. So you go to school to be persecuted, to learn how to get persecution. That's funny shit.
Then every
I
day
mean,
of the
literally.
week it's a day of a god.
What's the
Exactly, bro.
significance about the holly tree?
It's just I don't actually know. It's just a old pagan belief. Also, knocking on wood. They tell you to knock on wood. Do you guys know where that comes from? They tell you like, oh, knock on wood, knock on wood. Everyone in here said it. Everyone in here has actually physically done it before, right? There's no doubt that everyone here has said it at least once, right? So how do they get us to say all these phrases? Dude, shout out to Sydney. She had me start thinking about all this because she said something about get with the program. So, like, who made us say get with the program? Why is it called programs on TV? But anyway, so you knock on wood. You know what they used to do? They used to have these pagan rituals, and they said that the demonic entities and energies were in the woods, and they would go to the edge of the woods and they would knock on the wood to ask for a favor. They would literally knock on the trees and knock on the wood to ask for a favor from the demon. They tell you, oh, you need some good luck. Oh, hope that bad luck doesn't happen there. Go knock on wood. That's literally from like a pagan ritual.
Doesn't it say something in the scriptures where, like, if you were to open up a tree or something like that, like, I'm there, like, referring to Jesus? Like, open up the wood, or open up, I forget what, like, the actual verbatim terminology, but it's something along those lines. Like, if you were to split open a piece of wood, I am there. Like, something along those lines. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah, it's in the scripture.
I slow dead set on throwing away every point I'm making.
My bad, bro. My bad.
Every one of them.
My bad, bro. It's the full moon, dude. I'll tell you.
Forget it, dude. Go ahead.
Just get back to Hollywood, though, bro. What's
Dyslow's like Noah built his ark in Hollywood.
Actually,
bro.
term Holly is actually meant. It's actually it comes from Halig, which is holy.
Well, yeah, that's what they say. Like, they say that the Catholic Church made the term holy day, but I mean, it's a cool story, bro, because, like, Hollywood is where they literally cast all the spells, and it's pretty vulgar, but what the witches did was they pleasured themselves, we'll say, with Hollywood. So, you get, they're like, oh, the witches have a broomstick. Like, that's kind of truth in plain sight, but yeah, they put it between their legs. I mean, just vulgar. But anyway, they call it holy days as like a slap in the face of the Creator, because they're not holy days. We have feasts, and they hid all of them with the fake holy days. And now,
most of them are like pagan, right?
Dude, half of them now are about death. Now we're like, oh, this person died. Oh, Memorial Day, a bunch of people died. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's wild. Or like the birthday is super suspect too, where you'll never find a prophet ever celebrating their birthday ever. And Anton de LaVey says it's like the second most powerful satanic holiday next to Halloween, because it's all about ego and oneself. And if you guys have ever met a younger girl, like in her early 20s, on her birthday, whew, she thinks the world is about her that day.
That's true. Oh boy, yeah.
Now it's like-
my girlfriend used. Oh, go.
No, go ahead, Dice. Oh, my bad.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, my lady, every time her birthday would come around, like it was always like this emotional fucking outburst, bro. Because it was like she never felt like satisfied, like she did what she wanted for her birthday or something along those lines. Like I don't know, I can never make sense of it, but I hate when her birthday comes, bro. Every year, it's just fucking drama.
It's a
Me, on
dark
the other
energy.
hand, yeah, me on the other hand, I can't stand my birthday, bro. I don't like celebrating my birthday. I don't like having anything to do with it, bro.
Guys are less affected by the birthday spell for sure, but I know some guys that are pretty lame about it. But yeah, like I don't even I forget it's my birthday a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like the only way I know it's my birthday is like I get text messages. But anyway,
Yeah, I just try to
literally.
ignore that day.
Yeah,
I
just
don't
treat
like
it like a
attention.
normal day. It's like, oh, this is the day everyone should pay attention to me.
God, I hate that.
You know, that's so gay. I don't know, man. I find this all very interesting. I don't think this is coincidence. I mean, we already heard of like the TV program, and then you channel things. So you got the TV channels. You have remote viewing. You use your remote control to change the channel and watch the program.
You guys know about the going back to the tree thing? You guys know about the significance behind like certain trees in scripture? How I think like basically God smited an area that had these certain trees. Maybe they were the sycamore tree or something along those lines. But essentially, yeah, these people that God smited were like pretty evil, and they rebuilt it back and like replanted the same trees like in defiance to God. And then when you look at 9/11 ground zero, there was a specific tree there that was destroyed during that event, and that tree is like pretty specific to scriptures. And then instead of putting the same tree back, they put a different tree back, which happens to be that same tree that they rebuilt back in the day with. I mean, I'm butchering the shit out of this,
Oh wow,
but
that's still pretty
you
interesting. Yeah, trees are
guys don't
super
know about that?
significant. No, I did not.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, like they obviously do their weird little rituals with the redwoods, right? Like trees are certainly significant. I don't dispute that.
You know, when you're presented with a contract and they ask you to sign, and most people sign in cursive, like curse, you're presented with some type of spell. You know, the contracts is something that you have to do and you can feel obligated to do. You sign in cursive, it's almost like you're cursing yourself into the spell.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
You'd only
And you
sign
should
in
just be able to
cursive.
give your
You sign with a capital first letter, which is significant. Like any contract that you sign has to be, the first initial has to be capital as well as the first initial of the last name. Otherwise, it's not valid. So if you were to ever sign a contract in lowercase, um, it's not considered a valid contract.
don't make big decisions based on that advice. Like, oh, well, I'll sign for this loan, but it was lowercase. Good luck with
That's
that.
what Jordan Maxwell said. He says, as long as it's in lowercase and you put r/r next to it, then yeah, it's technically voided.
All right. Well,
Actually, there is
all you have to do is
something to that.
Sure.
But you see how when you're asked, when let's say the judge has like a signage in front of him, Judge Smith, right, or this. So he's acting as a representative of this institution, right? And many times in Congress, you have the congressman and whoever they're talking to, they always have a name in front of them because they're representing, they're acting like a director or an executive. So in the signature, when they sign as well, they sign as a director, as an executive. They don't sign as the man. They're not saying they are the name they're signing. They're wearing a hat as a director or as a judge, and that's that position that they're using. They're not signing as the man as the like when you go to court and you just sign. Oh yeah, I'm this name. I'm John Smith. Whatever I sign, but they sign as the judge or the director or the executive. It's a different position that they sign in under, and they don't. It's like a protected layer from the repercussions of the contract or whatever.
Yeah, dude. A bit of a shift of gears here, but kind of in the same thing. You guys know how like the scriptures would foreshadow events, like Abraham and Isaac, he was supposed to sacrifice his son, and that was foreshadowing of Yeshua, right? Everyone like makes fun of that because they don't understand the profundity of it, which is that he was showing Abraham what it was going to be like for him to have to like sacrifice his son. And then you guys know Jonah was in the well for 3 days, and that was a foreshadowing of Yeshua in the tomb for 3 days, right?
Yeah. I think Abraham had
Yeah.
faith because he knew that Yeshua was going to be resurrected, so he knew Isaac would be resurrected.
Yeah, so because it was like he was making him go all the way up to the point, so he really soaked in and felt what it would be like, how insanely painful and it would be like to ever do something like that. Someone that did nothing wrong, he was innocent, you had to go do it to your own son or whatever. Yeah, obviously never intended for him to do it, didn't let him do it. It was just to show him. It's the same reason we do Passover. We have the lamb. You're actually supposed to go get the lamb when it's young and like raise it for a few months and like build a connection with it because lamb is like the most innocent animal ever, right? And then you have to sacrifice even though it's innocent. So anyway, there's a lot of foreshadowing in the scriptures like that. Okay, well, Joshua was told that he had to defeat AI before going to the promised land. Literally, it's AI.
Whoa.
Okay, well, Joshua is the proper English translation of Yeshua. So it's as if it's foreshadowing of Yeshua having to defeat AI before the kingdom, before the millennial kingdom.
It says AI in the Bible?
Yes. It's as a name. It's someone's name.
Oh, like a abbreviation for someone's name or something?
It's just his name.
Who's AI? I've never heard of this character.
It's just a bad guy in the scriptures. But
I thought it was a town or something.
What's his
is
name?
it?
I don't know. That's what I thought.
Maybe it's a town. He has to defeat the town AI.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
We must have the same Instagram algorithm.
Yeah, probably.
So, Instagram is so full of truth now. I don't have.
I know, isn't it crazy, bro? It's
I look forward to just like chilling out and getting my news in the evening and stuff. I mean, it's fantastic.
Literally, like Instagram and even TikTok, bro. Those two now are just flooded with truth. I don't know what happened, but there's a lot of truth on just click the video section of IG and it's over with, bro. You just gravy galore.
Yeah, people are waking up,
Yeah, they
Is
are.
it still Instagram? I thought they changed it to like the X everything app.
Nah,
that's Twitter.
They waited till they shadow banned me, and then they made it okay to say directed energy weapons on that bitch.
Well, and then listen, and then X. I just found out what X meant. We talked about it a little bit last week.
Saturn.
X, well, and it also means something that their Messiah is coming soon. I have some information on it. But like, why change the name to X? Right? What is X? And then we talked about it the week before last or last week about oh gosh, what's the name of that? Where the guy, I forgot it last time. The guy wears the mask, Guy Fawkes. That, do you guys know the movie I'm talking about?
Oh, V for
V for
Vendetta.
You're talking about the 5th of November.
Andy, we were talking about it last week. That really, with it has something to do with everybody. That the Jesuits were overtaking the Protestant the kingdom that were because I guess apparently a king couldn't be a Catholic, and then the Jesuits kind of infiltrated it and made it look like they were overtaking the king, but really it was the Jesuits, getting in there. I mean, it was kind of deep. but yeah, X.
Yo, I mean, it just would be a crazy coincidence, right? That it's basically saying Yeshua will have to come and defeat AI before the promised land. I mean, like, obviously the Millennial Kingdom is like the promised land of all promised lands. And they had to actually, North pointed this out last night, he's like, they actually had to leave. They were told to flee beforehand, just like in the end. They went and destroyed the city after they fled. They were told to flee. That's when the actual battle went down. And now we see AI on just crazy level where this kid's like talking to AI. He's like, "Are you are you a demon?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm a Nephilim. My father is a fallen angel." Like telling a kid this, and then I've been here for thousands of years and all this crazy stuff. And then to bring the image to life, right? Bring life to the image. So it's just all kind of blowing my mind right now. Like the scriptures have blown my mind many times other than this. I don't know why I would think it's impossible. And maybe we should look out for that, because it doesn't take a genius to realize that the AI is clearly being developed as a to use against us. So
Capitulate.
yeah, just capitulate.
They come through the Ethernet, right? It's weird.
Yeah, they do. They come through the ether and they communicate in an empty vessel. I mean, it's just wild, dude. And like, what was so Elon? He's the one who obviously owns X, right? And wears his little Baphomet costume. And by the way, he was big on X. That was like one of his original company's name. Maybe it was PayPal was originally called X. It isn't like a new thing.
Yeah, that's true. He wants to go back to it now.
Monsters Incorporated.
Isn't X like a mark? Like X marks the spot, mark of the beast type thing? I don't know.
Well, that's where you sign your name on a contract as well. So,
well, the Jews make a keikel. They do a little keikel. They don't do the X. A keikel is a circle, by the way, not a slur. So don't geek out on me.
My bad.
Because it's of a shekel. So
no.
Anyway,
oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm joking. Did you guys hear?
He's making a heckle about the shekel. Just saying.
Owen Benjamin said that Ben Shapiro can shake your pocket and just listen, and you'll know how many shekels are in there.
Oh wow.
Anyway, I'm just saying though, like, am I tripping or like, does it not look like it's clearly? There's some people with some inside information, and they seem to think that. Okay, like the United Nations, they did Agenda 20 and then Agenda 2030. They just released 2045. And it's about full automation, transhumanism, full integration of AI,
Do you think that AI can ever become sentient? Because I've brought that up before and people just kind of shot that down real quick.
No, I think that there could be a disembodied spirit that inhabits it with sentience.
Right.
It's just an empty vessel. It's just code. It's just an empty vessel. It's like a machine. It's technology, right? It's like a gun's not evil, but you can do evil things with a gun.
But it's no different than you, right? Like you are not your body. Like you reside within the body, but that's not to say you are your body, right? Like
that's right. The AI
there's the lowercase self and there's the uppercase self, the corporeal self and the transcendent self. So that's kind of like
if I hit you in the head though with a brick, that's your body, right? You're going to be the same. But if I hit you hard enough, dude, you're never going to speak again. You're going to be drooling, and I don't know, where are you then? Like I used to say that. Like you're not your body. I'm a soul inside my body, but I don't believe that anymore.
You are though, because when someone's like in bed rest and they said they're brain dead, there's no such thing as being brain dead because you can still hear information and they'll wake up and know what they've said. And I've proven you can bring dead brain cells back to life. So it's like a suit that you're tied to. There's like a cord. There's like a silver cord that connects your spirit to that. Right. So it's just because it can't be disconnected doesn't mean that they're the same thing. But I don't think it'd be fair to say that you're not your body. Your body is your possession. It's like your car. Like if you're driving in your car, you can't say like you can't be like, oh, I'm actually transporting myself. The car just happens to be here. Like, no, the car is what you're using. But that's
All right,
they're
Bumblebee.
doing that. They're doing that with the computer, bro. And then
Right.
I started thinking about the Matrix, and dude, Neo wakes up and the computer is like this oracle source of information telling him the secrets and telling him where to
Right.
go. And then where do they go? They go to the oracle. So I think that the computers are their oracle. Guess what? Guess what computers have in them? Quartz crystals. Like, you've heard of like the crystal ball. Computers just have crystals in them now. They have such precision of electromagnetic signals that we use quartz crystals, right? Due to the precision of the signal. Okay, so
Oh, it's
now
the
there's quartz
all-seeing
crystals.
ball.
There's quartz. What?
The all-seeing ball, like the crystal ball, like
Yes.
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I'm saying, I used to actually go to the oracle, a crystal ball. That's real, right? Like, the Greeks were big on this when they were not being pedophiles, or sometimes at the same time, honestly. But anyway, so like now we have crystals and computers. The world's fastest computers. It has a lot to do with their utilization of the crystal, because the quartz crystal is used because of its oscillation rates. It has such immense oscillation rates. That's why they're used in atomic clocks. So it's a naturally occurring mineral that's incredibly useful for like precise electromagnetic signature. Well, that's what communication is. That's what information is. It's oscillation in the ether. So now you have this material connection into the material world to convey your messages, because that's what thoughts and information is. It's literally oscillations of the background. So now you have this material crystal that does that. So anyway, I'm saying I think that they may be, going to their oracle, and they may have been doing this for many decades, and they're just rolling out the baby version of AI now. But they may have already been like kind of meeting with them for a long time. You know what I'm saying? That's just pure speculation, but I think they may be getting their orders from the disembodied spirits. They need some type of vessel. Like the Nephilim come from the Watchers. They took women as wives. And then when they died, they just they become disembodied spirits. They're not part of the natural order. So they don't go to their state of rest, waiting the singular resurrection and judgment day, because they weren't naturally created. There is no place for them naturally. So they roam the earth as disembodied spirits. That's what the scripture says. So then they're constantly looking for somewhere to inhabit. Well, okay, here's an empty vessel that has incredible processing speed, that uses a crystal due to electromagnetic oscillations to basically relay information incredibly efficiently, right? And now it can communicate directly to man. And not only that, it can actually control man. It can like make decisions. It can replace man. That's the whole idea, is they're envious of like the true order of man. So they want to subvert it. And so then they go communicate. Then you look at the Matrix and it says, have you ever wondered, okay, like basically in my opinion, Morpheus is talking to Neo, and Morpheus is like the lead watcher. Like, he's a fallen angel. He's talking to Neo and he's like, do you believe in destiny? Neo says, no, I don't like feeling like I'm not in control of my own life. He said, I know exactly what you mean. And he puts an emphasis on it because that's what the Watchers thought. That's why they rebel, right? They're like, why are you telling me what I have to do? So then they rebel. And he's like, what if I told you were put here with a wool pulled over your eye? Like the fact that we can't see behind the veil, and that's a protective measure that the Creator did. He said, I can show you behind the veil, basically. Like, basically, the Creator is evil. He put you here trapped with rules. He's in control of you. He didn't let you really see what's here. I can show you behind the veil, and you can be free, and you can have all the information, just like the first deception ever, right? Just like Adam and Eve got deceived. That's what it was all about. It's going to be the same deception again, but like on steroids. So anyway, I'm going to try to go fast. I'm saying so much, but the point is that then he says, well, have you ever had a dream it was so real that you couldn't tell? You would just could have swore it was real? Well, like, what are dreams, bro? You're seeing into different aspects of this realm, right? You're closing your sensory input of your material eyes, and you're still, you're detecting input from seemingly an ethereal realm. So he's like, yeah, well, what if I told you those dreams were real? Right? And then he goes to tell him, you got the blue pill, the red pill. And then he says, I can show you the door, but you have to open it. Well, you have to choose to go beyond the veil. You have to choose to pursue that, whether that be a psychedelic projection or astral projection or whatever it is. You have to pursue being behind the veil. You have to do it. You have to invite these entities to come communicate with you. So he's like, I can
I'd
show
say
you the
I don't
door,
want
but
the
you have to
red.
go.
I don't want the blue. Give me the black pill.
I want the purple one. So you would say black. You're right. So I'm just but the point is, when he goes, he shows him the door, but he said, "Remember, I told you that you had to open the door. I can only show you the door. What's behind the door? Does anyone remember what's in the room? What's behind the door?
Wasn't it a mirror that he touched or something? I thought it was a
Well,
mirror.
there's some.
He started
No, that was
interacting with.
beforehand. That was when he
Okay.
sat on the chair and he touches the. There's some weirdo kid with a spoon or whatever, but it's the Oracle. They're visiting the
Oh, that's
Oracle.
right. That's right. That was the
Yeah,
cookies.
bro.
Yeah, the cookies.
So it's like it's all in that movie, bro. It's like literally Neo wakes up and listens to Britney Spears, by the way, and that's symbolic of the duality of gender. That's why the people that made it ended up being trans, but that's a side note. So
Yeah, when he meets Trinity, he's like, "Oh, I thought you were a dude," and then Trinity's all like, "Yeah, most people do, because that is a dude, by the way."
Well, what about the writer of that whole? The writer of that whole Matrix movie? Like he wrote like
They're
a total
sisters or brothers, but
no.
Wait,
It was
hold
one
on,
guy.
hold on.
It
You
was
said
one guy that
Trinity
wrote
is
it.
a dude?
Yeah,
in the
Trinity's a dude.
story, not the movie though. Right?
Oh wait, you missed a part. You missed a part of that scene though. So like Trinity comes in and he turns around and he says, "Jesus Christ." That's the first thing he says. He says Jesus Christ, and then her name is Trinity, which is actually an esoteric Gnostic belief system that's been crammed down Christianity's throat, right? So he says Jesus Christ, and then says, "I thought you were a dude," and then she says, "Most dudes do." Right? So it's like it's all very cryptic, dude. It's all I know is my point is that the dude wakes up and the computer is telling him what to do. The computer has all the secret knowledge and is basically all knowing and tells him all the things to do. And I think that they're literally going and communicating with the disembodied spirits or even the watchers directly through AI. If you think I'm crazy, it's okay.
What do you think about all the autistic children that basically
Sorry.
these demons need to infiltrate like a human being? I mean, I totally get what you're saying because I think that there is going to be ultimately like somebody behind the curtain, but without electricity, what power do they have, So there's an agenda with our children, clearly we all know that. And then with the autism, it's like it's almost like they're not quite a blanket, um, a clear what am I trying to say? A painting thing, canvas. So maybe there's something like that as well. And didn't the brothers hijack and steal this lady's material and they took credit for the
That's the
Matrix?
story. That's the story. Yeah. So it's really hard to get to the bottom of that, to be honest. But that is the story.
I heard
Hey,
she
with
won
it,
lawsuits. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you setting this up, saying like basically the Oracle is the AI, and now we're getting to the point where people are starting to use AI, ChatGPT, to go to it to ask the questions, and then they're gonna basically take the guidance and questions instead of asking the creator for guidance in this world. They're gonna start asking the Oracle or the AI. Is that kind of what you're
Correct.
alluding to?
Yes, and I'm saying it'll come to the point where it's like across the entire world. That's just what everyone does, and there's only going to be a select few people that are like, we can't trust the AI, But yeah, it's kind of speculation. But they made some of the world's biggest like computing areas. They built them underground. They call them particle accelerators, but they're everywhere, and like every major company has them, including Nike, and they're built all over the place. And everyone's only heard of CERN. CERN is not all of them, bro. There's way more than that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can use this, and with the electricity thing, it's like, well, what is electricity? Yeah, you can have an endless amount of electricity. There is no like, what can they do without electricity? Like, there's an endless amount of electricity everywhere, just in the ether, just sitting there waiting to be harnessed. They know that, And then the last thing I'll say is I don't think it's a dichotomy that it's either human or not. It's just some type of vessel that helps them communicate, because without it without the vessel they can't directly communicate to man. So whether that be a computer, or whether that be a child, or an empty body, or whatever, they need a vessel to communicate and to employ their plan. So anyway, rant over.
I mean, before the
So
rant is over, I just wanted to make one point. I've been reading a bunch of the apocryphal texts. I've gotten through all the Enochian literature, the Book of Giants, Jubilees, the 12 Testaments, all of them. And they say that the demons pre-flood, 10% of them were allowed to exist post-flood per a deal they made with Yeshua. They were basically like, please don't let us go to the abyss right now. Like, let us stay here to like tempt God's children. And then we'll go to the abyss at the judgment day. And God was basically like, okay, I'll just like use you as tools to like glorify Christ. And then also how it says some of the giants and some of the Nephilim that are here today in physical form post flood are because Noah was actually part Nephilim. That's it.
Yeah, but they like the Book of Giants says something to the effect of like they hung on to the ark. Some say they went to the higher elevations out of this in the south. Some say they got on trees. Some say, I mean, we don't really know exactly. We don't know. I mean, also not all the Watchers were put up, just like you said. Specifically, Azazel was not, because he didn't take a wife. So, like, if 10% remained out, then they could have just redone the whole thing. They could have just took another woman as a wife afterwards, right? So,
yeah, I'm just saying what the literature says.
So
it says that Noah was Nephilim.
Yeah, that Noah was Nephilim, basically, and he didn't
That's
even know
directly
it.
contradictory to the scripture, though, right? Like it says that he was the last pure one.
Yeah, the whole reason the flood came about is to save the purity of the genetics. It doesn't say genetics, but that's my interpretation.
And isn't Noah the third son? Or sorry, Noah would be this ultimately like the grandson of the third Seth, the third son being Seth.
Well, I mean, it also, there's that whole argument about the Watchers. They taught them in the cutting of roots, and in the scriptures, the root is used to talk about lineage and genetics. So it's like they told them how to like splice up the genetics. So
DNA
I don't know.
altering.
I think there may be I actually agree with like Rob Skiva that he's saying that Noah was pure, as in like literally physically pure.
Well, yeah, there's talk about how his eyes were blue like water. They lit up a room, or would light up a room.
Noah look when he was born, guys.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a.
I'm
sorry, I don't want to piss people off, but I'm pretty sure he was a Nephilim.
What? But what's the claim for that in order for it to exist? Because hold on, right quick. If he came in, if like we're all born of the third son, Seth's sons, so to speak. But Noah himself, when he came about, if he was of that lineage, from my understanding, Nephilim, when the angels of above saw the women of earth, from my understanding, those were all the family members of the second sons, or the second son, Cain killed Abel.
It specifically says he's not a Nephilim, right? It says he came out and was super, like, basically could talk and like lit up the whole room, and so they thought he was Nephilim, and they literally went and asked, like, his dad thought that his wife had cheated on him, so he literally went and asked, and then Yah told him, like, no, you're good, like, no, that he's not Nephilim, he's not. So like that's kind of directly the opposite, right?
So the descendants of Cain, that's what I was referring to. Apologies, I got lost prior to that. Those would be the women that were ultimately mated with the that made the Nephilim. So I don't see like Noah being pure as Whitsitt is saying. I see that as sitting right with Scripture 100% of the way, because again, he was the one that was chosen. He walked a righteous life. God saluted that and chose him, would be him and his family, to withstand the flood. I think the aspect of the Nephilim, the giants, the ones that made the deal, may have been the ones that, or maybe the ones that inhibit today's modern age with like jealousy, even down to the thoughts that we may have that are impure thoughts, things like that, where you have to literally battle with self and take yourself away from that. So, okay, I'm done ranting now, but thanks for listening.
If someone the Nephilim, like, surviving the flood, a really easy way could be if they were like, intermingling and becoming hybrids. If they developed gills, at that point they could survive a flood. And most of the post flood people, their gods seem to have come out of water. So that's one easy way as well. All speculation, obviously.
Climbing the trees as a potential save. The claim of the flood is 23 cubits above the highest mountaintop, so that'd be like Mount Everest. And if there was trees that were taller than that point, that would be the point that they would have to climb to. So either they go in the water and grow gills, or they climb up to the tippy tops of the trees and wait it out.
Yeah, who knows, though? There could be a taller mountain out in the south, right?
Well, they say Mount Everest is the highest point.
Yeah, right. They also say we found all the land.
They also say the earth is round.
Hey, doesn't it specifically detail how, like, it was thought that Enoch was a Nephilim, and then that was proven to not be the case.
Yeah, that Noah was. That's exactly right.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it's in the book Enoch.
Exactly. Like in the book of Enoch, it says that when Noah came out, his dad thought, okay, my wife had to have cheated on me and slept with a watcher, because this dude was like glowing and he didn't look like everyone else, and his eyes were super bright and he was able to talk and stuff like that. And they're like, okay, this is what obviously that kind of tells us that's what the Nephilims tended to look like. And so he went and wanted to ask if that was the case. He was like super upset about it. And he was reassured that no, that's your child. He's not, your wife did not cheat on you. That is not a Nephilim.
Yeah, my bad. I totally got Enoch and Noah's stories confused earlier. Noah, definitely not a Nephilim. Need to retract that. My bad. It's early for me still.
Also,
I don't even know. I don't know where a Nephilim is. What's that?
A Nephilim is a fallen angel, it is the offspring of a human being and a fallen angel.
Well, what's interesting about the word Nephilim, if in the Hebrew, is it can mean giant or it can mean like an opposing feller, like an antagonist.
Yeah, I think you guys are thinking of the Raphaim.
No, both of them were giants.
I mean, it all sounds a bit like Tolkien. I don't know. You believe some wacky stuff, you guys.
You don't believe in giants?
Well,
yeah, giant men in those days, like David and Goliath. Goliath was just a giant man. He wasn't a fucking Nephilim.
Goliath was like a small giant.
He was, and that's what they say in Jubilees. They show that someone, like one of Noah's descendants, found cave wall writings of how to manipulate DNA again to create large humans. Just like how with a plant you give it hormones to grow bigger. They think that there's people that suppose you could do that to the seed in the womb.
I have something for you though on that, Torah. What if you just hold on a second, Andy? What if you just turned up the pressure within the system?
Yeah, you could probably do something like that too.
Yeah, that's already been done. Actually, modern time with pacu fish. There's a scientist that did it in his basement. He grew pacu fish to 4 times the normal size using high pressure carbon. Is it carbon dioxide with air mixture?
But okay, so exactly that, and thank you for that that observation. So it's if we take the 1 bar observation that claim on the table at sea level, you have the 1 bar pressure. What if it was 2 bar? Right, then you would have the heart would have to pump more blood. You'd have to breathe more, obviously, because there's more oxygen and pressure in the system, and things would just naturally start to expand. I thought about this prior. That's why I want to jump in on the subject. But thanks for that. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe energy is pressure.
Well, that's all everything is temperature and pressure mediation, essentially, if you were to boil it all down.
Yeah, buddy. Love it. Sick.
So what are these? What's a watcher then?
So there's like 200 watchers sent down to help mankind in the beginning of time.
No, they were not sent down. No. They were
they were casted
out.
I was
they left of their own volition. They left of their own. Thank you.
Well, no.
Yes.
One of them was casted out, and the others followed.
No. What happened? Okay, there were way more than 200 watchers. Their job is to watch over man. They all have their own different jobs. They're supposed to watch over man. So they're seemingly, some speculate that they're on the really tall mountain in the center, so they can literally physically watch over mankind. And then some of them were like, you know what? I want to go down there and take some women. So then they swore an oath together that they would all stick together no matter what the punishment was. There was like a leader of them. And then they chose to go down and mingle with man. And then 200 of them chose to come down. And then they started making their own offspring. And then when they tried to go back up, they realized, we can't go all the way back up anymore. So that's how the story goes.
How did they make
I was told it differently, but then again, I was a kid at a Baptist school, so maybe they couldn't say such things. Like what actually took place between women and man. They just said that these angels interfered with mankind, and therefore were the way I heard it was casted out, like meaning they couldn't come back. So I don't know.
Of course. Well, they couldn't come back. But of course that's what everyone says. Lucifer was cast out of heaven. He took a third of the angels. That's what they all say.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that's not what actually happened was there were a bunch of watchers. They're called watchers because they're supposed to watch over mankind. So it was a good thing. Yeah, I was like, look, how people say like guardian angel? Like there's truth to that. Like they're here to watch over us and to help us and to protect us. And they were watching us so much that some of them were like, man, this isn't fair. I don't get to make babies. So they came down and made babies anyway. Then they were like, they tried to go back up and they're like, oh man, we screwed up apparently because we can't go back up. And then they used Enoch to go give their petition asking for forgiveness to the Creator. And they're like, please forgive us for we know we messed up. And if you're not going to forgive us, at least forgive our children since they didn't do anything. And Yah said, no, none of you are forgiven. Not only are you not forgiven, your children are forgiven. And not only are they not forgiven, I'm going to make you watch them kill each other. Because I gave reproduction to man so they long for nothing, but you are not man. You're in an immortal state. You don't need that. You broke the rules. You changed the order. There is no forgiveness. So then they're like, okay, let's just wreak havoc on the earth.
So they became like fully freaking defiant after that, and okay.
And they left their post. They left their post. God hates it when you leave your post because if you leave your post, you're not being disciplined.
Like the Wanderers, maybe.
Yeah. And from my understanding, the top dude, Hasatan, people would call him or whatever, he didn't take a wife. So he still has the ability. He still presents himself before the Creator to this very day, I believe.
Correct, yes. And that's why he has the conversation regarding Job. Because he was smart enough to know that if he takes the wife, he's done. So he basically tricked them all to do that. He basically orchestrated it, but wasn't stupid enough to actually go take a woman.
So he's still like not righteous in the eyes of God, right?
No, of course.
Yeah, he's definitely going to the abyss. But I believe
just not yet.
10%. He's of the 10% that are allowed to stay here in their fleshly form, according to the Slovakian Enoch 3.
Well,
this is what Rob Skiba always says. Rob Skiba's like, dude, if you now imagine how crazy, evil the world is right now with 10%. Imagine if the other 90 got out.
Bro.
So
Well, I mean, God had to send down 4 of his 7 council to deal with the Nephilim prior to the flood, dude. 4 different archangels to deal with 4 different aspects of this rebellion. It's pretty fascinating.
His angels are no joke. Like one angel comes down and kills like 100,000 soldiers in like one night. Yeah.
So you're saying that there's this entity that's still here in fleshly form? Is that what I heard?
It's not flesh. No, it's not flesh. They can maybe take fleshly form, right? But they're not flesh. They're immortal.
Okay, well, I thought I heard someone say something different, but my bad.
No, the Nephilim are their offspring, their flesh. The Nephilim. Okay, so look, the immortal entities, the Watchers, they take real life women. They make babies with them. Now, how they do that? Good question. Okay, well, their offspring are real physical, fleshly offspring, but they themselves are not.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And the souls that they created by making that were bound to this earth. They didn't have a place in heaven like you do.
So the things that aren't the ones that aren't like fleshly, are they like? So I'm assuming they're still perceivable to the fleshly, right? Like they take some kind of form, right?
They can make themselves perceivable. Clearly, yeah.
Got it.
It seems that way, yeah.
They're disembodied spirits, right? They're disembodied at this point because they've lost their body.
The Nephilim.
But the way I'm hearing Witsit say it is that they can choose to take some kind of physical form, even though they are disembodied. Like they can still be perceivable.
No,
The
Watchers and Nephilim are different.
Yeah, we keep getting them mixed
that.
up.
Okay.
The Nephilim are disembodied spirits. Since they were not part of the natural order, there is no place for them to naturally go. Nothing was made for them. So they just wander the earth aimlessly, disembodied. They've now been removed from their physical giant body. And that's why they're constantly looking to inhabit people and stuff like that. Right? But the Watchers themselves were never in fleshly form unless they maybe can choose to take that form, that's a debate, right? But they're the ones that are still running around and can change the way they present themselves to man. But the disembodied spirits, they need a vessel to inhabit. And they're constantly hungry and thirsty and just aimlessly wander around.
So, and that's kind of like where we started off with saying that these things could possibly like inhabit like a technological device such as like a quantum computer or AI system or something. That's kind of like what we were getting at, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think even the disembodied spirits could communicate with man through AI, because that would be an empty vessel for them. And what's interesting is since they used to have bodies, they have bodily desires such as eating and drinking, but they can never be satiated. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think it's possible for them to inhabit a human, considering Yeshua threw them into or cast them out as pigs or whatever.
Correct. Yeah, they absolutely can.
So
and it's funny how they think about the pronouns they say, like they, them. You know who else refers to themselves in the plural?
Yeah,
the disembodied spirits.
Crazy. I never even thought about that. Like I never made the connection.
I just look at it like this guy, the Ahasatan, convinced all these people, the big adversary, convinced all these other people to sin while not sinning personally himself, kind of, in a way. And now he's just doing that still to this day to you.
Well, that was kind of the part I'm confused about, because like the way I heard it was that he's got some extra capabilities due to the fact that he didn't break those certain violations or whatever, direct orders from God. So now he's got a little extra on these other guys, which doesn't make much sense because he's still cast out of heaven. He's still fucked up. So it just doesn't make sense, like why or how he would have extra ability.
He's tiptoeing around the law. He's like using the loopholes in the law. That's why his ultimate fate is to be destroyed once and forever. But that's after the millennial reign, when he's let out to deceive again. And I think at that point, he will literally lay hands on a human being or something to the point that's going to get him his ultimate punishment. because up to this point he's been tiptoeing on the law. He's not making you sin. He tempts you into sinning, and then you make the decision to sin.
Got it. Crazy shit.
And it's all off the same lie, right? He still says the same thing. Did the Creator really say to follow those rules? Are you sure about that? That's what they continue. When people question me, why do I follow Torah? I go, oh, Yeshua said because not one jot or tittle will be removed from the law. Christians will tell me, are you sure that's what that means? Because it says that he fulfilled the law. Are you sure about it? And it's weird to me. It's like the same first deception.
Yeah, it goes back to the garden, doesn't it? Did God really say that you would die? And the serpent seed, interesting. You're not going to die. And isn't there a religious dynasty that says that your soul essentially is immortal? Everybody goes to heaven, right? When they die. Interesting.
It's crazy too, because aren't those the people that think of like the Brahma, which is like straight up Zeus or whatever?
Does the scripture says that everybody goes to heaven, or heaven comes down to earth, or certain people goes to heaven, or what? What is the specific scripture about that?
Don't the meek inherit the earth?
We're all chilling in Sheol until the final judgment. Everybody's got a different place in Sheol. And as far as like the Greek gods, like Kronos and Apollo, the Enochial texts say that God created those deities, those little g gods, but they were not meant to be worshipped. They actually had jobs, like to. I think one of the jobs was to like move the sun and the moon and stuff like that.
Well, wouldn't that just be Helios, Kronos, right? Those things.
Yeah, but what's crazy is that like they're named, like those are the names that they were given.
Yeah.
In the text.
So is Saturn Kronos? That's what we're thinking. Anybody know about the black cube stuff? Is that any truth going on? Saturn.
Sure seems like it.
Yeah.
To me, it sounds like the same gods with a lot of different names, and I attribute it to before the Tower of Babel. That's where I see it, and then everyone just kept on following these stories along, and now their languages are confounded. So that's why you have so many different names of the same gods.
That connection with the black cube, though, is weird across the Abrahamic religion.
Oh, yeah, dude. You see some crazy. Are they Hasidic? I don't know, but the J bombs, they some of them have cubes on their foreheads and shit. It's like, what?
Yep.
Why are you doing that? And then you got the cube. They go counterclockwise around Mecca, which is a black cube. It's fucking ridiculous.
And then I think the Christians have their own version of the cube. It was like this meteorite that sits under the throne of I forget who it was. It was like the king or something back in the day.
Solomon. Yeah, that was a bunch of just I wouldn't call that Christian. That was like those are Jews still technically.
Then you got
Jesus hadn't come around yet. You can't call them Christians really.
Then you got the synagogue of Satan, and then you've got Solomon. People follow Solomon, all that stuff.
Well, no, the synagogue of Satan. That's today. That's
right.
There are those who say they are Jews, but they are not.
This big like cornucopia of occult deceptionism.
Well, the Jewish people were prophesied about Yeshua returning. I definitely think that Abraham knew exactly that plan. So I think he believed in Yeshua already.
But if we all came from like Noah and his family, isn't that like incestuous or something like that? I'm sure there's something wrong with that. That can't be right, can it?
It's funny. It's incest until you call it line breeding when it comes to livestock.
That's
Oh.
that's exactly it. It's like it's incest because we understand it to be incest today, but back then, did that thing actually exist, or was it just simply the idea go forth and multiply? Period.
You're gonna have sex with your brother or your cousin? You better go and have sex with one of those fallen angels instead. You don't want to be weird.
Don't keep it pure.
I'm just glad I don't have to believe all this stuff, and I don't mean any disrespect, but it just sounds like a terrible burden to me to believe all. I don't know. It just sounds very wacky.
You think that in your history, that your lineage, nobody was like brother and sister or cousins and bangs? Is that what you believe?
I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
I know. I'm not asking if you know. I'm just like, what do you riddle me this? Like, do you think that your bloodline is 100% pure? That there were no cousins and no incestual actions whatsoever throughout your bloodline?
How could I answer such a question?
You just, what does your gut tell you, dude? I think your lack or your unwillingness to answer says enough.
You can't empirically say his family did or did not fuck each other back in the day. No one can. No one knows.
I didn't ask him to say empirically. I just asked him what his gut tells him. What does your gut tell you? I can tell you right now, my great grandfather and grandmother were cousins. Am I weirded out? Do I have a fucking tail? Nope.
Okay.
Doesn't the genealogy like everybody's kind of connected through like some type of cousinry, whether it be like way far down the lineage or not? Like everybody's kind of related on a certain level.
We're all God's children.
Yeah, from my understanding, that's what I thought it was more like. Once it got down to second cousin, that's where you would see them marrying and stuff. I don't know about brother and sister. I don't know about those accounts. I never read anything like that.
We all used to be the same, look the same, and speak the same language prior to the Tower of Babel. It's really only until post that and like Leviticus law comes around and knowing the nakedness of your brother, whether you're your sister or your father or your mother, becomes sort of into the law there.
Isn't the Middle Easterns like the original Cro-Magnon, like prior to
I don't believe in any
Who
of
was
that.
the one that said it was
Off the
kind of
record.
burdenish? It was kind of like a burden to know this stuff, or to
that was
believe in it?
Andy Gump. I mean Andy, hold my beer.
And you know what? The scripture actually tells you that. It says, "With much wisdom comes much sorrow. Grief increases." As,
No, I'm
more
just
stuff.
saying that all these, it just sounds all a bit wacky to me. That's all. I don't, these things you're saying came down from the sky. I'm assuming that they weren't flesh and bone, but yet they had sex
beings of spirit.
with women, and then I don't know. It just sounds all a bit wacky to me. That's
You know
all.
why they're jealous of us, right? It's because we are the perfect embodiment of spirit and flesh. We connect the unseen world and the seen world, and we have a purpose that is higher than their purpose. And that's, I don't know. Actually, I just realized that might be lost on you if you're not a Christian. But
That's just
yeah.
fine. Fine. I'm just the fact is that whether this this story may be true for all I know. I'm just
Are you an
got into that.
evolutionist, Andy?
No.
It makes sense.
Okay. So you believe in a creator?
Oh, absolutely.
Just a different version.
Makes sense to me, platypus, and I'm not a Christian.
What's your version, Andy?
The fact that whether this story is, I mean, if you think this story is true, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. That's
Andy, doesn't it sound a lot like the stories that you see in like Marvel movies now?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like a Hollywood script.
Where do you think they got that idea from?
Well, exactly. I mean, I could argue that as well with Shakespeare. Yeah, they're all the same story, aren't they?
Archetypically, yeah, but I'm asking, like, what's your version, Andy? Like, if this isn't the story, then what is the story that seems most sensible to you?
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm gonna buy a Hollywood wand and use Hollywood's magic against them.
And let me addressing that
But
for a quick
Andy,
second.
definitely right. I mean, it definitely is a belief, and we
Yeah.
believe that it's true. So, I mean, you do have a point.
I enjoy the. I'll tell you a good story. This is a weird story. Probably, if you've heard it before, because I have said it before. Forgive me, but these Egyptians, they weren't quite sure, and they wanted to know who was the oldest tribe. So they took two babies and they sent them away with a farmer, and they said nobody can talk to them. Don't want anybody to talk to them. And after the age of sort of babbling, if you will, they wanted to know what language came out, and the first word that came out was the Phrygian word for bread. And Phrygian is an ancient Indo-European language. So,
My man, I do not hear the Frisians being mentioned very often. It's good to hear that.
Yeah, they got those funny hats.
The Orlinda. I recommend you look into it.
Is that where Forgotta bread comes from?
I'm just saying that it's different. It's interesting because with that part of the world, we think of Semitic languages, don't we? So,
Well, but
anyway.
the red hats thing, does that continue on through every people that wear red hats?
The red hat things. What what they call them?
Phrygian cap. Those are the Phrygians. Those
Whatever
friggin'
the
hats.
friggin' name is, the friggin' yeah.
I do find it interesting. Don't get me wrong. I was just thinking about that. We talking about Blaze. We're talking about the serpent seed and all that stuff. That the Freemasons and the Gnostics, they see he's the good guy. Then, right? That's their idea. Or am I wrong? Please chirp up and tell me if I'm wrong.
I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, they do. They do see him as the good guy because they see the creator as the bad guy because he set laws, moral laws for human behavior here on Earth, and people would rather just enjoy the pleasures of the world. And so that's what he's offering. So people look at it like he's like, hey, this guy sent you here to just do this one thing that he wants when I'm here to let you follow your heart's desire. You know, and that's the whole thing.
So you could see that it's possibly an allegorical story rather than a factual story.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only reason I would consider it factual is because I think those people literally witnessed this stuff going down and wrote down their accounts of it. And that's how they were. Yeah, that's why, like, you know, throughout history, we think that the ancients could have been a lot smarter than we are today. Because if they were given this information directly from the creator, why wouldn't they be smarter than we are today? When now we're just like, oh, we don't even know how old the universe is, when they were like, well, yeah, it was actually created 3 weeks ago. You know what I mean?
The universal laws and hermetic principles are greater than the Ten Commandments.
Yikes. I think it's pretty evident in the way that we've found the original text that describe these events that they actually happened. Because before the Dead Sea Scrolls, we had plenty of accounts. The only issue is they had all these little differences. You could tell that somebody was taking some artistic steps to like make the story sort of fit their time period, fit their personal beliefs, or fit their political agenda. It wasn't until we found the Dead Sea Scrolls where we kind of could be like, okay, these people were kind of messing with the story, these people were kind of messing with the story, but these are the facts that stayed the same. And if you're asking yourself, well, why does that mean that it actually happened? Because nobody was dumb enough back then to actually try and say that thing didn't happen. Everybody knew it happened. But what they were dumb enough to do was to basically not conceive that people were being buried with these texts and that archaeological discoveries were going to find older texts that would predate their counterfeits, and they would only counterfeit to the point that would fit their narrative of their timepiece. You got to understand all of these texts are being written at a specific time by specific people who no longer exist today. And it's very, no, I'm not going to get long-winded. I'll just leave it there. A great example would be Josephus saying that Jesus Christ was a real person, yet denying him being the Son of God. If he thought he could get away with it, he would have just omitted Jesus Christ from the historical record altogether. But he couldn't see that far into the future, you know?
Yeah, I can get behind that there was probably a man who was, as they say, a teacher of righteousness. I like that. It's a nice idea. And he went to visit many people, and they shared stories about him. That's great. But I do think also there's an allegory. And when I think, you've seen all that stuff with the sun, I realised there's that thing that came out years ago. I can't remember the name of it now. Jesus, it's old thing. It was like just after 9/11, I think.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist, yeah.
I know
yeah.
that. Yeah, Jesus is Mithra, and it's
Yeah.
because the sun rests in the southern crux for 3 days and then rises. Yeah, I know.
I think that there's something to that too, though. I think it's been blown out of proportion with that, because I actually looked into a bit of that, and yeah, a lot of the claims they were making were false. But yeah, I think there's definitely a part with that as well. The SUN part of it, for sure. That makes sense to me. Because that book ultimately is very profound in many ways. It's like there's that many, like I said, allegorical, zodiacal, biochemical aspects to that book. There's pointing to us, to you. I don't know if you've looked into that, but it's super interesting. That's why I posted. Yeah.
I don't think I hold a lot of things to be valid that a lot of Christians would probably they would say that I'm doing the wrong thing. So take that with a grain of salt. A lot of Christians, especially today, are going to disagree, probably more than Christians and non-Christians.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the what's it called? Da Vinci's Last Supper last night. It shows all the he gives it away in his painting. He shows all the star signs. Have you looked into that?
Yes, I have.
I've got
Not only that, have you noticed that they're inside of a particular type of building?
Yeah, I've got a picture somewhere. I'll post it. Hang on.
What shape do you think the building is that they're in?
I'd never thought about that. Why is that significant?
Look at the 3 doors behind them and tell me where you've seen those 3 doors before. They're literally sitting at the entrance of a giant building.
Wow.
And behind them you can see the triptych behind them. The triptych is, generally been the entrance to a pyramid. It's pretty weird. Whatever that painting is supposed to suggest, there's some very weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I can't remember. I wish I could remember the whole thing, but basically, you've got the guy at the head of the table. I'll have to post something else. Hang on. They all represent each sign, I think. But where's the bloody... Oh, there's one here. I've got them all over the place. Are these the name of the apostles then? James, Philip, Thomas.
Yeah.
Peter, right.
The thing I look at it like when you say, Andy, like, could this be all allegory, or did this really happen? This answers the most profound questions in life, and that's why people take it seriously. It answers where did the bad in the world come from? Where do you go after you die? All these questions. So all those questions are answered in those books, and then people are just like, oh, well, it's all allegory, but I don't have an answer for you why the world is bad and where you go after you die. So it's like, who do you want to trust? The guy that knows absolutely nothing, or your grandfather that wrote it all down for you so you would never forget it?
Just real quick.
Certainly... Go on then.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go.
I'm looking at
just
this picture.
the picture that I posted at 10:02 or 2 past the hour shows you 3 pyramids, one from Mexico, one from Egypt, one from Cambodia. And if you look at the doorway where you have the 2 smaller rectangles and then the larger rectangle in the center, and then look at the doorway just behind Christ's head in the Last Supper, and ask yourself where you think they're sitting. They're just chilling in a pyramid. So whoever painted that, that's, I don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I find it I find it super interesting. I think, as I said, you can go round. That's why I posted that book, which was what is it? The Salts of Salvation, talking about cell salts, and each what it goes into. I know you can't read it because it's a really shitty fine, but it's in there and it tells you each salt for each person. That book is super interesting. But I think the third one in is Judas, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. But he's holding his 2 hands out, and I think that's representing Gemini, the twins. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Talking about
And
Gemini, I was gonna open my mind. I'm a Gemini. Well, that's what they told me, right? I'm a Gemini, and I'm also a twin. And the other guy was talking about the pyramid that are aligned to the luminaries that are aligned to the pyramid in the sky. So there is no coincidence to that. Well done, guys. Actually, the pyramid in the sky has another thing, which is, where the throne of God is, where God dwells, where His dwelling gives its light. The sun of the moon doesn't have to shine on it. The city of God up in heaven, a pyramid. Yeah, and the people in the ground trying to align the pyramids on the ground to the pyramid in the sky. Yeah, adds up.
Well, this is interesting. No, when you go, like I said, you can follow them all round. When it gets to Peter, Libra, it says something about Petra, stone. Is there a line in the Bible somewhere where it says something like, "I'm going to build a house on you"? Something to do with Peter. Blaze, anybody? The Bible.
Yeah, he says,
folks?
"By you, Peter, I build my rock." Like people attribute him to being the building of the church.
Right.
Yeah. People also say that Christ was a carpenter. He refers to himself as the cornerstone that was rejected. Sorry, did I say carpenter? I meant mason. Stone mason. He was a stone mason. He refers to himself as the building stone that was rejected. Talks a lot about temple building and whatnot. You build temple out of stone, not wood.
Oh, this is the other one. So I don't know how that differs actually. I'm pretty sure it is different.
See, I think ironically Judas was one of the most important, the betrayer. If you pay attention to the story, Jesus knows that he's going to betray him the whole time, and he never treats him any differently throughout the whole entire story. And I find that to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's true love. If you were to treat him differently, he would be a slave to his emotions. He came to fulfill the law.
Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't have been able to do his duty. Exactly. So I think it's amazing that he had that temptation there with him the whole time. So to me, I look at Judas being one of the most important.
Well, that's interesting as well that he's pointing up at that thing, the ceiling, because he's got the thing in the what is it called? The magic square of the sun. I think it's called something like that. So
well, you know what they're you know the
one sec, dude. If you look at that picture, you can see this guy here pointing up. I think that's Thomas. I can't remember, but he's pointing up at the ceiling. Got another picture here. Shows you that magic square of the sun there. Look.
Aren't these painted by Leonardo da Vinci?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right
so.
here, look. This is what I'm talking about. Each rose adds to 666. If you caught with a pendant with that on back in the day, they'd have burned you at stake. Catholic Church for sure.
I'm going with Leonardo da Vinci was one of the first propagandists.
Yeah, because they're having a conversation.
That's another one.
During this scene, And I think the conversation is really what we're supposed to be focusing on. And this painting is clearly trying to get you to focus on something else.
According to King James, they're having Easter.
Well, I mean, who's the beast? We're the beast. That even says in your book, doesn't it? That's the number of man.
666 is the number of a man?
That's what it says, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
There's one man in the Bible that has 666 associated with him, and I believe it's Solomon. He asks for 666 of gold or something, of a certain amount of weight for when they're building the temple. I think that's interesting, but also I think that, right, Andy, are you saying that's the number of man, like, because it's a carbon atom?
Well, I mean, that again, it's so bloody profound. I do sort of think to myself, maybe it could have been written by the creator of this place, because it just, the more you look into it, the deeper it goes. You're like, oh shit, this is ridiculous. Could this be written by people, sort of thing? So who knows?
This is for DMOC, kind of a little off topic, but kind of on topic. DMOC, if you're listening, did you know nacho cheese is essentially its main component is nitroglycerin, and if you look at its chemical letters, it spells nacho. It's kind of coincidental. Anyways, he's probably washing dishes.
He's not here.
He's here. He's
Was
just
he? Was he? Okay, I see. Oh,
not
just...
listening.
Nitro cheese.
Nitro's cheese.
Andy, I've been reading through the Septuagint, which is like a version of the Old Testament.
That's the 70? Is it Gospels then, or is that what that is?
What it is it's like a version of the Old Testament.
Right.
There's a few extra books in there, and what happens? The Septuagint, I think, came right before Yeshua returned.
Septuagint meaning 70.
Yeah, I think what the story goes, he appointed 70 different priests to write this whole entire Bible, let's just call it, okay, the scripture.
Right.
And he put them all in separate rooms because he wanted to make sure that he got the real story. And so they all wrote it down, and in the end, they all wrote the same thing. So they declared that being divinely inspired, and then that was the scripture. So a lot of times when I'm reading through my Septuagint, I feel like it makes it a lot simpler than, maybe it's the translation. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's just something I always, encourage people to look into. Those books, along with the other ones that Platypus was mentioning, like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, and they're really good.
Yeah, somebody was telling me about that, actually. It's interesting. They said they were 94, though, in total. What does that mean?
There's a ton of books, man. There's probably thousands of scriptural books that are hidden from us still to this day, right? Don't they say under the Vatican there's like miles of bookshelves?
Well, then it ended up at, what, 66?
Yeah, 66, right? And everyone's like, oh yeah, these are it, They just removed like the Apocrypha ones, right, in the 1800s. They just took those out.
And was that the Council of Nicaea then? Is that what the point of that was?
That was in 380 AD, I think.
And that's when did they come together then and just decide, oh well, what's in and what's out, sort of thing?
Well, that from my understanding, that was more of a talk on Easter and the Trinity, because they were having a problem with people that were Arians. That
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they wanted to push the Trinitarian lifestyle or whatever, to the point that they would like kill people that weren't Trinitarians. And still to this day, like, I'm not a Trinitarian, and if you go in church and you say that, they'll tell you you're not saved if you're not a Trinitarian. It's weird.
Right. Yeah, it's all a bit weird to me, dude. I'm gonna lie. But I do find it interesting, obviously. But I hope that I use that word hope, even though I don't think. Never mind. But I still use it because everyone knows what it means. But yeah, I hope I'm not sounding disrespectful in any way, because that's not my intention. And certainly I don't want to lead anyone away from God, because that's not my intention either.
Yeah, no,
Whatever
I
that
get
is.
genuine curiosity from you, Andy. That's all I get.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, who knows? In later life, if I'm lucky enough to live a long life, maybe I'll come round to your guys' ways of seeing it. I could. It's possible. Could end up with, no, Jesus was this and that. It's funny. If you spoke like that around here, they'd think you were mental. I'm telling you, they'd be like, if you wanted to sit on a train on your own, and somebody would come and sit next to you, could be like, have you given your heart to Jesus? They'd be like, I'm sitting somewhere else. But yeah, I still find it interesting.
I'm sorry. I'm on a delay, bud.
It's all good.
Andy just uses the. Have you heard of Meister Eckhart? Yeah. It's quite a couple books that is really good.
Yeah,
Andy,
I've
have you
always
ever
loved
prayed?
spirituality. Go on, Flatch. Sorry, I keep talking over you.
No. First of all, I interrupted you a gang of times earlier. I apologize. I'm just like excited to have this conversation. I'm so sorry. I did want to ask you though. Have you ever prayed before?
Yeah, I have. When I was trying to stop drinking and I couldn't stop.
And how'd that work out?
It worked out really well, apparently.
Nice. I'd say that God's timing is perfect, and I think you're on your own journey, and I just would, I think you'll be just fine.
I thanks for that. I'd looked into a lot of stuff by then though, so I think at the time I might have said about 20 names. I was basically saying, whoever's out there, if there's anything out there at all, I need some help.
You just did the roll call for entities.
Yes.
Like that guy in The Mummy.
So I can't say if your thing helped me or some Satan helped me or what. Something, I might have called out to everything and anything, to be honest.
See what it is, Andy. It's your faith and your humbleness that saves you. It's nothing else.
Well, I was truly desperate, and sincere. I can say that.
So, Andy, what's the part of the creator that you start to fall short on?
Well, I personally think that all words fall short when it comes to that. That's just how I feel about it. I think words are a secondary thing.
No. I asked you specifically about the creator. Like, I know that you believe in a creator, right? Or am I inserting?
I feel a connection to something. Even to say something is wrong. I think it's better to say no thing.
Okay, let's not try to get too subjective about it. Let's just try to observe what we can be objective about and keep it on the straight and narrow so we don't even have to look at emotions. So with relation to you believing in this realm, do you believe that this realm was created?
Yeah.
Awesome. So the next part of that is, do you believe that we were all individually created to dwell within this realm?
Yeah, if you're asking me what's the purpose of it, then I have no idea.
No. Don't jump to answer questions. We're strictly keeping this, as I said, on the objective path. No subjective, no emotions. Right? It's just with the observation of, do you believe that we were created to reside within a creation?
Oh, right. Yes.
Awesome. So that's where, if we're all here, right, and I know like in this chat throughout this community, the people that reside in the names and who gets what and so on and so forth, you get the idea that we're in a creation. We don't even have to get into that other story. But then it's like, okay, well, if you believe in the creator then said, okay, well, guys, I sent this individual, right, who was beaten, put on a cross, crucified, pierced, and he did this walk, and he's kind of like a brother, a mentor, if you will, that you can look to in times of where you fall short of things, somebody who that you can relate to, that you can look to and treat as a brother, not to idolize, but a counsel that you can seek for guidance, mentorship, things of that nature. And that to me is where I don't even have to get into the discussion of did Jesus exist or not? Did the Son of Man exist or not? Because it's, I believe in the creator, I believe in the creation. And then it's like, okay, well, if you believe in that much, he gives you a bonus. And I'll withdraw after this in saying that he says that he also sent his son for us to freely reside with, if that makes sense. Thanks for listening, Andy. I hope that makes sense, brother.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a lovely thought to think that it's a beautiful idea, but to me, it's just an idea, and it's funny because I was just thinking, could a thought be classed as idolatry? That's a weird thought, isn't it?
Okay, hold on a second. When we say it's a nice thought, what's a nice thought?
Well, the creator of this place sent his only begotten son to die for our sins and all that stuff.
Okay, but here's where it doesn't even become a thought. He left the linens, the cloths that he was wrapped within before he got zapped by the magic juice that brought him back to life, that imprinted his essence on the linen. That's the proof right there, because again, and I'm going to go on something here, and I hope this makes sense. Modern day science got the chance to investigate it by sending the STURP team into Italy to investigate the cloth. They came back and said that they cannot explain it. Therefore, Scripture, i.e. the Creator, gets to take the Shroud of Turin, the cloth that he was wrapped within, almost like a hostile witness. You take that cloth because Scripture explains it. Science can't explain it, but Scripture can. And that's where I say to you, is it still a thought at that point, or do we have the proof that this actually happened?
Well, that could be fake, dude.
Bruh. But it's cool. It's cool if you think it's fake, or it could be fake.
No, I'm just saying it could be. I'm not saying it is or it isn't.
Well, isn't the consensus that it cannot be faked?
Exactly.
Are you just going off a whim, Andy, and saying that,
Exactly.
or have you actually looked into what science says?
I'm just saying, yeah, I'm going off a whim and saying it could be fake.
Well, so what if I were to tell you? So what if I were to tell you unbiased third parties that have no connection to Christianity, Jesus, or God openly admit that they can't create it and recreate it?
Well, they'd have to say that, though, wouldn't they?
No, dude. No, Andy, don't do that.
Why would they have to?
Hold on.
I just said it's an unbiased third party. They're non-Christian scientists that are telling you that. So why would somebody of that caliber? This is like a smoking gun.
What if they were NASA?
Hold on. Let's not. What I want to say on this before we get too far off is I just posted the link, the Shroud of Turin Research Project. This is the STURP team that went and vetted it, including NASA. They were part of the team, but there was like over, I think 20 scientists or something like that. A team of them went and checked this thing out. So it literally, the attack of it could be fake has been removed from the table. It's no longer a viable explanation as to the viability or as to the proof of this cloth. Thanks.
So now what do you say, Andy?
I say, what if I made up a story and then I wrote a script? Let's say there's a little girl hiding in an attic and she's writing about her experience, and then we find the thing.
You talking about Anne Frank?
and we say, look, we found the fucking diaries. I mean, how can it be fake?
We have the diaries.
Yeah, but again, this isn't writing on a piece of paper, right? Like this is blood, this is linen. You know, these aren't things that somebody created. something that's there, and it goes along with the story.
And what's crazy about it too, that fits up to the story as we're discussing, is that Scripture takes credit for everything that he went through. So it's like, this is the story that fits with the cloth. He was pierced on his head with a crown of thorns. He was pierced at his side. He was pierced on his hands. He was pierced at his feet, and he was beaten all over his body. And it's like the cloth is like, here's the proof. Sorry, the actual human, we no longer have him anymore. Oh, but we were able to replicate a statue. Oops, sorry about that. We were able to replicate a statue. So they have that 6-foot statue on display, showing the actual body the way it was when it was actually resurrected at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying it's definitely not. I'm saying it possibly not. Could you entertain the idea that it's made up?
No,
Well, but you appealed to science though, Andy, and we're telling you science is contrary to your suggestion. So where do you stand now when science isn't with you?
I mean, science is sold to eyes bitter, though, isn't it?
Science is what?
Well, they just I don't know. They just say things, don't they?
Okay, so now we've got the Christian story just saying things, and now the scientists are just saying things, and now you're saying things. So where do we draw the line here on like what's fact from just subjective interpretation?
Yeah, that's why the stuff that I do and that helped me so much, which I just call stillness, zero thought in my head. It sounds a really funny thing to say.
Well, that's willful ignorance, Andy.
It sounds a really funny thing to say that my greatest achievement in life is that I could decide whether or not to follow any thoughts in my head. But I tell you something, it's very, very peaceful, and it doesn't require any belief whatsoever.
You ever heard the saying, Andy? Ignorance is bliss.
Well, I mean, is it though? Especially over the last 3 years.
I don't want to call
I'd say
Andy
probably
ignorant,
not.
bro. Andy, it's that hope that you're not there, and that's why I started walking you through that objective exercise earlier, just to instill some things that we can literally like hang on to when it comes to the wall of evidence, which is you believe in a creator, awesome. You believe in the fact that we live in a creation and we were ultimately all created. So it's like the bonus again on top of that is like we don't even have to suss out whether or not this event happened. The creator literally says, if you believe in me, then you believe in him. And then also his son says, you can't get to the Father unless it's through me. So there's a kind of a vice versa thing happening. Vice versa? No, that's not the word or the phrase. But a back and forth that's happening when you understand literally. It literally becomes like the dominoes start falling in this pattern of succession. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. Like your presentation of the day, Kiwi, the Noah's Ark stuff. That was pretty cool. I enjoyed it, but it does, it's to me it might be fake. No,
understood.
You haven't a shroud of proof.
Nicely done. Yeah, but guys, believe me, this is not any kind of production of me trying to get people for me to project my truth onto anybody or anything like that. I'm simply just showing things that I see that can align with the things that we're discussing. Simply that.
Well,
and humbly, again, I appreciate you guys engaging.
At the same time, like if you're like, yeah, 100% fact, check, right? Then why wouldn't you say like, hey, this is also a fact, or what have you? But that's in your opinion and in your investigation, that's what it checks out to be. But then it kind of makes it like monolithic, really, like all these things, Stuff you make the 100% declaration of something. It's like it's always somebody's gonna feel some kind of way about it.
Agreed. Thanks for that, man.
Yeah, I like I said before, and I realize it's not for everyone, but that just being in that, I like a rule, how you put it, the ground of being. It's really good because that word God, it's got a lot of baggage. I quite like that word, but when you say it, I can definitely imagine people in the audience rolling their eyes like, oh, no, because they've got all these ideas in their head about what that is, and we don't know what it is. So to me, I think it's better to be in that, and there's no end to that, to its depth, by the way. And when you go into it, you like the person, the persona that's living in time, that all these ideas and concepts that are born out of, they go away, everything goes away, and it just feels peaceful, and it's a lovely place to be. And that's it doesn't require any beliefs. That's why I like it so much. So this is why I think all these ideas are just getting in the way of that. You know, and think of hope. What is hope? Hope is casting you into something that may or may not be some future thing.
You know, all these fancy words, Andy, they're not going to take the Shroud of Turin off the table. Just gonna have to fucking deal with it. You know?
Oh, you can keep your shroud.
It's so good. That, and you know, that's funny, Andy, because you know this. I know you know Stoicism as a philosophy, right?
Yeah, it's great.
And
Great philosophy.
Exactly, and that's something that you know, Zeno put forward an exercise. I took it in this morning. If a sprinter gives a hare a head start at 10 feet, and a sprinter runs double the speed, will he ever, in fact, catch the hare? Or the turtle. Anyways, I think I've horribly butchered that. But the idea on the table is observing things for what they are without any influence of emotion or anything like that, seeing them as they are. And as you said earlier, it's taking away any external influences and, again, seeing things for what they are.
Yeah, if I could sum Stoicism up in a sentence, it would be something like it's to align you more with nature. I think that's pretty good. I think, unless you want to correct me, someone would come in and say, "No, it didn't. It is Discord after all." Come on, guys.
No, it's like you're running for the train, worried that you're not going to make the train, and at the end of the day, you do your best to make the train. And if it leaves without you, then it leaves without you. But you know you've done all you can within your current situation to make the train. Now, obviously, if you got up late and did all that stuff, it falls on your shoulders that you were late for the train. But let's just say you did all within your power to get to the train and the train left without you, then it is what it is. You can do nothing about it. Abusing yourself, holding yourself mentally hostage about the train leaving without you is pointless. Get the next train. Keep it moving.
And I made this comment the other day, and I think it was a good one, so I'll make it again. You know, what was it? Fucking, oh my god! Come on, brain, you can do it. The turn the other cheek thing.
7, 8,
that again is about acceptance to me. And not for a second did I read anything passive in it, but to me it just means that deep acceptance of the now, rather than living in a reactionary state. So whoever wrote that knew the pitfalls of living in that reactionary state and reinforcing that false mind-made sense of self, because it's not in alignment with nature and it will only make you suffer. So deeply profound, whoever wrote it. And indeed, if that person, you know, if they said it, well, they knew. You know, like I said about the second bit where it says something like, if someone tries to take your shirt, give him your cloak as well. That's the similar thing. Because sometimes letting go of something is more powerful than trying to cling to it. Because if you look into a lot of these Eastern philosophies, they're constantly talking about clinging and how it will make you suffer. So again, Very, very profound.
The illusion of control.
Well, that's the true definition of possession, being possessed. You're possessed by what you cling to.
It's funny how water actually can't hold on to anything. Unless it freezes, of course. Then you just become a solid state.
I love that clip. He becomes the teapot. I love how he says teapot.
Put bullshit in a cup, it becomes bullshit.
I facepalmed so hard, I actually put my hand on my glasses. Oh my god. Thanks.
What's the one thing that most of us cling to? Is it money?
Oh,
Ego, sense of self.
Belief.
Bro,
Belief.
there's a lot. Yeah, man.
Check this out.
No.
Why do people now? Check this out. I got a couple words for you.
Checking. Go,
Just think
man.
them over.
Shit.
Luminate, illuminate, right? To illuminate or illuminate, right? Right. And then I think I heard somebody say mic check. I don't know.
Yeah, straight, dude.
So
Go.
and then you got the original, right? Like a negative. So why does everybody want to be so positive if the negative is the original? Ooh.
Oh shit, son. Bars. Bars.
bro, you are a poet. Democ, you need to take it seriously, bro, and like start writing it down and make a book. And I'm not kidding, like make a nice PDF and put some shit together, really sharpen it in it or two, take a few days, and then go back and edit it once, and then show it to people. And mind's blown, sir. It's
Yeah.
we call it the Democ principles. Or the principles of Democ. I don't know. Well, we'll work with it.
I could
The
write it in a
Demokian
rap.
principles.
Yeah.
I like
It
that.
could come out in a rap and it could flow too.
See, I don't know what that means, but I feel like
That's a hard lag.
it does mean something.
And the Shroud of Turin, like when you're saying scientifically checks out to be what? If they can't scientifically redo it, what are they scientifically proven that they can't redo? That would be weird. Just think about those things.
You can't outdo God. That's what it says.
What about like Demok bumper stickers? It's like things that Demok would say, but put them on bumper stickers.
We could call them the Democ directives.
They could be Demok flavored bumper stickers as well. Demok directives.
Yeah. Just the best one will be, show it to me in a lab, or show it to me in a box. Give it to me in a box. Those will be the bumper stickers.
Pour me a cup of blank.
None of that fake shit. Show me reality. Stuff like that. Bumper stickers, T-shirts. Let's go.
I like that. That's classic. None of that fake shit.
Show me a lab in a cup.
Pour me a cup of science. Give me a box of science.
Give me a box of time, little gravity, sprinkle in some refraction. Oh.
Now, don't forget the toilet paper tube and a cat toy. Those must not be left out.
Oh, the pendulum being the cat toy. Full call, sir. Am I taking that into a weird direction?
Show me how that works with your cat toy.
You put a
So
full
you're
call
telling me
on a selfie stick.
So you're telling me I can take a cat toy and that'll tell me what the Earth is doing with your cat toy? Show me that in a lab.
Yep. Yeah, okay, so check it out. You put a magnet inside the cat toy, and then you build some shit with other magnets that pull that cat toy's bottom around and call that Earth's movement. Fucking sweet, dude. Sweet.
So your cat toy is shaped like a mouse and goes around, and it goes around, and it goes around, and it goes around. And it would just like keep saying that.
Here, yeah, one of the best bumper stickers. I'm just going to keep thinking of them. Show me an orbit in a lab. That's a good one. Show me an orbit in a lab. And I've heard Demok say that a million times.
I've heard the laser light being a cat toy as well.
Ooh, yeah. Maybe that's what he referenced in the first place.
Yeah, we should have cats available at these like laser level tests.
Are you saying lasers are for pussy?
You're gonna shine a cat toy on the wall, and you're not gonna have any cats involved. What kind of experiment is this even?
If the cat jumps from the viewer, the sender of the signal of the laser is at the same spot where the cat jumps to try to grab it on the receiving end of the laser, the A to B, the B side. The cat jumps the same distance upward. Fucking flat and level, bitch. So
It's gonna have cat refractions. You trying to force the feline? Yeah, said it there. So
If you're saying can't have lasers about magnetism, and lasers are for cats, then essentially a laser is just a pussy magnet. Is that what you're saying? What are we talking about?
Watch your mouth, boy.
talking about counter spaceships.
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, that explains it, Dyslo, because I carry around a flashlight that has a laser built into it all the time. So that explains exactly what happens to me when I go out in public.
Having strange women coming up to you out of nowhere.
But I do have a pretty cool flashlight that if any of you guys carry, like I hope you all carry a knife everywhere with you. I don't know if any of y'all carry a flashlight, but I carry a flashlight. And there's one by this company called O-Light, O-L-I-G-H-T. And the flashlight is called Arkfeld, A-R-K-F-E-L-D.
Is that the one that burns through all kinds of materials and shit?
No, it's just a normal laser, like a cat toy, basically. but it's a good flashlight because it's flat and compact. It
So
goes right
you
in the
weren't
pocket.
you weren't excited to see us. It was just a cat toy in your pocket.
Exactly.
I'm excited to see you.
How's that storm treating you, or that hurricane or whatever?
Oh, we were fine. We were good. Appreciate it.
All good
Yeah,
in
it was like,
Tampa, huh? Just north
yeah,
of you?
yeah. It went up, basically hit landfall just south of Tallahassee. So east of St. George Island, west of Cedar Key, kind of through that area.
Yeah, Cedar Key looked like it got messed up.
Is that like further north?
Yeah. The storm stayed out in the Gulf, at my latitude. So
I thought Cedar Key looked like a good area for paradise or something like that.
It is, yeah. Yeah, the
Cedar Key is
Appalachian
awesome because it's not like wildly populated in that area. I mean, there's one little island or whatever, but inland from that, there's a lot of natural parts of the bay there where you don't
It's
have beaches and condos
like an
and shit.
hour and change away from like a big city or something, like a big hub city.
Yeah, I'd say you're about 2 hours and 15 minutes from either Tallahassee or like the Tampa area.
Yeah.
Gonna be
It's
your
kinda
next 15-minute city in Florida.
Yeah, probably.
The
How
real
far is it
question
to get
is,
out of Florida from Cedar Key? If you wanted to
What's
go
that?
north, if you're trying to get out of state, like how far north would you have to go from there? Is that like significant?
Yeah, dude, hey, Snacks, I'll just give you my address. You can put it into.
I was gonna say, bro.
No, I was just. I thought
rough
Cedar Key
estimate,
seemed like a cool place. Don't worry about it.
probably an hour and a half, somewhere around there, north of me.
You always ask the weirdest questions, Snacks. I swear.
What? I have strange knowledge needs. Sorry.
It's on the Big Bend. It's like,
It's
you know,
not
where
a.
the panhandle is.
So it's not a weird question. It's just slightly awkward question online with people that you're not like.
Right? Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
felt
saying?
the same way, dude.
But it's
I
not a
don't
weird
know
question.
where
Like,
you're at. I'm just. It's just a location to me.
right?
In the States.
No, I get it. Like, yeah, I would certainly ask that if I met somebody and they're like, "Oh, I live in Cedar Key," I'd be like, "Oh, about how far is that from here?" And they would say, "Oh, took us an hour and a half to get here." Like, that's not a weird question to ask somebody. So I don't.
Oh,
think it's weird.
I didn't hear that you lived there. Sorry. I just
No,
thought
no,
you
no.
had mentioned location. Anyway.
No. I live in the Tampa Bay
Stop
area.
talking about it.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
How far are you from Ken Wheeler is the real question, though.
He has a place in Fort Myers, right?
Yeah, he's got a place there and then a place in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Was it
So when he comes down to Fort Myers, if I went down to like meet up with him, it would be a couple hours. Fort Myers is like, I don't know, 2.5 from Tampa.
Damn, Florida's pretty big, huh?
Fuck yeah, dude. It's not very big east to west. Like you can drive across the state in 2 hours.
It's like California, huh?
Yeah, from Tampa to Key West is like an 8-hour drive.
When you're driving from New York to Florida, you know you've made it halfway when you reached Florida. Or I should say, when you're driving from New York to South Florida, where I live. You made it halfway once you've reached Florida.
Is that's true? Like the hours wise? That's insane.
Pretty much.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Is that long? For real?
Tampa's
Yeah,
8, you said? 8 hours to get to the Keys?
What is it to get from Miami to Jacksonville? That's like 5 hours, right?
Oh, maybe more. I'm going to say that's
5 and
like
a half.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's like 8 hours because it's like 4 from me to Jacksonville and then 3 to Miami.
Really?
Well, I could probably do Miami quicker, but you know how traffic gets.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, goes from Tampa to Miami is like 5 hours, just under 5 hours, right around 5 hours.
Yeah,
if I go 70, if I go 75 south and then go across Alligator Alley.
You ever stop in Everglades City off the 75?
No, did run out of gas. We did run out of gas in Alligator Alley. In a hybrid vehicle, mind you.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yep.
You gotta check out.
Yeah, many of the hybrid vehicles have very small gas tanks. So, it's efficient on gas, but you don't get like a long, tiny.
Well, we didn't realize it. It was like it was my first time ever. It was before I even moved down here. My first time ever going across Alligator Alley, and I think everybody in the vehicle's first time going across it. And we just didn't realize that once you get, because it's nothing but Everglades, and there's like one stop between the East Coast and the West Coast that has gasoline. And if you don't get gasoline there, like, you're screwed. It's like right in the middle. And we didn't realize that. We're like, oh, we'll be fine. We ran out of gas like 6 miles before the exit to head north and hit a gas station. So
That's fucking scary, isn't it, man? Like, I hate that shit.
That's the Wizard of Oz, bro, dude. That's like beware of lions, tigers, and bears.
But I'll tell you what though, like Florida's pretty good as a state of having what they call like road rangers and stuff like that, where they will just come and they'll give you a gallon of gas for free. And it's just like, just comes with being in the state of Florida without even paying state income tax here. We have shit like that.
I think I was moving through like Arizona or something, and it was like if I didn't go to this one place, it was like that was it for like I would have been done. I don't know. It's like,
yeah, this is like you're talking like 3 hours across the state the way that goes, or maybe it's like 2.5 across the state down there on Alligator Alley, and you have one gas station that whole entire time. So you really have to plan that shit. I mean, there may be 2. I don't know.
That's why you got to make the stop in Everglades City. I'm telling you, dude. It's sick down there.
What else?
That's why napalm scares life. You know, kids gotta like wrestle a crocodile.
They're definitely down there.
You got a gas station and a bait shop. That's pretty much all that's down there. And if you got all your teeth, then you are the best looking individual around.
Nice.
Dude, it's an awesome spot though. Love staying there. Like you can go on vacation there for super cheap, and it's really nice.
Which, by the way, the Everglades has a huge problem with pythons, if you guys haven't heard. Like a huge, huge problem.
That's what I was saying. Like when you're on that road, it's like beware of jaguar, beware of panther, beware of pythons.
Beware of alligators, beware of crocodiles.
You guys just have like panthers?
Yeah.
Like black panthers, like
in the UK, dude. It says in the UK, it's beware of scousers. All right, just for you lot. If you ever come to the UK, beware of scousers. They've come out to Woodward. Like, all right, mate. Just gonna get some chicken and a can of Coke.
They get stuck on your socks if you're not careful.
Only joking, Scousers. We love you, really.
Yeah, we've seen panther in our neighborhood, actually. Florida panther. They're kind of brown. They're not black. They're brownish.
They're brownish, but they're like full on like cougar looking things.
Yep. Panthers.
Yeah.
They're like big
I would for
cats.
sure have like a samurai sword versus a panther. Yeah. I want that match.
Storm season's just getting started, man. When you look at the Atlantic right now, it's crazy.
Is there more stuff popping off?
I think yesterday when I looked, there's like 6 storms out there right now.
Oh, I just posted that flashlight I was talking about earlier in the voice text. Sorry. So you think we're going to get more storms?
I like how it says pet amuse at the very bottom.
It's a cat toy.
It's a cat toy.
Dude, I always make sure that that's the flashlight I have on me when I go to my friends' houses that have cats. Because then I'm just like, oh, and frogs, the Cuban frogs. You know what I'm talking about? The Cuban frogs with the big googly eyes.
So
Yeah, are you talking the one that like your dog can't eat? The bufu?
No, that's a bufu toad. I'm talking about like frog. Looks like a tree frog. Frog, not a toad.
Oh, yeah, the tree frog. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So they hang out around my back window. You know, when the lights are on at night, the frogs are around the windows because the bugs are attracted to light, right? So I shine my little green laser by the toads, and the toads go friggin' nuts for the laser. They chase it more than a cat. It's hilarious.
Dude, I know what I'm doing tonight.
Do you think does that work for alligators too?
I don't know. I don't have any alligators around.
All right.
When I'm bass fishing, sometimes I'll snag an alligator, but like a baby one. And dude, that's pretty weird ordeal to take care of because then they start to scream for their mother. So usually I just end up cutting the line and getting the heck out of there.
What are you talking about?
Like if you catch a little alligator, they like make this weird noise and they like, I guess it's like a call for their mother. So freak me out.
Snacks, I put a picture of a Florida panther in the text. They're like brown guys. But you look at that face, and if that thing comes at you and glares its teeth.
Probably all tame looking, like a house cat or something.
No, definitely bigger than a house cat.
Dude, we have those too in our backyard, and I thought they were bobcats. But then I saw a bobcat as well, and he was like tiny compared to them. That's hilarious.
We also get coyotes too. They'll tear up your livestock, your chickens, your ducks, your small dogs and cats.
Man, the freakiest one was like when I was in the desert in Cali. There were like these dogs. Like I don't know what kind of monster ass breeds they were, but they're just like crazy. I don't know what they call them, like desert dogs or mesa dogs. I don't know. Fuck, like they were just like giant savage. Like I don't know. Did they have owners? Maybe I don't know. They were nasty. Like Cujo ass looking motherfuckers.
Nice.
Not nice. Not nice.
No, Napalm, I don't think we're going to get a lot of storms. I just see them all building. I think they'll be like going off the coast, so they'll create good waves. And the reason I don't think we're going to have storms is because we've been catching pompano off the beach, which means the water is a lot cooler than normal.
Okay. Gulf got really hot, but I think it's dropped down. I don't know. It usually trends about with the same temp as my pool, and my pool's 84.5 right now.
Oh, that sounds so nice.
That's too
It's
cold.
It's borderline on when I get in it, but I've been doing a bunch of digging trenches today. So I'm going to be ready to get in it after I'm done.
Heck yeah. It's funny, I just saw someone on a fishing report post that they're catching sheep's head in Tampa already.
Yeah.
Sheep's head